So here it is. Yes, here it is. Yes, here it is. Here I am. Hope you are there. The session commences. Why am I talking in this manner? The session commences and your company is required. That thing that happens, of course, every single day, happening again today. So if you are available, you know what to do. Gather yourself around whatever device that you use to interact with the session and surrender to yourself to the space for however long the session lasts. This happens every single day. You know it does. So participate to the fullest. Make sure you are clicking on the like button as you are coming in. If you have not already subscribed, make sure you correct that. And if you feel inclined to come and join me on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, so that's the one that I'm highlighting on the screen now. So if you feel inclined to come and join me on the screen, then just click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So click on like, click on subscribe, and at your discretion, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come join me live on screen. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwa namno wow. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. Gonna sing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, moving faster, never freedom. Is another Savior. Never freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, Whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika, yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is right there, the Holy, Holy Song. So many topics to go through today. So just it's going to be quite an involved session, I suspect. Tinubu, of course, dominating the headline this time around. Okay, let me not actually start from there. Let me, I've not sequenced it in the order that it should flow, but let me just read out the headlines, and I might well realign it. I might well realign it in a moment. But we kick it off from here. 2023, Nigerians react as Tinubu reportedly failed to submit primary secondary school certificates to Inec. So there it is right there. I think we touched somewhat on this topic in the earlier session. And I never really knew that it was something that was dominating the news cycle. But apparently, this seems to be the topic that is reverberating around this seems to be the topic. Sorry, pardon me. I just saw something that caught my eye. All right. So this seems to be the topic that is reverberating around the political landscape at the moment. So the topic on everybody's lips, of course, Tinubu and his missing school certificates. So all of that in play. The headline again. Nigerians react as Tinubu reportedly fails to submit primary secondary school certificates to Inec. So quite what the reaction is and what the position of Inec is, we'll find out shortly. We find out a specific reaction of a senior politician. Shehu Sani reacts as Tinubu reportedly tells Inec his certificates are missing. So his certificates are missing, but what is the minimum bar is the question. And did he hurdle that is the other question. 2023, Shehu Sani reacts as Tinubu reportedly tells Inec his certificates are missing. So there it is right there. And here it is some more. So they write to reply, of course, Tinubu will not be blackmailed over certificate scandal. Ogala is the person that is saying this. So many hurdles that Tinubu has to scale on his journey to the Aso Rock seat. So the certificate hurdle now, nobody really even anticipated this but this has been something in circulation for years and years. So it's resurfaced now. So this now the first hurdle. And will Abdullahi Adamu even use this window of opportunity to stab him in the back and disqualify him, and then he sat Ahmed Lawan, which had always been his plan. So all the knives drawn pointing in the direction of the Jagaban of GBT. Again, Tinubu will not be blackmailed over certificate scandal. Ogala is the person making that headline. Still on matters Tinubu and certificate, Tinubu's alleged schoolmate speaks out over his school cert. So there it is right there. In the earlier session, even we were just, I would say the panelists, not including myself, of course, the speculations around why his classmates have not come to verify his attendance of whichever institution he claims to have attended. So it looks as though that plea has now been acceded to. Tinubu's alleged schoolmate speaks out over his school cert. So they say alleged schoolmate, which is to tell you that the writer of that piece is not entirely convinced by the person that purports. So from that, we go on to a totally different topic. I made mistake picking my number 2 as civilian president. Baba Yabo speaking, Obasanjo, of course. So now, everybody getting stabbed all over the place. So this knife in the back of Atiku Abubakar, of course, who has, since he left office with Obasanjo, has been trying his damnedest to make peace with Baba Yabo and to get his endorsement. So he somewhat meekly and feebly endorsed him in 2019, only because he was so determined that Buhari must not serve a second term. So that plan failed, so he's reverted back to his base instinct, which is a distrust of Atiku. I made mistake picking my number 2 as civilian president, Obasanjo speaks. So quite what he means by that, we'll find out shortly. This we will find out shortly as well. Let's see. INEC bows to pressure, extends CVR indefinitely. So it should be a continuous exercise, is what a lot of people have always insisted. There shouldn't be a bar on being able to register because, of course, everybody comes of age. Many people come of age every single minute to then meet that threshold of being able to exercise their civic duty. So if somebody then meets the threshold after they've closed registration, what then happens to that person's right to determine who governs over them? INEC bows to pressure, extends CVR indefinitely. So quite what is in play there, we'll find out shortly. God saved me from mistake of picking Atiku as my vice. Obasanjo speaking, so we read one or the other of that headline because clearly, not even somewhat, clearly repetitive. So those two headlines, they somewhat repeat. So we'll just read one of those and we abandon the other. Okay, there's one other headline that I'll decide if I want to bring this. I'll bring this to you, but I may not read it out. Owo massacre. Akeredolu orders worship centers, others to install CCTV. So they've always spoken about technology as one of the key ways to battle these things, and technology in play now, of course, with the CCTV. If that CCTV can capture first, and then if it can remotely transmit to a central security center, then that helps to aid sort of security within the landscape. Our massacre, Akeredolu orders worship centers, others to install CCTV cameras. So CCTV cameras seems almost an inevitability within the Nigerian space. So this is a story, the next one that is a story that we, so this one certainly I will be reading to you. So this is a story that we touched on somewhat in a previous session, but we did not expand on it as sufficiently as we could have. But it resurfaces again, the pressure mounts, hijab, Islamic group reacts as lawyer Omi Rogbo dresses just like Juju priest to Supreme Court. So FATUA, of course, will have to be the reaction of any Islamic group against anything that has to do with Juju. So is this guy now under threat from, we all know what being under threat is from that particular bunch. Islamic group reacts as lawyer Omi Robo dresses like Juju priest to Supreme Court. So his right to freedom of worship, of course, sacrosanct within the Nigerian space. So this now documents now the finality or somewhat of a position. There's still a little bit of a window for substitution, but as far as they are concerned, this is the list that INEC is taking to 2023 February. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, on Friday released the names of all presidential candidates and their running mates ahead of the 2023 elections. So there it is right there. Every single party with all of their running mates. So this should make for interesting reading to find out who is actually in play. We know that at least in two instances, there's likely to be substitution. But as far as INEC is concerned, this is the list until they are informed otherwise. And I think the bar for that substitution is the 17th of July. So which is just what, a 3 weeks thereabout window. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, on Friday released the names of all presidential candidates and their running mates ahead of the 2023 elections. So, like I said, a rich and diverse menu. So, lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Plenty to chew through. So, if you want to come discuss any of the talking points, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. That brings you into a studio space. And as soon as I finish reading out the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and have a conversation with you. I'll click on the like button, of course. That is compulsory. Click on the subscribe button as well if you haven't done that already. And at your discretion, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. That is if you want to come and speak on the screen. So as we set about the clickings, let me provide you with a little bit of a liquid nourishment. Your calabash to the ready, we join the K Guides.
Water, only water, water, only water, where they sima.
Water.
Ó yá ṣe kọ̀kọ̀ mi kíákíá. Yá mẹ́mú.
Water, 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 water.
Water. Only water where sima.
Hapa o naido.
Akáàkiri jọ.
Oh, Naido.
Gbogbo àkáàkiri ẹ máa bọ̀.
Hapa you don come o.
Jó dáadáa. Ẹ dùn. Ẹ
Oh,
wà.
Naido.
Hapa o naido.
Ẹ kú ní sáńdò. Ẹ jọ padà sílé. Kájọ jọ.
Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o.
Oro kẹ̀kẹ́.
Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mùrè o.
Oro kẹ̀kẹ́.
Bọ́bí Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mùrè o.
Oro kẹ̀kẹ́.
Chifu Failati kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mùrè
Ó
o.
jọ. Ó ti yá jọ.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀. Ẹlẹ́mùdóde.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ó jàre o.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀. Ẹlẹ́mùdóde.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́
Akérégbé
bọ́dì o.
lọ́lẹ́sọ̀ dé. Gbé bọ́dì ẹ̀. Gbé. Gbé.
Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìle o.
Ìrẹ́ ti lé yájọ.
Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìle o.
Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ.
Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dìle
Kẹ́lẹ́
o.
eréke.
Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ.
Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó
Rest of
dìle o.
mind.
Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ.
Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o.
Ẹ gbà.
Ìgbàlà tí
Ó lè jò. Bẹ́ẹ̀ jò. Jó dáadáa.
tí èlé.
Àkùkọ ọ̀run
Òwe
méjìkọ.
ti ya ojú ojú lọ. Ó ń ta káàdà. Èmi. Ayé ìlú.
Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
Àmì o.
Ìgbàlà tí èlé. Ìgbàlà tí èlé.
Àrùnkárùn kò ní.
And there it is right there. Prayers not more potent than that. Iku koniru agbeche, may death have nothing to do with us. That is what they say, the Kegites, Iku koniru agbeche. So Iku koniru agbeche, as guys, I bring you this. Nigerians react as Tinubu reportedly fails to submit primary secondary school certificates to Inec. A trail of reactions from Nigerians have followed the report that the presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress APC, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, did not submit his primary and secondary school certificates to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. It was reported that Tinubu claimed that his certificates were stolen by unknown persons during the military rule in the 1990s. The former governor of Lagos State stated this in an affidavit submitted to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, as part of his eligibility filings for the 2023 presidential elections. It was gathered that the documents released on Friday showed that Tinubu left the columns for his primary and secondary school education unmarked. Tinubu, however, noted that he obtained a degree in business and administration in 1979 at the Chicago State University. Following this submission, Nigerians have taken to social media to air their views. Whilst some feel it is no big deal, as he has gone ahead to achieve other things which wouldn't have been possible without such certificates, others are of the opinion that it calls for more investigation into the background of the former governor of Lagos State. So this is Emmanuel Owozebo. So Emmanuel Ibikwe at Ibikwe Owoboze. So that's who he is. I beg, the information provided by Tinubu to INEC when he wanted to contest for Lagos State governorship election should be well protected before we hear say the files are missing or fire has destroyed the building where they are filed. So that there he is. This is Bank Omishore. Buhari no get certificate. Tinubu self no get certificate. How do we now encourage the next generation to go to school? So that's what he thinks. Premier is the next one, and I'll just read this one to be the last one. The emergence of Buhari as Nigeria's president has changed the standard of governance forever. That is why Tinubu can even contest for the post of president. You don't need to have certificate as long as you have NEPA bill to present to INEC. I am afraid it will get worse. But Tinubu does have a certificate, and he has, in fact, a degree. So I don't quite know, what that guy means. So, or those two guys, he does have a degree. So he does have that. What Tinubu is doing right now was done by Boa. It's totally anyway. You know the tonality, but let me read that one and then I'll go on to the next talking point. Still within the same space, by the way. What Tinubu is doing right now was done by Buhari in 2019. It is a distraction tactic. Buhari did the same thing, and almost at the eve of elections, when everybody had thought he'd be disqualified, WAEC printed certificates for him. Don't be distracted. So in October 19, so this is another commentator, Demola Ola Olare Waju, so that should be Olanre Waju, but he forgot the N. In October 1999, thugs suspected to be loyal to Bola Tinubu attacked Gani Faremi in court over his case of perjury against him. If only for his memory and the fragile moral fiber of our society, lawyers should massively challenge Tinubu's credentials ahead of 2023. So there it is right there. So that's what they are saying. And this is what Shehu Sani says. Shehu Sani reacts as Tinubu reportedly tells Inec his certificates are missing. The reports that the presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, did not submit his primary and secondary school certificates to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, have continued to generate reactions. It was reported that Tinubu claimed that his certificates were stolen by unknown persons during the military rule in 1990. The former governor of Lagos State stated this in an affidavit submitted to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, as part of its eligibility filings for the 2023 presidential elections. It was gathered that the document released on Friday showed that Tinubu, so that's what we read already. So let's go to reacting. Shehu Sani, Tinubu, however, noted that he obtained a degree in business and administration in 1979 at the Chicago State University. So we must always insert that, which is submitted, of course, to INEC. So he submitted a degree to INEC. We must always insert that in the conversation that I suspect might follow. Reacting, Senator Shehu Sani, in a post on Saturday via his Twitter account, said Nigerians in the recent past accepted an affidavit in place of a certificate. So it shouldn't be difficult to accept the same from Tinubu. The statement is believed to be a veiled reference to the certificate saga involving President Mohamed Buhari. He wrote, "You accepted affidavit yesterday. You don't want to accept affidavit today. What is good for the desert is good for the ocean." So it used to be what is good for the goose is good for the gander, but he's now put his own Fulani spin on it. He then added that the matter should be left alone if Tinubu can find his certificates as claimed. The Gaban built many primary and secondary schools. If you can't find the one he attended, you can find the one he built and leave the matter, I beg, he wrote. So there it is right there. So I'm not quite sure what the fixation is on that particular maybe is it strong enough of a narrative for this push that we are getting? He presented, by the way, a degree, to INEC. So we must always be reminded of that. 2023, Tinubu will not be blackmailed over certificate saga. Ogala, the person speaking. The legal advisor of the Tinubu campaign organization, Babatunde Ogala, SAN, has said the presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress, Bola Tinubu, will not be blackmailed or intimidated over false allegations. Earlier, correspondents reported that Tinubu had claimed his school certificate was stolen by unknown persons during the military rule in 1990. The former governor of Lagos State stated this. Okay, we'll go through all of that again. It was gathered that the document released on, so I'm skimming through that only because it repeats what we've read already. So let's go through it. Tinubu, however, noted that he obtained a degree in business and administration in 1979 at the Chicago State University. In a chat with correspondents on Saturday, Ogala said that the Tinubu campaign organization was ready to defend the APC presidential candidate in court over allegations of supplying false academic qualifications. Ogala disclosed that Tinubu has complied fully with the provisions of the Electoral Act, adding that the APC presidential flag bearer is not worried about the allegations or threats. He said, there is nothing to respond to them. The Electoral Act is clear. We are waiting. Let them go. Let them bring the wreath. We will defend it. I think we have gone past this stage of some people on social media, for whatever reason in the media, issuing threats. If they have anything, let them bring it. As far as we are concerned, our candidate has complied fully with the provisions of the Electoral Act. If they want to go to court, let them go to court. But we must also let them know that we are not unconscious of the law of defamation in the country. We know the difference between a court process that is privileged and making unfounded allegations in the newspapers like they are doing now. But honestly, our candidate is not perturbed. He can't be bothered by all these threats. If they want to go to court, let them go to court. When they come, we will react appropriately to the court process. What we know, we have complied fully with the provisions of the law, and we will not be blackmailed or intimidated. So there it is right there. So that is the response from the Tinubu space. And this finally on that space before we go on to another talking point. 2023, Tinubu's alleged schoolmates, so the word alleged already gives you an indication as to what's to come. 2023, Tinubu's alleged schoolmate speaks out over his school cert. Femi Aribisala, the alleged schoolmate of All Progressives Congress presidential candidate Bola Tinubu, has declared the certificate affidavit of former Lagos State Governor is false. Correspondents earlier reported Tinubu claimed that his school certs were stolen by unknown persons during the military rule in 1990. The former governor of Lagos State stated this in an affidavit submitted, so we read all of that. According to correspondents, documents released on Friday showed that Tinubu left the column for his primary and secondary education unmarked. Tinubu, however, noted he obtained a degree in business and administration in 1979 at the Chicago State University. However, Femi, a schoolmate of the former governor of Lagos State, in a post shared on the microblogging platform Twitter, said he was in government college Ibadan, and the APC presidential candidate was not there. He added that Tinubu telling the Independent National Electoral Commission that he did not attend primary and secondary school means he has committed perjury, he wrote. I wrote in 2014 that Tinubu's affidavit that he attended Government College Ibadan between 1965 and 1968 is false. I was in GCI from 1962 to 1968, and Tinubu was not there. Tinubu now tells Inec he did not go to primary and secondary school. I'm not sure he said that, oh. So he said the certificates are missing, not that he did not go. That means he committed perjury. So there it is right there. All knives drawn for Tinubu. All knives drawn. I made mistake picking my number 2 as civilian president. So should I read it from here? So, okay, this is from the Tribune, which is my own Ibadan-based newspaper. So let me read it from the Tribune. It always makes sense when you read it from the Tribune. I made mistake picking my number 2 as civilian president, says Obasanjo. So now let's see what Baba Yabo says. Their font is so tiny, yeah, I have to squint to read this. Nigeria's former president, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, on Saturday hinted that he made a mistake picking his number 2 when he wanted to become the nation's democratically elected president in 1999. Obasanjo said this on Saturday during questions and answer session at a program by Students for the Advancement of Global Entrepreneurship for selected secondary schools that participated in the final of the National Exhibition and Awards. At the event held at the Olusegun Obasanjo Presidential Library, the former president said he had made many mistakes in his life, saying his speaking office number 2 was a genuine mistake which God made him overcome. One of the mistakes I made was picking my number 2 when I wanted to become the president. Because it was a genuine mistake, God saved me. The second one was when Abacha wanted to arrest me. When Abacha wanted to arrest me, I was told by the American ambassador that they will arrest me and that America has asked I should be given an asylum. I said no. It could have been a mistake because I could have lost my life. I will say there are many things that could have been a mistake, but God saved me from all of them, he added. Obasanjo urged the youth to embrace good virtues such as selflessness, honesty, integrity, amongst others, to be able to wrestle power from the older generation. He insisted that the youths are not too young to rule, saying that they can never come to power if they continue to sit on the fence, whilst also calling on the youths to imbibe the spirit of religious tolerance, advising them not to see a particular religion above the other. So there it is right there, a condemnation of Article somewhat. It says that not too young to run campaign. You can see that those who are contesting now are between 70 and 80 years old. How can the youth run? Another thing inhibiting youth from running is the amount of money involved in going into politics. I hope that things should not continue like this. I was 39 years old when I became the military head of state. 20 years later, I became a civilian president. But those there now do not want to allow the youths. If things continue like this, I do not know how you can come in. I have no right to say that another man's belief is inferior to mine. If God wanted us all to be of the same religion, he would have made it so. And since he did not make it so, no one should attempt to make it so. Young people should learn at a very age in life that if there are 5 religions in the world, that is how God wants it to be. If there are 10, that is how God wants it to be. All religions originate from the same source. If you are a Muslim and you do not live the way God wants you to live, you cannot enter Al Jannah. Of you of that should be if, but they wrote off. So if you are a Christian and you did not live the way God wants you to live, the same thing, you will not enter paradise. So on and on it goes to preach religious tolerance. So that's Obasanjo stabbing article in the back. Inec bows to pressure, extends CVR indefinitely. The Independent National Electoral Commission, Inec, has announced the extension of its continuous voter registration CVR across the country. Ahead of the 2023 poll, the Commission had fixed the exercise to end on June the 30th. However, given the renewed interest of Nigerians, most especially the youths, vis-a-vis pressure from other quarters, the Commission considered extending the exercise. Without giving a specific date for the new deadline, the INEC chairman Mahmoud Yakubu at the Youth Vote Count concert in Abuja on Saturday said the exercise continues. The youth want to know when the registration will end. I want to assure you on behalf of the Commission that the registration won't end on June the 30th. For as long as we have you people trying to register We will continue to register you. Mr. Yakubu declared at the main bowl of Old Parade Ground. He said not less than 14,000 persons have also registered at the concert venue since it became open to registration on June the 30th, June the 20th. Uh, similar figures, largely made up of youth, were recorded at the first leg of the concert in Lagos a couple of weeks ago. In the last 5 days, we registered over 14,000 Nigerians in this place alone. We have about 50 voter registration machines. For as long as you people have been trying to register to obtain your PVC, we will continue to register you and we will continue to make sure that you get your PVC. The Inec chairman reassured the fun-loving youths at the awareness campaign / concert the commission organized in partnership with the European Union and some African organization. Before Yakub's latest disclosure, there was an interim order issued by the Federal High Court in Abuja on Monday, restraining the electoral body from going ahead with its plan to end the exercise on June the 30th. So there it is, indefinite extension. So we're coming towards the end of the readout, but onwards to this, hijab. Islamic group reacts as lawyer Omirogbo dresses like juju priest to Supreme Court. An Islamic human rights organization, the Muslim Rights Concern, MURIC, has slammed lawyer Malcolm Omirogbo, who appeared at the Supreme Court on Friday dressed as a traditional doctor. Mr. Omirogbo claimed that he was reacting to the Supreme Court judgment that allows female Muslim faithfuls to go to school in Lagos in hijab. Murik said the lawyer's behavior is not only contemptuous of the Supreme Court pronouncement, but also provocative, condescending, and irreconcilable with the noble profession of law. Murik's position was contained in a statement issued on Saturday, the 25th of June 2022, by its director, Professor Ishaq Akintola. The Islamic rights group said it was not surprised by the lawyer's action, citing his previous personal record of going to the court over the existence of Islamic letters on the Naira note, challenging the use of Arabic in the sorry, that wasn't Islamic, by the way, that was Arabic, so that might well be a Freudian misread. The Islamic rights group said it was not surprised by the lawyer's action, citing his previous personal record of going to the court over the existence of Arabic letters on the Naira note, challenging the use of Arabic on army logo, and suing the Nigerian police for approving hijab for policewomen in Nigeria. Omirogbo has behaved to type. If he has his way, he would have every single Muslim sugar bab out of Nigeria. He hates the sight of Muslims, their Quran, and the language of that holy book, Arabic. His hatred reached boiling point when the highest court in the land approved the use of hijab for female students, the group said. This pushed him to the extreme. This pushed him to the extreme behavior which millions of Nigerians saw him manifesting on television yesterday. Murik said the human rights lawyer should have licked his wounds privately and gently after the court ruling, instead of taking his anger and frustration to the apex court. According to the Islamic rights group, the lawyer's action is contemptuous of the Supreme Court ruling and also provocative, condescending, and goes against the practice of law. So there it is right there, goes against the practice of law. So this now the last readout. INEC releases names of all presidential candidates and their running mates. So let's have a look. The See the list below. So this just gives us a list. This is literally a tabularized list. So let's just go through it. The All Progressive Congress APC presidential candidate, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and his running mate, Mr. Ibrahim Masari. And by the way, that Ibrahim Masari is a relative of the Katsina State governor. People's Democratic Party PDP, Atiku Abubakar, and his running mate, Ifeanyi Okowa. Peter Obi, presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP, and his running mate, Doyin Okukwe. Osita Nnamdi, presidential candidate of Action People Party, and his running mate, Isa Hamisu. Kolawole Abiola, presidential candidate of the People's Redemption Party, and his running mate, Ribi Marshall. Rabiu Kwakwanso, presidential candidate of the New Nigeria People's Party, and his running mate, Johnson Olade Pupo. Yabigi Sani, presidential candidate of Action Democratic Party, and his running mate, Udo Oke Okoro. Ado Ibrahim Abdul Malik, presidential candidate, Young Progressive Party, YPP, and his running mate, Enyina Kasarachi. Omoyele Sowore, presidential candidate for African Action Congress, and his running mate, Gaba Magashi. Maman Dantale, presidential candidate of Allied People's Movement, APM, and his running mate, Ojie Princess. Chukwu Wadi Umeadi, presidential candidate of All Progressives Grand Alliance, and his running mate, Koli Mohammed. Oluwafemi Adenuga, presidential candidate of Boot Party. I never even knew that's boot as in what you wear on your feet. BOOT. Oluwafemi Adenuga, presidential candidate of Boot Party BP, and the running mate to Raku Mustafa Debere Chukwu Nwanyanwu, Dabarachukwu Nwanyanwu, presidential candidate Zenith Labour Party, and his running mate Ramalan Abubakar. Dumebi Kachiku, presidential candidate African Democratic Congress ADC, and his running mate Ahmed Sani. And finally, Hamza Al-Mustafa, presidential candidate Action Alliance, and his running mate Chukwuka Johnson. So there it is. From that list, then your president comes. So from that list, expect your president to come. Enigmatic, I see you. Rational Mind, I see you. The Great White Shark, I see you. And Mr. Lucky, I see you. So good to have you all, gentlemen. So let's go to names that we've not already encountered. And let's go to the Great White Shark then to see if he lives up to his name. So are you there and are you ready to go? Great White Shark, unmute yourself.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Is that you, Jake? Is that you, Charles? Good. All right.
Yes.
All right. So let me go to somebody that probably knows more what we're talking about for the moment. So let me go to Mr. Lucky. So Mr. Lucky, are you ready to go? All right. We go to Enigmatic. Enigmatic, are you ready to go? What's going on?
Yes, sir. How you doing?
All right, brilliant. Good to have you, Enigmatic. So let's come to you then, and let's kick you off then with the saga that is the Tinubu's certificate or no certificate. What are you making of these? the brouhaha. What are you making of it?
Okay. First of all, there's no saga in this. There's no brouhaha. It's only a saga and brouhaha to people who are not really who has not been keen observer of the Lagos politics, and by extension, the Nigeria politics. You know, I said something the last time that most of these folks in the other opposing political arenas, they'll be focused on the wrong thing, and then by the time they wake up next year, Tinubu will be the president. Why? Because while those guys are making strategic moves to get themselves back into office, political detractors, they are focused on the wrong things. Campaign of calumny, and then waking up the dead, from wherever they buried them. So let me go straight to this. Within the legal parlance, this case is as dead as dodo. Okay? It's as dead as dodo. First of all, it started bad. Second, this case went as far as High Court. I was here in the morning when they said the investigation was abruptly stopped because of immunity or whatever. No, on the contrary, this case went as far as Supreme Court. Supreme Court made a pronouncement, a final pronouncement on the case, and every documentation, every necessary, metrics and variables that could actually be flipped were flipped up to the United States over here. Ganifa Wemi was representing the opposing part, which came from Bode George, from PDP, and from a whole lot of people of blessed memory. Femi Falana San was representing Tinubu at that time. And then this current man, Isesage San, was part of the team that represented Tinubu in court. It went as far even as the House of Assembly then in Lagos State, as headed by Dr. Mamora, the current Minister of State for Health. They conducted their own, legislative investigation into that. So they covered all the grounds about that case. But what these people are looking for is they want a reaction personally from Tinubu. They wanted a reaction from.
So they can latch onto it and make big drama.
Because they I don't want to use some languages, but Tinubu is not stupid. He has a campaign organization. He wouldn't go on Twitter, or none of his team will go on Twitter doing what other people are doing, because this is a serious political, season. They know what is up against him. He's probably laughing and then sipping whatever is sipping where he is, because if you know the law, you will not even you wouldn't be perturbed a second about this noise. It's this noise. It comes up every time, and Tinubu said it himself. It comes up every time when he is ready to run for office, or when they believe there's a tide. When they believe there's a tide in his favor. Within the political sphere, within the political, the inner caucus of political thinkers, the shakers and movers of the political arena in Nigeria, they know who is going to be the next president. We may not, those outsiders may not know now, but they know now. I was saying something about PDP, Atiku, and everybody the other time. So they need to throw everything, at who they think is probably that person, which is Tinubu. But under the law, he is covered. So let me divert a little bit to the US now. One man, you live in a sane clime. I want to believe 90% of everybody on this platform live abroad. So we know how processes and how procedures, right, are rigorous over here. Tinubu wouldn't, let me make it. So Tinubu came from a part in Lagos, or within the class of those Lagosians that that had no chance. So the high league of Lagos society, they wouldn't have it that somebody as a nameless guy from nowhere is coming into the political arena and is holding forth for several years. Do not forget the history of Bode George and Tinubu. Bode George will come up every time to find a way to lash on to Tinubu. Have you ever seen Tinubu make even a single comment about him? No, because he knows Bode George is basically licking his wounds. Bode George wanted Lagos, has always been dreaming of having the Lagos in his kitty. He can't have that. He's a politician. It's all about interest. And when he had that, even with Obasanjo and with Federal Might, they gave Bode George almost over 200 billion naira to secure Lagos for them. What did they do when they had Obanikoro that they believed could actually change the tide? Bode George sat on the money. And that was actually what brought him, took him to prison, because Tinubu, Obasanjo told him, our project, our agenda is to get Lagos from Tinubu. We've done everything possible. Now we have an inroad in somebody who was an insider, and then we believe we had a shot. We gave you a budget of 300 billion naira. You sat on the money.
And you've increased it by 100 million just in the call. You said 200 just now. Is now
no, sorry,
sorry,
200. That's an error. Over 200. So what actually happened was that he did not release the money, because for you to win election in Lagos, you have to go to the neighborhoods. You have to know. You have to go into the inner, the inner sanctum of Lagos politics. So what do you need? You need everything that is needed, which is talking about money. So they released the real budget for this guy. Instead of releasing the money to the PDP family, he was trying to corner the whole arena by himself by producing the governor, being a little king in his own fiefdom right there. So long story short, he did not release the money. At the end of the day,
all right. Sorry, enigmatic. Let's stay with the Tinubu certificate or no certificate saga. Can you remind us, or do you know? And if you do know, can you tell us what the requirement is in terms of education for Inec for somebody vying for the presidency? What's the requirement?
Any Nigerian who is not mischievous with the fact is like a government 101. You know the basic requirement, which is just school cert. These guys did
Tinubu meet that basic requirement?
Over and above. Okay.
So what is all the drama about?
So the drama is all about the potential of Tinubu being the president. The tide in his favor already. And number two, do not forget that for you to work, I believe you have Deloitte in UK right there. So for you to, when Tinubu was graduating in his graduating set, he was a valedictorian of his set. Valedictorian means he graduated with honors and one of the best graduating students in the school. At graduation, he had 10 job offers. Out of those 10 job offers, 4 of them were for the big 4. So whoever is familiar with the corporate world in the US, they will know what big 4 is. So 4 of them, 10 out of those 10 were for the big 4s. And for you to even have, the audacity to go work for any of those, you know what it means. Academically, technically, right? And then when it comes to background search, they will turn everything. They will leave no stone unturned to check your background. Let me give you a quick story about myself. I remember when I had to do some things within the U.S. military while when I was doing my classified verification. They had to go as far as places I did not even that did not even expect, as far as my village. You know what I'm saying? Because they will turn everything. So why is this thing coming up, or the grammars, I should say, right? It's because Tinubu being who he is, they know he's all out for this, and it's not just here. It's not just here to lose this election, and they can see the handwriting on the wall. They have to throw everything at the wall to see which one sticks. Last week,
some people have petitioned the IGP to arrest him.
Those people who have petitioned the IGP to arrest him, right? It's just they are one specific region of the country. Like a couple of years ago, a couple of months ago, the country was a zoo to them. It was either IPOB or Biafra. But what suddenly came over them now, right? So let's stay on the fact. Under the law, the case one is done, dead as dodo as far as Supreme Court is
So
concerned.
from the readout that I read out, enigmatic, the narrative that seems to be propelling is that Tinubu actually does not have certificates. I think a university degree is a university degree, not a certificate.
It is again very stupid. And whoever is taking that kind of line of thought, hook, line, and sinker, right? I'm sorry to use the language. They are equally stupid too. Arthur Anderson, the Deloitte will not hire you in the US. Do you know what it means to work for these companies in this US? You must be joking, bro. If you think you're going to get to that level, when Tinubu was exiting at ExxonMobil, he was the highest ranking black man, not black Nigerian now, the highest ranking black man at ExxonMobil. He was the chief financial officer of ExxonMobil. Politics aside, let's give some people their flowers when they merit it. Let's do that. Politics aside, right? I remember when I was transiting from law in the US over here, right, to information technology and every other thing. When some school gave me some even scholarship about my PhD and everything, they went, regardless of the fact that they have my security clearance and everything from the military and everything, they still went ahead to do their due diligence to ensure this is what this guy this is what he has, and this is what we're expecting of him. That is America for you. America is not a country like Nigeria that has no culture, of righteousness. In the US, you will never rise to any position until you are well scrutinized and verified. So Tinubu is not. I don't think anybody in Tinubu's camp will be losing a sleep about this, because they know it's just another thing.
How come his lawyer came out so vociferously? Why didn't they just ignore it in totality?
They cannot ignore it. And if you see his message, right, it wasn't like he was coming out vociferous. He was just telling them, look, because he knows the dead end. He knows they will go to court. Go to court, and when you get to court, the judge will tell you, what documents do you have for you to come to this court? Have you read the statement have you read the ruling from Supreme Court? What does the Supreme Court means to you? It means the finality of every case. So why are you here, brother? Why are you here? This case was brought forward again in 2007, and they reminded them, first of all, you are not supposed to be here because the Supreme Court made a pronouncement about this shenanigan. And then number two, this case is statute bad. If you don't know what statute bad means, you guys should go and Google it and know what it means. When a case is statute bad and the Supreme Court has made a pronouncement on that, what does that tell you? It means go back and sleep and re-strategize on the next stop. Last week, it was drug issue. That one did not stick. This week is about certificate saga. That is not speaking. So next week is going to be something different.
Hold on, Rational Mind. I'm going to take the topic round, but let Enigma take round.
So next week, probably next week is going to be something different again, right? So when we approach matter, I always see it over here. Do we have saints among these guys? Absolutely not. We are all subject of imperfection. We are humans, right? But when people deserve their flowers, please give it to them. Is Peter Obi a saint? Absolutely not. Peter Obi is part of the rot of the system. Is Atiku Abubakar a saint? Absolutely not. Is Tinubu a saint? Absolutely not. I'm rooting for Suwore.
Right. Enigmatic, I think Rational Mind wants to put a question to you. So Rational Mind, put your question.
Yeah, I heard him say Bode George was given 200 billion naira. I don't know where he got that fact from. Then the another thing I want to ask him is, you talk about the Supreme Court ruling on the certificate saga, whatever. So what was the Supreme Court's pronouncement? What was the judgment on that? And how does it, how do you connect that to what we're talking about today?
Well, if I'll be making any pronouncement about a Supreme Court, I believe whoever comes to equity must come with a clean hand. So whoever is making an allegation should have made the research before they start making the allegation. And I will take the question back to whoever will be asking me the same line of questions to go and find out by themselves what the pronouncement is.
But you are
the one that brought it up. So
I brought it up so I can let them understand. Okay, even I believe it's common sense. This thing came out first of all, I think in 2005 and 2006. By common prudence matter, they should know this would have been started bad, even if it did not go to Supreme Court. But of course, if Sage is still alive, Falano they are still alive. This case went to Supreme Court, and there was a final pronouncement on that. That was the reason when Jonathan's administration couldn't find anything to nail the same guy, they took him to Code of Conduct Bureau, right? What came out of it? No, this is not the first time Jonathan took him on, but Obasanjo took him on. What do you think Obasanjo wouldn't do to nail him eventually? But whenever they come with everything, they will find nothing at the end of the day.
Well, enigmatic. If you don't have answer to that question, I don't think you need to go into.
All right. Enigmatic. Let me take that topic round, because it seems to be just going round the social media space like wildfire. So you are already in the conversation. So take it off from there. Rational mind. This controversy around Tinubu's presenting or not presenting school start is somewhat befuddles me. I don't even know how it's blossomed and mushroomed into this as thing that is everybody having an opinion. The minimum bar is clearly set by Inec that you have to have anybody with a school start and above can aspire to. And I don't think anybody is quibbling that he has a degree. So what is the force, rational mind?
Well, you see, the thing is, there is something not too straightforward about this guy that we're talking about. That's Bola Tinubu. Bola Tinubu has some kind of shady past, and he seems not to want to come clean on that. Let the whole world know who he really is.
No, but narrow it to the specifics of this particular matter. Yeah, it says a minimum of school start. He presents a degree. So what's the force?
Oh, you see, you can say it represents something more higher than that, but the point still remains. It's just the inconsistencies is what we're trying to figure out here. He's somebody who has given himself up for public scrutiny because he wants to vie for the highest office in that country called Nigeria, and so it's only normal, and it's only I would say normal and necessary for anybody to want to know who their leader is, because they want to cast their votes for him. If they so decide want to give him their votes, so they want to know who he is. They've had a lot of stories said about this guy, but then you keep hiding things, like you don't want to come. You just want to put out what you want people to know about.
Give us a feel of some of the. Give us a feel of some of the things that you feel is hiding. What is he hiding?
We know he's not a family member of the Tinubus.
Right.
He's never one man.
That name is. Why do you say that?
Well, because people who knew him from Oshu State says he's from Iraq.
Have the Tinubu family disowned him?
Hold on. You see, on that issue of the Tinubu family, there are some members of the Tinubu families who said they don't know him.
Right.
And some who said they don't know him. So how come he's bearing Tinubu? I mean, how the name? Well, those are just open for debate. So these are when people.
I'm not aware that Tinubu. Yeah, is that new information?
No, well, it's not new information. It's been there. It's not new information. It's been there. Right. There are people. I don't know if you've listened to this guy, something Balogun of Lagos.
Balogun Eko.
That guy, he talks about because being a Lagosian himself, who happens to be a socialite from Lagos and a person who has chieftaincy title from Lagos. He knows family people who are those people who have those names in the Isaleko area of Lagos State, of Lagos Island. He knows many of them. So Tinubu is well, fine. If truly you are who you claim to be, why don't you just settle this once and for all? I mean,
settle what?
Now settle that. Of course, I know definitely that is what's it called? His primary school certificate possibly might have some information that will help us to come to realize or come to see that this guy is not who he is. agreed that he has said he attended. I heard you when you were reading it a while ago that he attended a one government secondary school in Ibadan, and somebody who Ari Bisala, that was somebody who attended that class of that time, of class of 60, is it 68 or 69 or 63?
Right.
That time, he said he doesn't know anybody by that name.
Do you know everybody you attended school with?
I do know.
In your set.
I know. I do. Yeah.
Right. You must be the only person on this planet because in my own school.
If I don't,
we had in Form 3, you had about 7 classes. I barely knew 5 people that I went to school with.
I don't see. You won't say that one man.
Well, most people would. Most people would. You know the whole school. You know the whole school.
No, not the whole school. My own set, people that I went to school with.
You know all of them
in secondary school, primary school. I do. But you tell me tertiary institution, but I'm not because we are all. My God, no. Hold on. At least I know more than 80%.
You don't.
I can tell you that.
It's true. What rational man is saying is truth.
Do you know?
I still sit with my primary and secondary school mates to date. I still sit with many of them to date. Primary and secondary.
Apart from Ari Besala, what other person that's come out said they know Tinubu from that school that he attended? So you see, when person has this, this is the same person who said he went to Chicago University, University of Chicago, which we later found out that it was Chicago State University he went to. How could they have made that kind of blunder? Okay, fine. We are.
Is that not a simple enough? Is that not a simple enough blunder to make?
The thing is this: we can say yes, he has provided something that is more higher than that. Fine. But the question is, why didn't you just tender those certificate he has from primary school and from secondary school, just to settle that part? So you see, for me, woman, I don't want us to drag this. For me, I don't want to drag this matter too much. If they were to put Tinubu in front of me and other candidates, I'm not going to vote for him.
No, we knew that already.
No, not because listen, woman, let us get straight. I don't hate Tinubu. I hate his politics. That's just it. He's a man who's all about for himself. It's not about the people. Everything he does, when people say,
do you have any personal relationship with Tinubu?
No, he hates him.
Why will I have a personal relationship with him?
So do you have any personal relationship with any of the aspirants?
What happens aspirants? Why will I? Do I need to
so
have? Hold on. Why do I need?
How do you all come to this conclusion?
Listen,
that
you asked me a question. Let us.
Yes.
I want to answer one of your questions.
Okay.
Why should I have personal relationship with any of the candidates before I can say I want to
make a judgment about them?
Yeah. Why? Why should
I respect your opinion. Carry on.
So my point is this: I go by what I see, what I heard, what I've heard. One thing about me is this: it's not because recently I've not been able to sit down and dig. I have a little media house that I run myself. I've not been able to sit down and dig and do my research that I used to do before. But based on what I used to know about it, I've done research about them in the past, I speak on that. So what I'm trying to say here is that Tinubu has so many secrecy about the shadiness about his past that he's trying to cover up that he doesn't want us to know. I agree. We know this is election season. People will throw out everything there. People might call it distraction. I don't call it distractions. I call it what people need to have.
Is it not a distraction?
It's a distraction already.
When the law says provide a minimum of a school start, and this guy provides the maximum, which is a degree. About what exactly? Yeah.
Let's go to what what Enigma failed to tell us. Maybe if I'm wrong, but
go ahead.
As long as I know. The court pronouncement on that was because he is a governor.
No. On the contrary.
That was what I remembered. If
on the contrary,
Hold on. That was why I asked you.
Yes.
Another thing you know about what the Supreme Court pronounced on that.
I just told you everything that I know under the law. Under the law, the case is as dead as dodo. Okay.
How is it dead? Well, why was it dead as dodo?
Because every areas of concern and interest were adequately and effectively taken care of, and the pronouncement was the case was actually even dismissed in the second when they went for even the case of mandamus. Even the same Ganifa when Emirat went as ahead as appeal court again, and it was dismissed at the appeal level too, at the appellate level. So what I'm telling you now is, even let's assume, without conceding the fact that this case is they even have a case. The case is already statute bar. Let's assume there has not been a pronouncement from the Supreme Court. The case is already statute bar. So what is the essence of that in 2022?
Oh, hold on. One thing you should understand is this. Supreme Court's
I'm basically looking at it from the point of law, because they are wasting their time. It's a waste of time.
You see, this is the problem we have in our country. When we don't probe things, we don't investigate things.
It has been probed to the highest level of the judicial process.
Ourselves today with Buhari, they sold him to us. This same idiot that we're talking about right now was the people with his war chest and his media propagandist. They sold the packages guy to us. They distracted Nigerians from investigating.
I don't think you can draw a parallel. Hold on, enigmatic. Rational mind, I don't think you can draw a parallel, because what they were quibbling with Buhari was that he did not meet the minimum bar of a school start.
Well,
so that was the quibble.
It doesn't.
What do you mean? I may say that? Was that not what the argument was? That he is not able to produce school start?
Well,
are you not aware?
Hold on. Whatever how you spin it, it doesn't mean.
What do you mean spin it?
Hold on.
What was the argument with Buhari? What's the spin now? What was the argument with Buhari?
The argument was that the patient Jonathan was telling us this guy was dead, that he has a dead brain, whatever he says, trying to make us understand that this guy does not even have. In fact, during that election, I remember vividly well, they were asking him that he should produce his certificate before
Obasanjo. His school start. Yes, and he told us that it was with the military board.
Exactly, and they said they don't have any.
And the minimum bar was a school start. So that was the argument.
But military said they don't have it.
But that's not the argument now.
The argument we're talking about now
is providing a degree. So it's not that he's has he met requirement.
Let's not rush through this. If you want
we're not rushing through it now. Let's sequence it. We're sequencing it now.
We're talking about is school start, right?
Right.
Now, school start will be secondary school, right? I can't even think right now. So, yeah, school start. So, the point is, Obasanjo weighed in when he said, well, the point is that for him to have gone to one of the highest institutions in the military, it means that he must have had a school start. So, that in itself should qualify him, because he had a military kind of certification that is almost equivalent to a degree in the university level. That was what they used then, and then they just covered it. Then. Nigerians did not prove any more than that.
Right. Again. Okay, but in this instance, this guy is providing a degree.
He's providing a degree. Like
one man, should I tell you something?
Hold on.
That was why I said to you.
Hold on.
That was why I said to you that Obasanjo weighed in, said he went to military institution. In fact, he went to I think he went to Cedar Point here in America here. One of the highest military institutions here in America. Buhari came here for courses, which can also be equated to be like a degree or master's in some ways. But the question is, even in the entry level, how did he get in by the entry level? Was he qualified? Does he have the 5 credit requirement or whatever requirement back then? But then the one he produced in 2019, we could all see it, the F9s that were there. So the question is, how did he get into the military in the first instance? What was the bar then? So let us push that aside. So the thing is that when we try to put into that, Nigerians will say, "Oh, let's forget it. It doesn't matter. It's his experience. He has been there in 1984. He was like, I'm guilty of that too, because I believe when he was there in 1984 with the Diagmo, what they did, and we realize it now that it was just Diagmo's doing, not him. Even then, I don't even know him as the president then. It was even Diagmo we know. Call him by Diagmo. That was what we used to say back then. So let's forget that. Talk about Tinubu. He said he had a degree from Chicago State University. Okay, fine. Initially, there was issue with that. We declared that one. Okay, we let that go. There go. Now, he produced a university degree. Now, what about but the one he produced sometime back, he produced certificates for going. He said he go to. I saw that this morning from on one of the platforms. He had his primary school. I think he attended 2 different primary schools, then 2 senior secondary schools, and then he went to a college in Chicago. Why didn't he list all of this? And he listed it in previous years, but he didn't list it again. Could he say that he knew that something there's again you quoted somebody, Ari Bisala, who said he doesn't even know him. And there's never been anybody who came out and said, we know this guy from this school, even listed in the previous.
Right.
Rational mind.
I don't know what you're doing, though.
This Ari Bisala, look, Ari Bisala, Bode George, they're in the same, they're in the same.
Do we have people that
camp.
have come and said they know him?
My brother, what I'm trying to let you focus on, let's be.
We don't want imposters leading us. That is
rational mind.
I understand, bro.
Please, yeah.
I understand, but let's rationalize this matter now, okay, in a more realistic manner. When do you know after there are some other cases that arises, in reference to this, they were actually cited for contempt of court and for defamation against Tinubu, because why? After the first time that they told them a pronouncement has been made at the higher level, then why are you proceeding again? This case right here will land some people into trouble because it will eventually start a defamation case. One. Number two, in the eyes of the law, I know you are looking at it as a layman. In the eyes of the law, Tinubu is as clean as a whistle. Has he met the normal standard set by Nigeria's electoral body? Yes or no? If he has, good. If he hasn't, Inec would have had an issue with him. Two, when Chicago made a pronouncement about Tinubu's, academic success and everything, they made another addendum into it, that when he got into their school, they found out that due to his poverty or whatever in Lagos, he couldn't complete a certain is it his college or his high school or whatever. So they admitted him into that school, right? On conditional level. So you have to go through a certain,
due to poverty, or what did you say, my friend? Due to poverty.
Listen to me. Due to take some prerequisite classes. When he took those classes, then he moved into the main program, and he had a BSc in accounting with honors. Okay, so all this document, if you are in the legal profession, you will know he wouldn't go to court not well prepared. It's still what they were well prepared, and they had a pronouncement on this case. We may hate Tinubu for who he is. My candidate.
What was the pronouncement now?
Hold on.
What was the pronouncement?
My candidate is Omoyele Sowore, and I will support him any day, anytime. But these guys, when they are muddling the water, they are bringing back almost old stories every election cycle. Then it doesn't make any sense at all, especially when there's already there's already
about that. All right, let's get back to rational mind. I want to take this topic round.
In conclusion, I don't think that case was ever settled. The only thing they said was
it is settled and dusted. Okay. Settled and dusted.
Anybody in the comment section who knows more than this, who knows more than us, or who knows anything
rational
what I'm saying is,
can you hold on, if any, please?
What I knew, as far as I know back then, I know Fawemi was his lawyer then, or was it for me? I don't know. I think it was lawyer for Tinubu fighting for him. But what I remember back then was that the conclusion was that they had to strike it out of court, saying that, well, he has immunity right now. There's nothing you can do right now.
On the contrary, no, not.
Well, that's what I heard. So if there's that's why I say if anybody knows more than what you and I know, or maybe you are right. I'm not saying you're not right, but that's what I read. The last time I read about this case, it was that even they included the IG of police back then. He said, well, there's nothing he can do because he has immunity. So
another case that went up to the appellate level, even there was an order of mandamot that was directed to Inspector General of Police then, and that was when another pronouncement was made that you cannot be making concurrent pronouncement when
enigmatic. Allow rational mind.
For me, I think it's an issue. We know they throw these things out every election cycle like that, and it even makes them more popular. I think it backfires because the desired effect, it's counter. I don't know, maybe there's another word I can use for it's counterproductive for what we are it's against the desired effect. The effect was that we want people to see Tinubu for what it is. But we see that even like in the case of Buhari, it backfired in the sense that it don't even make this guy more popular. It's like we have a problem in that country. People have this Stockholm syndrome. We just seem to love our criminals in different ways. We love them to death, even though when they're blocking off our own eyes, we just want to see them for who they are. I don't understand why we can see people that are questionable. When you have people with questionable characters that will come out clean, how do you expect them to govern in a clean manner and they will be beneficiary to everybody? Look at the antecedent. We can say he has made many politicians. People say he has done what has he done? Whatever he did, it was those people that he helped to get in there that did it.
Are you not crediting him with anything?
I hate Tinubu go.
I would not credit him for that. Because
hold on, enigmatic now, please.
He had his own.
What would you credit him for, if anything, rational mind? What would you credit Tinubu for?
Maybe he brought them in. That's the only credit I give to him.
Brought who in?
He brought Lives of Fashola, Ambode, and this one that's currently there. We know why he brought them in. He's to promote his own political empire.
Okay. So how is that a credit? Him bringing them in? How is that a credit?
He brought them in. I mean, to me, when I say credit in a negative way. No.
I'm talking about a positive. Can you think of a positive credit for Tinubu, rational mind?
In fact, I don't want to sound like maybe I hate him. Like
you can say no if you can't think of one.
No. The thing is.
Can you think of one thing that is a credit for him as governor of Lagos State, or can you credit him with anything? Is
the only thing I can say about him was when he tried to bring Emron. He was trying to bring Emron, trying to make Lagos State have his own power grid until Obasanjo had to wade into it. Maybe that's the only thing I can give to him.
All right, brilliant.
Yeah, but he failed. Well, if it had not failed, maybe he would have make him. A name in Nigeria today in Lagos. That he brought in Emron, and then they were able to power the whole of Lagos, supply power to Lagos, and thereby making Lagos a state of its own that can generate its own power. I'm gonna give that to him, and also maybe the way he brought in the tax way of making tax, revenue in Lagos. But whatever he does, you see, this guy did something. We can say yes, he did. But all the things he did was for his own personal gain to promote his own personal empire. Empire, his relevancy in that thing. All the governors that served with him, they were all together. A lot of them, they've gone into oblivion. I'm going
to have to step you down now. Sorry, you have to let him speak, enigmatic. Sorry about that.
They've almost all gone into oblivion. Jonah Duke, the one from the Cross River State, all of them, how many of them do we remember today? But Tinubu is still relevant because why? He's the Baba Sale of Lagos State. He's the one who, Afenijoba, is the one that brings the whoever becomes the governor in that state. Thereby, his name will be promoted that way. He still has courts from Lagos State Treasury. Everything that comes into the Lagos State Treasury, he has his own court from it.
Why saying that? These are blasphemous.
What is blasphemous?
These are defamatory sort of things you're saying.
That what? Did you not say
that he has his court in everything that comes through Lagos State? Yeah.
The revenue in Lagos State that you and I were debated here some few days ago. Did you not agree that he was the one who made the way for them to be able to generate more money? And how much does his firm? It is what's it called? Alphabet. How much did they get from Lagos State Treasury?
I don't know what you're talking about, rational mind, but I hardly ever do.
But you and I we debated it here, no?
You said he has a cut in everything that goes through Lagos State. That's a big statement to make, or a big statement.
If I said he has a cut in everything, you have to take my word for verbatim like that.
Well, how else would they be taken?
Hold on. All I'm saying is that if the Lagos State generates 1 billion naira,
right,
in a month, you said here that at least they had like 10%, if not more than 10% out of the money. How can one firm be getting 10%? Now, if you divide that 10%, they're divided by half. It's almost like every penny that is coming in that state is getting his own cut from it. Am I wrong in saying that?
No, you are wrong in saying that.
Oh my goodness! How do you do your maths then?
Because the firm is getting their percentage based on a commission for a specific duty.
But who set
it's
the
not
commission?
everything that comes into.
Who set the commission? Who set the commission?
10% is a standard practice as commission.
Well, fine.
Is it not standard? What is it 0? Is it 0%? That what are you?
No, it's not going to be. I'm not saying 0%.
So what is the acceptability?
The thing is this. What I'm
is
saying
it 1%? What are you talking about?
There is a conflict of interest here. This started way back when he was there. This is the same thing we debated here yesterday. Was it yesterday? Or was it yesterday morning? My own time here. That when we have leaders that use that kind of use their own kind of company to make money, that's a conflict of interest.
All right. Okay.
So in conclusion, let me just. I know I keep saying in conclusion. I don't want these guys to stop me. My point is this: that we should question people who will lead. We don't just have to accept them for whatever they say. Question them. We're always questioning Obi here, talking about his background or whatever he has done. Why can't we question Tinubu?
That's what we're doing now. That's what we're doing now.
Let us not antagonize ourselves when we say that, because I don't hate Tinubu. I hate his kind of politics. That's what I have to say.
All right, thank you. Brilliant. Well put. So the topic, Ifeanyi, is Tinubu, of course. Anytime he comes up in the news line, it's always controversy. The controversy around his certificate now, but I'm still scratching my head as to what the force is about. The law says school cert, he presents a degree, but this doesn't seem to satiate the people that want him out of the way. What are your thoughts on this, Ifeanyi?
Yeah, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Yeah, so I saw on social media about his certificate and all that. Yeah, so I would want to believe that before he got into government, he probably must have declared all this information about his primary school, secondary school, and definitely his university certificate degree. So, but one way I'm hearing, because I tried to do a little research and find some information, and what I'm seeing online, I don't know how true it is that obviously he did go to those schools, but he didn't go to those schools with the name Bola Tinubu. He went with another name, whether it's called Yekini Ambode, something like that. So it's something I saw.
No. That's just IPOB now. That's IPOB.
No. I'm not saying.
That's the IPOBians doing what they usually do. Those are the same set of people that told you, Obi turned 20 million. So you forget about.
Yeah. So I'm not taking that as a fact. I'm just saying what I saw. So me, I'm saying, okay, fine. I'm not taking that as a fact. I'm not told. It doesn't hold water to me. So, but why is it that he is saying that why didn't he declare those information? Why is he saying that he doesn't have those information now? So it's something of thought, and I'm thinking, or are they trying to say maybe because something happened, he changed his name, and the whole story about some people say they don't really know this Tinubu. I've heard about that story too. So it's kind of alarming, because he shouldn't be going through this at this point in time. If he truly has those certificates, he should just make them public, like declare them, show it out there, let them see. After all, Buhari did his own. At the end of the day, he showed that he had the certificate, but it was F9, all those kind of things. So he shouldn't be wasting time with this. He should just make it. If you have it, you have it. You shouldn't be making us think twice or start questioning you. It doesn't hold water. Is it that he's trying to hide something? Or did he get those degrees with another name? Some of this kind of
do you know the name? Have you come across the name of a firm called Deloitte and Touche? Do you know? Have you heard of that firm?
Deloitte, yeah, I think so. Yeah,
it's one of the leading financial houses globally.
Yeah, I think they're American also. I've heard of.
Well, Tinubu worked for them for several years before he went into politics as an account. Yeah. So I don't think him not being educated, it was what they employed him for.
Exactly. So if for them to employ him there, he worked in the States. So obviously, definitely he has a degree. He went through these processes. So why is it taking? It doesn't make sense. There's something. If it's me, if I'm to say for myself, I will post it on my own social media. I will post that these are my degree. You understand? Let you people know that I actually went to these schools. So not to come and be hiding or not keeping quiet, it start making people start to think what other propaganda you see online, it's true. It doesn't make sense because that's what will make people believe that all this, what these Ipobians, like you put it, are putting up there is kind of true. It will not be like, maybe he truly changed his name because of a drug case in the 70s or whatever in America. You understand? No, people wouldn't want to listen to that. But if you start behaving like this, you start making people that don't even want to look at that information take it as if it's something.
If he goes on to publish his and by the way, he's saying that those certificates are missing, and I can tell you hand on heart, I cannot really place my hands on my own primary school something. I did go to Maryland convent though, so it's one of the premier schools in Lagos, so I think that I'm safe. But if you ask me to produce a certificate, I've moved so many times, lost so many things, I probably couldn't lay my hands on it. I'm sure you are able to lay your hands on yours. But for some to ask some 70-year-old man to go and bring his primary school certificate, is that not somewhat ludicrous?
No, I don't think so, because let me give you an example. The primary school and secondary school my own dad went to, you understand? That school is still there in my village. That school still exists.
Right.
Yes. Let's say
and they have a record of your father, do they?
No, obviously they still have a record of him because
on their computer system.
No, the point I'm trying to make is this. Even if he doesn't have the primary school, no doubt, you understand. But he must have they must have given him school sat. Everybody know about this school sat stuff. Obviously, you have it. You have a copy of it, or you find a way to get a copy of it. You understand? So what I'm saying is, all throughout this year, if he knows he was coming to run for office and he knows he doesn't have it, he would have tried his best to try and have those certificates on the side. Maybe it's an oversight for him. He should have those documents ready because he knows he's going to use it. So it shouldn't be something that should come out now, because he should be thinking that this will affect my election. It will make people start losing confidence in me, or they'll start seeing in a certain way. So I need to prevent all these kind of loopholes from being there. That's what I'm just saying. He should have done due diligence to ensure that these things are ready, because that is what someone that knows what he's doing should be doing. That's what I'm saying. Because if it's me, I'm Tinubu, if I know that I've lost this information and maybe my Chicago certificate was lost or something, I would make sure I can get these things ready so that I will not have people doubting my credibility, you understand, about me going to school. That's what I'm just saying.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So that's Ifeanyi. Let's go to Meadowman as we sample everybody's opinion. So Meadowman, I'm scratching my head somewhat as to why this has suddenly turned into what it has turned into. We must continue to remind ourselves, Meadowman, that the minimum bar is a school cert, and this guy presents a degree, but that doesn't seem to satiate the people who want to do him down. Or am I being too sympathetic to him? Meadowman, your thoughts?
One man, how are you?
I did. How far?
I did. So, good evening to everybody in the house. Yeah, I was listening to you guys, and I think I agree with Ifeanyi. First of all, let's be fair here. It's not, according to the Constitution, that impedes Tinubu to contest or to be sworn in as president. He has a degree, from a university degree that has been confirmed. So that is that. So it doesn't stop him from nothing. There's nothing there that disqualifies him to be candidate. And then, but what I think, that is where I tell you I agree with Ifeanyi. I mean, if he did his secondary school, he can easily go get that certificate and put it out there. It's not, people going to court will not stop him, but it's a distraction to his campaign. It is drawing attention to what should not, that is not necessarily positive right now, and should not take his time on the time of his team trying to come out to explain. I mean, kill this matter once and for all. But I think he's pretty much nothing of nothing. I think that is going.
All right, but it's the chipping away at the guy, you know. So they chip away at him with this producing primary school SAT and secondary school SAT. So they chip away at him, and then they chip away at his health. They're even questioning his family heritage that is not even a Tinubu. So it's cheap. How many mud slings can you throw at somebody before it sticks, middleman? It's not as though Tinubu is not the guy. One way or the other, they will bring him down. This is what it's looking like, middleman.
Well, it is campaign, and you know it happens everywhere and anywhere in this world where you have democracy. During campaign, everything. We remember Obama. People, you know, trying to sell the idea that he's not even an American.
Go and bring your birth certificate, eh?
So I mean, it's not something that is new. It is campaign time. It's a silly season. It will happen. It will happen, and I know Tinubu has thickened enough skin to withstand that. So, and more things will come, and people that support Tinubu, like our brother, he shouldn't be. These things will come out. And that is what I was telling people.
You know, some groups have actually petitioned the Inspector General of Police to arrest him. So Tinubu in handcuffs coming to a screen near you.
Woman, can I chime in for a second, please, if you don't mind?
Yeah,
I just want to correct an impression. If you are referring to me supporting Tinubu, is on the contrary. No. I support you already. So what I'm saying is quite different, and I want you to stay on course. I'm looking at the whole thing from the legal prism period.
Okay, noted. Well, it's just an impression.
You know, he has been straddling this certificate narrative pretty much since 1999. You'd have thought it was a settled matter, but everything will be dug up. I think this is going to be sequenced. So we'll go through this certificate, and then they are already lining it up that is even a Tinubu. Then, of course, is he from Lagos? And then we go back to his health, his well-being, and his age, etc. Just so many baggages for this guy.
Yeah, when you have so many baggages, that is what comes when you come out to become the number one citizen of the country. People will try to bring you down. That is part of that is what they call the negative campaign of politics. It will happen to every candidate. When it looks like you are gaining traction, people will bring things up. Many of those things, are blown out of proportion, and many others are just invented nonsense. But the intention is not to make Tinubu bring his certificate. The intention is to chip away a confidence from his supporters. That is the thing. That is the objective there. So it's not like Tinubu is the worst devil in the world.
It's nothing personal. It's politics.
Yeah, it's politics. It's nothing personal.
Yes.
Yeah, I had somebody saying, "Oh, you hate Tinubu," but it's not hate. It's just the way it is. It's just some of my brothers came, And by the way, one man, let me thank you because you're giving me overdose of Obi. At least for now, you relieve me of that. I had to go detox myself of Obi.
Everybody gets it now. Don't worry. Atiku is still coming. He will get his beating too. Everybody gets a beating now. You know the rules. Everybody gets a beating.
You're giving me Obi of Obi. So. So thank you for that one. Well, I don't see much of anything in this thing. It's just political nonsense.
All right, stay with us, middleman, for as long as you can, because there are several. There's one particular topic that I wanted to sample your opinion on. So for as long as you are able to. Sorry, who's that woofing in the background?
I think it's a Agenda Coco.
Oh yeah, I think it's yeah. Oh, all right. So stay with us for as long as you can. There's still one more thing that I'd like to sample you on, but I want everybody to have a say on this. So thank you, middleman, for that. Always stay balanced view from middleman. I think everybody knows that. somebody equally balanced to Niger. So to Niger, I mean, where are we going in that country? Politics is a dirty game. And if you've ever wondered what that means, this is what it means right now. The law says school start, he presents a degree, and they've put his head on the bulletin to chop it down. What are you making then of the certificate saga to Niger?
Yeah, thanks for having me. And, as always, these things are a little bit, silly season talk. And personally, I don't even understand why we obsess too much about these things. We all know he's a Nigerian. We all know he was born in Nigeria. He grew up in Nigeria, did a lot of things. And we pretend as if we don't and go with technicalities. It's just stupid. And this is the thing, foreigners, even Americans don't do this. We talk about how Americans follow law. One of the rules they follow is that you allow the people to select their leaders, don't care about technicalities. Whether you have certificate or not, they don't even care. I don't think they even have a certificate requirement for those things. All the so-called leaders that have got the certificates that we've been prescribing them before now, what did they do for us so far? Look at the results. And so I don't know, we obsess over these things and we waste time when we should be focusing on important things. Whoever brought that stuff up is kind of malign stuff that they do just to sling mud at people. Say, oh, you're not in Nigeria. So what? I don't think any Nigerian should even care. All the ones that have had all the degrees and all that, what have we gotten for it? They even laugh at Nigerians overseas. They're like, my degree. Nigerians go after degrees as if degrees is what gives results. Degree just helps you structure your thoughts and let you specialize in one area. Does it tell you anything about your wisdom or judgment in life? It doesn't. And you can say whatever you like about Tinubu. The guy said he has accomplished something. In
Germany, to Nigeria, they value more technical training than some degree. If you've gone to Mercedes and you've been trained as a technician, they'll value you more than some engineer from XYZ.
Yeah. It's so obvious, and Nigerians don't look at the results. The guy, for better or for worse, I don't like quite a lot of things Tinubu does, but you can't argue that he didn't accomplish something. For himself, maybe, but he did accomplish something. You saw how many governors give way for an old man that is barely, how tall is this guy? He did those things in a hostile environment like Nigeria. So we have to understand that when people do this type of things and we focus on minutiae, we are not doing ourselves a good service, because in the end, we are missing the bigger things we should be requiring from these people. We are talking about their birth certificate when we should be talking about what they are going to do for us. We know this guy has done some things in Lagos that has been positive, but has also enriched himself in a way that a lot of people will question as being, as someone mentioned, a conflict of interest. And you don't want politicians going into office thinking that, 10% is mine, everything I do. You see what I mean? So you don't want that, because then the country will be short 10%, or the people more like will be short 10%. And I take account of what somebody said about the politics of Tinubu. Yeah, the reason why I think that is an accurate point is that his politics doesn't empower people. And it makes it seem as if power belongs to a clique of people. When we talk about cabals and those sort of things, Tinubu represents what is emblematic of what that means. And that's something we don't want to encourage in Nigeria at this moment. So for all that criticism, we cannot say he has not accomplished. We cannot say he's not a Nigerian for whatever you want to say. And I don't understand how people just indulge this nonsense. Like the way they talked about Buhari, we should stop this nonsense. It's best no. We don't have time for that. We really don't, because people are suffering. Like right now in Abuja, 300 naira per liter for fuel, and to find it, to power your generator, you will have to go to black market to be able to get that. This is the country we are living in Abuja. You are trying to get power. You are not even hoping for power from the main power suppliers. But even to power your generators is a lot of trouble. This is the country we are living in, and we are worrying about whether his birth certificate or it's not his birth certificate. We should be worrying about what these people are going to do for us.
To Nigeria, if that is the country that we're living in, where you can't get petrol, and if you get it, you pay through the nose. then all the more reason where we should pay even more particular attention to the quality of persons that are wanting to rule us. And if this guy is known for embellishment and obfuscating and somewhat being truth adverse and all of these things, not capable of telling the truth, very dubious, then do we want that sort of a person, a dubious person, as the president?
See, leaders they come with all kinds of features, and dubious or not, leaders save lives just as much as they take lives. And sometimes you come in and you do. That's why you focus on their accomplishments and their capabilities, what they are going to be able to do. Because if you can look at character, which is fine. I don't have any issue with looking at character of somebody. But if we start looking at specifics like certificate, or he doesn't have a certificate. No, if you are saying maybe he used a different name, fair point. But certificate is not going to tell you whether he's going to do anything for you. But if he lied about, let's say he changed his name somewhere, he had a different covert name somewhere, things like that, I can understand that, because that's a form of dodgy criminality. Now he's trying to hide something about himself that he doesn't want people to know. But if you say, oh, because he doesn't bring his school certificate, knowing full well that this guy is a university graduate, even if he didn't attend primary school, and you know he still managed to attend university and qualify, what is your problem? It's like seeing a human being and saying, you know what, I need to see your mom to prove that you are actually born on earth. He's standing before you.
Is that ridiculous, isn't it? When they say school cert and it's presenting degree, but people are still... it's as ridiculous.
We can't be reducing everything to this type of silly season talk. We should focus on, okay, what is Tinubu going to do? Because it still frustrates me. I search YouTube, what is Tinubu's policy? I barely see anything. We don't talk about what these people are going to do for us. We don't talk about what we want these people to do for us. And things are really bad on the ground. I'm here in the UK, but I'm engaged in Nigeria every single day. I know how terrible things are. And yet, this is what we are talking about. We should be worrying about what they are going to do for us. I want to see their policies, and we want to start questioning their policies from now, so that we have more time to scrutinize their policy before they come during the dining saying, we're going to give you 24 power supply. We're going to make food available all over the country, when we don't have time to question them. Then you just go and vote for them, and then you have another 8 years of nonsense again. You're
exactly right, to Niger, because sorry, go on, rational mind.
To Niger, this is a part of what we're doing here, questioning the leaders that wants to lead us. We question their background, their qualifications. Is that what we're doing? It's
not qualification. They don't need qualification. You want to ask what they can do.
Listen. Do you know that the presidency is the highest civil servant office you can attend in Nigeria? And you know that yes, if you have to go to any civil service that requires that you meet up a certain qualification to get into the civil service, you have to tender them, don't we?
See, so you are ruling over a country made up of farmers too that didn't go to school.
I think that's the wrong analogy anyway, because
democracy is for the people, it's not for civil servants.
The presidency is the highest civil service office in any country.
I don't know why you call it civil service.
It's an elective position.
It's the commander-in-chief too.
It's an elective, but it's a civil. You are serving.
Please, can I counter rational mind?
No, don't counter him, please, Tony, because
so my point is this. My point to Nigeria is this: that we are questioning the qualifications of the people who wants to lead us. It is also important
because all the ones we question, what has it gotten you? The people that practice democracy the way we like to practice, we are trying to copy. They don't care too much about these details you are worrying about.
So, to Niger, let me counter somewhat what Rational Mind is saying. And correct me if I'm misquoting you, to Niger, but what I'm understanding from what to Niger is saying is that we're being bogged down in the irreducible minimum and minutiae. The law states that a minimum bar to be met. This guy has already met it and exceeded it. So that's that. So what Tunaija is saying, where we should concern more is that he said he has searched the internet and he has not found any policy position, any directional thrust that Tinubu is advocating as where he wants to take the country. So that's a greater concern than if this guy has school cert or presents school cert when he has already presented a degree for a position that requires only school cert. So it's saying we're misdirected in where we're paying attention. Am I right in what I'm saying?
Exactly. We are prioritizing the wrong things.
Okay, go on. Let me allow you to speak. Just like I don't want to interrupt you. Just go on.
Because if you keep prioritizing minutiae like that, you are missing the bigger picture. What this man is going to do for you. This is what we do. We obsess about in Nigeria, and I think part of it is because the Bayelsa State governorship, the election was overturned based on the second in command as the deputy forging some document. And this is something you're not going to see happen in the West because it's a democratic election. People factor these things in before they let you into the office. Human beings are not stupid, but Nigerians have turned it into a technicality game whereby you have to check the tiniest details. Primary school this in a country that barely has computerized or proper record keeping. Come on, let's not pretend as if this guy is a graduate. We know he's well educated. This is not so in terms of qualification. This is a democracy. He talked about being a civil service position. It's not only a civil servant. It's a commander in chief. It's a ruler of religious people. It's a ruler of farmers. It's a ruler of kingdoms.
Okay.
Pardon? He leads every aspect of our society. It's not only about civil service and technicality of certificates. This is the wisdom that we have lost. What we have to understand that leadership is not only about certificates. It's also about what the people think of what they want as a leader. For all you know, it could be one crazy guy that doesn't even know how to speak. Isn't that why they elected people like Trump? Because he talks crazy. They felt like, oh, they can connect more with him than somebody that is highly educated. Just because you're highly educated doesn't mean you make for a good leader. Because sometimes, I've seen it. You can be... the moment you move from a master's degree to PhD, your vision becomes tunnel. You become specialized in a specific area. Your ability to be more flexible reduces. So when we obsess over these certificates,
Richard Branson was a dropout. Bill Gates was as well.
That is what they don't understand. I've seen this happen over and over again.
Is it only Elon Musk that is a successful, educated person? Most of these people, they are just dropouts, you know.
You need flexible people. You need people that can think
can I
on their feet and get things done.
Compare this to what we're talking about, one man?
No.
Can I interject 1 minute?
It aligns with what Nigeria was saying that this
fixation. Can I interject 1 minute?
Hold on, Ajale Koko. Sorry, Ajale Koko. Let Tony interject first because I stopped him from interjecting. So I can't. So it's not. So Tony, you interject, and then we hear from Meadowman and Rational Mind, and then we carry on with the conversation. So Tony, you wanted to say? Sorry,
yes,
Tony.
Yes,
I stopped you. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. Good evening, everybody, sir. So I think that what I wanted to tell my brother Rational Mind is that we don't need any qualification to go or to just move around the country as a leader, as a president, to see how bad the roads are, or how the university, for example, now they are on strike or whatever, to direct, or instruct the ministers in charge, please do that, do this, make sure that my people are feeling good. Look at Obasanjo, he was moving around with his wife. They will move to those film actors and they carry them the musicians. You know what I'm saying? Like even public toilet system. You know what I'm saying? So that, so you don't need a educational qualification to do that. Maybe I have to wait for my time to come in regarding this qualification matter. Okay, I just want to let a woman, National man know that it has not to do with educational qualification. That is just like human feelings. You see people, take a look at the marketplaces. You know what I'm saying? Look, thank you, sir.
All right, brilliant. So let's hear from Meadowman, and then Ajande Koko can start his interjection as well. Meadowman, you wanted to put in something.
Can I ask him a question, please?
No, hold on. Let Meadowman, hold on. Meadowman, yeah.
I heard what Nigeria was saying and what Tony said, and Rational Mind too. But you see, we don't need somebody with doctorate degree. We don't need those things. Are not important. It's what we do, what we can do for the country and for the people. That is what it. But there is a law there. There is a law there. We have to obey. If we don't need those things, then we abolish the law. We say anybody can run. Any farmer can come out and run to become president. But if there's a law there, it is, and the law set a prerequisite for you to be able to be a candidate, then we have to obey it. We have to follow it, or else we'll be violating our own constitution. So that is what I wanted to add.
All right, brilliant, sir. And Ajay Lekoko, you wanted to insert?
Gentlemen, I think there's a politics to this call for Tinubu to tell us the truth about his certificate. People are calling for his honesty and his sincerity with regards to the elementary school and the secondary school that he claimed he attended. Do we have the right as citizens to know or not? We have the right. If he claimed that he attended social school as elementary and secondary, is he sincere? Is he honest with what he claimed on the form? It's not too big for us as people that he want to lead to know. Does he have a skeleton in his cupboard that is hiding?
But Ajay Lekoko, is it not more the case that has he met the minimum requirement of the law for the position or not? Is that not the thing, rather than what happened to his school cert? Has he met the minimum requirement?
Exactly.
One man.
Minutia.
One man. Sincerity of purpose matters too.
Right.
Leader, anybody that want to be number one citizen,
right,
must be sincere.
In which country has that been? In which country has that ever been the case?
What did he claim?
I said,
which primary school did he claim? Every leader of the advanced world we know, at least to some degree, they are very, very sincere with their people.
What?
Really? In which planets?
Are you serious? Are you saying that Donald Trump? Hold on, right there. Are you saying that Donald Trump lied about all the certificate of schools that he attended?
Donald Trump is a pathological liar.
Hold on, don't put politics into this. You people will come with this thing.
Sincerity.
He never lied with his elementary. He never lied with secondary. He never lied with the university he attended.
No, well, you're talking about sincerity now. Is that not what you're talking about? Are you saying
I'm talking on his certificate?
No.
On his school certificate.
Is it not sincerity that we're talking about? You said sincerity.
No. We are focusing on his educational certificate.
We are focusing on sincerity. That was what you
we are focusing on Tinubu certificate. Don't talk about when you are talking about sincerity in general. That's a different ball game. One man is a different ball game.
But you brought sincerity in.
Yeah, I'm focusing that on his certificate.
Yeah, because you are saying it questions his sincerity. So that brings sincerity up.
On his certificate that he claimed to have in his second elementary and secondary school. What is it sincere with what he claimed on the form?
Okay, but people are telling you that politicians necessarily are not sincere.
I don't know which people are telling me that. Who are the people telling me that?
Even if he lied in it, Ajay Lekoko, do you think
it doesn't matter to you if he lied in it? It doesn't matter. One man, I'm asking you a question.
Donald Trump is a pathological liar. He's the president of
leave
America.
Trump. We are talking about our country. Forget about Donald Trump. Let's focus on our country, right?
Right.
Our country is in crisis, and we are seriously yearning for a leader that can lead us well. But if you have a leader that claims that he attended a particular primary school and a particular secondary school, and all is claiming happen to be lie, how does that look to you?
Why are you so sure?
Why
we are not sure. He should be transparent. He should come out clean to us. Is that too much for us to ask for?
if you are not sure, then you can't say it's a lie now because you've
Oh,
not
okay, we
established
are not
it.
sure.
Right.
That is why they are calling on him to come out clean. Is that too big for citizens to ask from somebody that wants to
He
lead
has
them?
already provided as is required. So I mean, I don't know
No,
what.
you are defending this guy. This is the
I'm
way
not
it
defending.
looks.
No, what
No,
do you
you
mean?
are
Can I
defending him.
ask him a
I'm not
question?
The
That is
kind
the way
of
it
defending
looks.
lie
him.
you
Woman.
have to be concerned
It
about is
looks like you are defending him.
if he did something in
We
office.
shouldn't
That's the kind of lie
defend.
you want to worry
We
about,
should not.
not
We should not
primary
defend.
school.
I'm not defending him, but
No,
I'm
that is the
I'm
way
not
it
here
looks.
to.
Let me tell you,
No,
one man.
it can't look like
One
but,
man. Let me tell you.
Ajane Koko, one question, please.
If,
One question
yes,
to you. Ajane Koko, one question to you.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know why the Tinubu's legal team will always tell you if you have any issues about all these claims or you think it's lying, go to the court? And do you know why every time they've gone to the court, do you know why they come back empty-handed? Because the case has been made
Who
there.
came back empty-handed?
All of them.
He was covered by immunity when he was governor.
No.
When
On the
Gani took him
contrary,
to the court.
on the contrary, there was a final pronouncement that was made. Even at the
What
appellate
was it?
court at the second time.
Enigma, you keep saying this. Did you see what? Did you
What
see
is
the?
appellate? What are you talking
Hold
about,
on.
my
Let
friend?
me address that Enigma. I posted 2 links on this chat. There are 2 links I posted on the chat. Go to those 2 links.
I don't have to go to any link. I'm not talking by any. I'm not making any theories up, and I'm not.
Hold on. I want to tell you.
He is going to be the presidential candidate for it. You
Listen,
like
brother,
it or
you guys.
candidate
I'm
or
talking
not, you are
about. I'm
wasting your
talking
time.
about
the fact that it's not the
within the legal spectrum. Within the legal spectrum. Within the legal
What a
spectrum.
waste of time.
Listen, within the legal
not
spectrum.
run emotion here on our own. If
Within
it
the
is a
legal spectrum,
northerner
he
that
has
have
not.
this, it's
He
a
has
different
not
story
violated
with the
any
saying
law.
here.
He has
But
not violated
because-
any law. If you think as a person, as a Nigerian citizen, you believe Tinubu has done anything wrong, you can go to the court.
And Enigma, can I ask you a question?
Yes,
Enigma,
sir. Go ahead, sir.
The way these people behave, the way these people behave. If people now tells you that he drove a car without a license now and again, so you say Nigerians lie every day.
I'm waiting for your question, sir.
let me
ask me your question. Go ahead, sir. Go
I don't
ahead.
understand how people keep setting standards that they don't even live by.
Let me ask you that question.
Do you think?
No, hold on. Let Enigmatic ask Ajale Koko a question because he wanted to. Yeah.
Enigma, do you think that Tinubu owes us a responsibility to come out clean with the certificate, both the elementary and secondary school that they claim?
In the eyes of the law,
don't worry. Hold on. Don't bring law.
You want to answer the question for him.
Don't bring
I
law.
just answered you.
Don't bring law into, because we know what
I'm
law
bringing
means.
law to it because this case has been settled.
Hold on. Law. Hold on. When you are bringing law,
he doesn't owe you. That's what he said, telling you.
Law is very dynamic. It can be twisted. It can be.
That's why you as a citizen now take it to court and challenge the dynamism of law and come back with your own decision, with your ruling. Whatever the court tells you is what you go with. No, I'm not listening to innuendos.
Let me address you.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Let me address your law something. Listen. FATUA and me challenged him on many grounds. It punched in everything that Tinubu submitted back in 1999. He challenged him in 2003. I posted the Punch newspaper from 2003. It's on the chat. You see it. Now the Supreme Court's pronouncement was that it cannot be called to court because he has immunity.
What year was that?
In 2003. Go
ahead.
You Google it. One might Google it. You see.
I don't go ahead. I'm going to let you know.
Now, in 2013, that case was brought back again to another court. The court pronouncement was that he has already finished his term, so there's no need. You cannot. There was one legal term they used. I've forgotten that legal term. That it's passed.
It started bad.
It's passed. You cannot challenge it anymore.
Bad. Yeah.
So now, does that really prove anything that really this guy's a liar or it's true? They just they only use technicalities to cover the whole thing up.
Let me ask a question now.
Listen, the technicality of immunity, technicality that it is a case passed because when he was there, you didn't bring him in. Now you slept over since 2003.
Okay, let me and then we go back to Niger who had the floor.
So once again, right? Once again, sequel to what I said earlier, I said this will always arise about this immunity or whatever. That in this case, from what I know, okay, I'm not just I'm not just saying it. Politics apart, there is a pronouncement, a final pronouncement. Even when Fanwemi himself went again at the appellate level to challenge it, it was similar pronouncement. So this case, once again, is as dead as dodo. And Tinubu does not owe a single Nigerian any explanation. If they want explanation, they know how to approach it through the legal means, and they will get results. Whatever they get, they can take care of that.
All right, well said. So back to you too, Niger. You see how controversial it is, but we have to always remind ourselves that this guy has fulfilled the minimum requirement. You would think he has, but he has too, Niger.
I think he's more than met the minimum requirement, and the fact that people are doing this is because maybe they don't like him, they don't like his politics, or some people are just upset in minutia. Some people just do those things, but I keep saying you have to focus on the more important things. Nigerians, there are laws every day that Nigerians break the moment they wake up from sleep, and nobody's enforcing them. There are laws that politicians break every day, nobody's enforcing, and those ones are more serious. If he lied about his primary school, whatever primary school he attended, what is the consequence of that? Oh, that he's deceptive. How many Nigerians are not? We have them every day. That is not the whole trust of what he represents. He represents a lot more. We have to use our common sense and not act as if we're always judges and the lawyers and knowing how the case goes. It doesn't get us anywhere. We've seen this happen in countries that are way more advanced than we are. And they've had president talking about grabbing people in the private part and all kinds, accused of rape and everything. He still end up becoming president. They didn't stop them. If he didn't drop George Bush dodged military service. Right, this in a kind of funny way. In the end, that election, they made somebody that went to military service look like the traitor. We obsess over details when we know full well is more than met, according to what the host said. Mo said that he has already met the threshold, well beyond that. He's ruled a state, and we are still obsessed over details because we are trying to stop him because of, even if he lied, for whatever reason he lied about that primary school thing, let's say he was embarrassed. So you're going to disqualify him from being president for that? What nefarious reason do you think is lying for his age of from around maybe 6 to around 12 years old or 14 years old, that he was serving in hell as Satan's henchman? Is that what you are expected to hear? What are you looking for there? It's not rational. You have to focus on what matters to you right now, because I live it. I am seeing what is happening in Nigeria. That is not good. We should be focusing on what these people are going to do for us, and we should be demanding specific things from them. Now, we don't, 8 months is just going to come and go. Because of all this stuff, believe you me, if they are talking about his birth certificate today, there's going to be more mudslinging that is going to happen, and it's going to occupy our time, and 8 months is going to pass, and before you know it, it's another 8 years. We have another generation now that have just lost out. ASU is not even back from strike yet. All kinds of problems. Nigeria has too many problems for us to be obsessing over this minutia. That's just my point. I'm not saying it's good to break the law.
Well, all right, brilliant, well put. So it's quite a thing, but there it is. That's Nigeria. This whole drama is Nigeria for you, but very interesting. But let's take the feel of what is actually going on in Nigeria as Ego joins us. So, Ego, this controversy around Tinubu's primary school certificate, opinions divided. What's yours? So I'm not quite sure how this has been approached, but opinions are divided. What is yours? Mr. Locke, I'll come to you in a moment. Or do you want to insert something quickly?
I think
okay.
it will be
Yeah,
fine for him to show Nigerians his certificate. If the Nigerian people are demanding for a certificate and he wants to lead them, I don't think there is anything wrong in asking for him to show the country his certificate. He should be straightforward for once and tell us where he is, and then we can take our mind from there. I don't think there is any need for us to be keeping it or sweeping it under the carpet.
Ego, your
That's my position.
politics keeps changing from Oshibanjo for president to Tinubu. Now you surrender to God. Let God give us a little. You've given up, Ego. You've given up.
I have to surrender to God, because if you watch the politics of the moment, you will be choiceless. You just have to be watching until the dying minute before you make a decision or make a choice.
We are inviting you to Showore, please.
No, Showore, my position with Showore is very clear. See, you don't fight for what you know that you will not be, and you will not be close to or get close to it for 1 second. If you look at the politics of today, the dynamics around the political scene now, you will know that this third force that they are talking about, these are the things that Showore and its other parties or whatever should be trying to look to measure. Not them claiming to be, I want to be president, this I want to be there. After they come and be giving us 30,000 votes, 15,000 votes. It's all nonsense. If they love this country as claimed by them that they want to lead us, they should look at these candidates very well and at least submit themselves to one of the candidates and let their followers follow the candidate and bring a better leader out of it. Not that 10 different people will come and tell us that they are student union president. This one will come and tell us that he's school in America. Everybody wants to be president. They are not leading us well. That fashion is not really acceptable in Nigeria today. If they know truly, yes, they love this country, that from the depth of their hearts, they want a better country for us, they should screen these candidates very well. All these other 20-something parties that are there, and they should go and queue up behind the third force so that we can have a country. For one person to come and tell me, yeah, I'm supporting Showore, I'm supporting Okadigbo, I'm supporting this, all nonsense, because these people are going nowhere. These are people that are going nowhere. So why are they doing all these things to Nigerians? They should come together as a people.
That are going nowhere? You mean the third force people?
I'm talking about them, Showore and others. Them Showore and others, they are going nowhere.
So which people are going somewhere?
You might support Showore with everything you have in your life. He will not even see any seat in the country.
Oh my God.
Me and you knows this. Yes. Why don't we think of how we can advocate for a measure? Why don't we convince the Showore that why don't you merge with this and this and this and that to have, the kind of force at least to challenge these people we are afraid of. Not coming to tell me that it's Showore, and you know that Showore will not even win in his local government.
Do you know why?
This is unfair. It's unfair. I don't want to know why. It's unfair because you know as a person that Showore will not win in his local government. You know that he will not win in his local government, and you are telling us that you want him to be president. How?
I'm trying to rationalize your point, but that's why I said, do you know why? Because Showore think maybe, when you look at even the elements in this third force that are making some projection about coming together, you are talking of Kwakwanso, you are talking of Obi, you are talking of all this doing Okupe, all of them, but these guys are part of the system. They are part of the quote and unquote the ruining class. So there's nothing different from them. They've been in PDP, they've been in APC. They've jumped ship here and there. It's only Showore that presents something that is, uniquely different. So what I'm trying to see is why, we know we are talking about the subject matter now is Tinubu, right? Some days ago, it was Obi. Atiku will be coming on board very soon. But when we are looking at all these folks, they always have something in common. Showore is different from them. why not see Shore as an option, as an alternative? Shore is different from all of them. Why not, galvanize the energy towards him? Because he has provided everything to Nigerians as to why it's different. When you look at Obi, Kwakwans, all of them, they do not have
Nigerians
any
don't like
trajectory that shows
Shore.
something that is meaningful.
Nigerians don't like him. Guys, let's be sincere.
Okay.
They don't
Yes,
like him.
that's the thing. I think
said...
Ifeanyi has just hit it on the head, right? Nigerians don't like Shore.
Of course, I know.
It doesn't resonate with people.
I know they don't. I know they do. But of course, I've always said it. I said this kind of politics does not resonate with Nigerians, right? And that we are okay. He was talking about alternative, but when we are talking about alternative, we check the variables and the metrics and see what makes these people different.
You're asking the Oloja to
You look at the variables and the metrics.
Yeah, no, because he said they don't like.
He
said they do not like Shore, which I know. What is it that they don't like about Shore? What is making them, going towards a certain, aspirant?
Check the variables and the metrics. What does the variable and the metrics says about Shore?
As Shore had any
it's just his personality.
It's just his personality that they don't like. They believe he's too brash and he just comes. First, I know I said it, bro.
He's brash, he's arrogant, he's crude.
He seems arrogant.
Has he had any political office before?
Those who have held political offices. What is the result? What is the result?
All right, let's get back to Tinubu. But have your final word, Igor. Yeah, go on, Igor. Yeah, Igor, carry on.
Now, the sense is this: if the guy has not had any political office before, he knows. We are saying Peter Obi, we are criticizing him, but let us look at his antecedent. Did what was his, when he was a governor? What did he give to the people? If you look at him with these two men that are now a front runner, like Tinubu and Atiku, you will see that the Peter Obi himself, even if we don't agree that he's the best, we will also agree that he's also better. Because one, he has not been involved with
That's your opinion. That's your opinion. You can't just say we.
It's your opinion.
It's true.
It's my opinion. No. We the people, we are the
you cannot say it's
Nigeria.
True. You cannot say it's true. I do not believe in it.
How do you want me to do about it? Because me, I know that. Okay, you want me to go along with you to support Shore?
No, I'm not telling you that. I've never said it. I did not say come with me.
It's your candidate now. Everybody wants his candidate to be followed.
My candidate does not mean my candidate does not mean
to follow Tinubu.
My candidate does not mean
want people to follow Atiku.
No, my candidate does not mean, hey, bro, come out, vote for him. I'm just telling you what I think about him. You want to vote for him, good for you. You don't, good for you. It doesn't change anything.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. I still have Mr. Lucky and Tony to come. So let's hear from them, and then we'll move on swiftly to another topic. But before I come to you, Mr. Lucky,
can I just ask something quickly, because I just crystallized these stuff. So thank you. This idea of this certificate, we have to ask ourselves what the purpose of this requirement was. Is to filter out incompetence. And if Tinubu is clearly not incompetent, then what is the point? You have to. That's the whole purpose of that rule. There, you have to have a school certificate, because we are not made for rules. Rules are meant for people. If this rule were meant to filter out people that are incompetent, clearly Tinubu has surpassed it, and you've said it several times already, and the logic still hasn't clicked with people.
All right, thank you. So let me acknowledge the super chats coming in, and then I'm keen to hear from Mr. Lucky, who is new to the space. So we want to document what his politics is. But before I come to you, Mr. Lucky, let's go to Alexander Gomez first, who communicates via super chat, and it says, Tinubu is an Aguero. Yes, the father of them all, Omo Alata style. He's the godfather of Nigerian politics, almost definitely. I personally like him, a juggernaut, made fashioner a legendary personality. So that's what Alexander often conflated about Tinubu. he admires him somewhat, but he finds his personality somewhat repugnant. Is Tinubu an Agbero? Yes, the father of all Omoalata style. Yeah, is he a godfather of Nigerian politics? Almost definitely. I personally like him, a juggernaut, made Fashola a legendary personality. So if we look at all of the personalities that are, thank you for the super chat, Alexander. If we look at all of the personalities that were made by Tinubu, that in itself is worthy of note. Whether you rate those personalities or not, Oshibando himself that was fighting him, he made him. Alexander continues, by all permutations, is about to be president-elect. So as it stands now, at the forefront of that race to Aso Rock is Tinubu. I don't think anybody that wants to think about it, not from wishful thinking or not from I want him or I don't want him, but just from the reality of how politics works. The person at the forefront of that, it might change by tomorrow, but as it stands now, the person at the forefront of that race to that seat is Tinubu. By all permutations, is about to be president-elect. So that's what Alexander says. Sonny Uta joins Alexander in the super chat. He says, what kills Niger is I too know. We all need change. So that is what he says. Sonny Uta almost always speaking in ambiguity. So thank you for the super chat, everyone that did. Let me go on then to Mr. Lucky. So Mr. Lucky, the controversy around Tinubu's school SAT or secondary school SAT, only to remind ourselves that he has presented a degree, but that doesn't seem to satiate the people that seem to want to, nail him down. We'll put it that way. Mr. Lucky, your thoughts on that space?
Okay. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
I'm calling from Dakar, Senegal.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, I wanted to look this thing another angle. What of like Tinubu, whether you go to school, don't go to school, that law is already there. But what thing we're supposed to talk about now? Why be say deaf and dumb is ruling us for how many years? And we are still continuing that level. Why can't you change that system? Say we must be this graduate level before you can rule that country. Because why it's not happening in America and because those ones they are past that level. You cannot be a deaf and dumb to come and rule a country. Because it's a different prayer point. That's why you see we are seeing all this. You say Africa is fighting of this whether you have certificate or don't have certificate. Okay, let me give you another way around. We are talking of Tinubu. Many people are talking of Tinubu here. If you keep Tinubu for a board meeting now, let's say about 5 people they want to talk. Let's say 20 minutes. Are you telling me the next 20 minutes before you go to Tinubu, you will never sleep and go to a village? You will be sleeping there. If you wake up, you will not know what the next person say. Because he's old. It's not a fault, it's age. I see people talking about Tinubu. Can you send Tinubu to just for a meeting? Let's say as one meeting for UN. Tinubu to go and represent us. You know how long you go to sleep before
it will be telling them Agbado in
okay. I don't know why. I don't know why you people live in America, go to school, do everything. You cannot even differentiate. Something is possible and it's not possible. Why? People see something to Tinubu. Okay, if you send out to UN now, what are you going to happen? You will disgrace you there, disgrace the whole country. I see some people say, please talking of Tinubu is a nice man, it's a good man, but the age is not his side. You cannot nothing can do about it. See Buhari even strong person. They hand over flag. Buhari is helping him to hold it. People still standing here. People still standing here talking of Tinubu. I just surprised for you people. I surprised for Nigerians.
Mr. Lucky, as you were talking, I was trying to imagine Tinubu at a United Nations meeting. Trying to have a conversation with Justin Trudeau. And
thank you.
Say, so Mr. President, what do you think about it? Say, well, Agbado.
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 Not funny.
Oh my God, we're in trouble, man. We're in trouble. Agbado.
Please, Mona change this conversation. Mona change it.
We don't need to be promoting such people in the. We don't need to promote them at all.
There is no need at all.
To promote them. That's why sometimes I used to accuse this American and London people as the people that are destroying this country, because they will never advise you from there how to make a better choice. They will come and tell you that don't you see how one man is countering anything you are saying about Tinubu here? Or any of these
Am I countering it? Am I not saying it's a
No. We don't need to discuss about this matter.
But this has nothing to do with certificate. We are talking about his age now.
We are discussing it because it's a factor now in our political system. Either you like it or not, take it or leave it. Love him or hate him. We will discuss it because he's out there trying to be president. That's why we are discussing him.
No. Let us, even if you can even just convince a battery of your sister in Nigeria, either your brother, either your family in Nigeria. Go and get voters card, vote for Peter Obi.
I don't have that power to convince anybody.
If you don't have that power, you don't need to come online to come and convince people to go and vote for.
Hold on. So enigmatic. You must let other people. You can't tackle every point.
I was basically telling him.
No. You basically.
No. Don't tackle me.
Because I know they tackle you, bro. I'm telling you, we are discussing him because he's part of the system. That's all I said.
No. We don't need to discuss.
All right.
Let us.
The problem of Nigeria are those of you in the diaspora. This is the problem in Nigeria.
Yes, it's true. We people in the diaspora are the ones who people in Nigeria.
To the social media space to mislead Nigerians
by telling them you.
Oh God.
Instead of telling them, hey, look at where we will face this time.
All right. Hold on, everybody. Mr. Lucky waited patiently to have his turn. So let us allow him to have that turn. Sorry about that, Mr. Lucky. Let's hear from you.
Okay. No problem, sir. Because if let us, I pray it will not happen. If it's Tinubu take over, the next 3 years, are you think that Tinubu will see strong like this? It's not his fault. Now it is his age. Age is not the side. Nothing you can do about it. Let us, everybody behind Peter. Even if you watch those states when the Nigeria watch for interview people on the line on the road. No, you cannot even talk about APC and PDP. It's not possible. Just forget about those people. Let everybody behind. If 1 million people stand for one line for Peter. For Peter Obi, 10 people will start for PDP and APC. Cannot tell me say they are going to win. It's not possible. I will also preach one thing. We are talking about Nigeria going to change. Okay, so what he said is to another. I don't know which I'm going to call Showore because he's the one who is
an Agbero.
Another Agbero again. Who don't want to understand anything? Okay, see something. Let us see something here. Okay, you don't need to criticize Peter Obi. Because we need somebody to join. Okay, since 2019, nobody don't join Showore as a big weight for a party. Only Peter Obi come to a party. All the whole Nigeria go to register to vote. Okay, don't criticize him. Let us wait. People can see call Peter Obi. Hey, we want you to talk to Showore. People are just suggesting about online which day. If Showore can be a ASCC chairman. Either let him go and be a governor, either Senate president. So we don't want to do anything, just want to go to a president. Is it easy?
That's true.
All right. You know, out of everything.
So you don't want Showore to criticize him when they are competing for the same position. Showore should be hailing him.
Showore has no feather. It's a feather.
Hold on. Whether it's a that is your own assumption.
That is your own assumption. One day. Don't criticize anybody. Always make a solution.
I don't know why you guys are just carry emotion into this. When two people are competing, or more than that, are competing for the same position, they have to criticize each other. They have to question each other. They have to interrogate each other. That is the way it works in politics. And this Peter Obi that you people are just championing, it is a guy that have no weight. He doesn't have no base. If he have base, why would he? Why is he desperately looking for Kwakwanso? Why is he running to Northern Forum?
God bless
What
you.
is he asking? What I mean, if it's really a genuine person that really want to lead you to the promised land, why is he calling for? You think if those people want to work for him, you think they will work for him for free? You think they will not strike a deal together?
Why Buhari look for Tinubu 20? Why Buhari look for Tinubu 2015?
Don't go for. So you want to go the same route, and you want to call
why Buhari look for Tinubu 2015?
Be a saint when he's bringing the same old guard, old way of doing the politics. You think you can get the change like that? When you want to work with Kankaso and this thing, are they not the same politicians that be running your place that run it down? I mean, you guys should just say, you guys should open your eyes and look it well.
A PDP man can go to US now. He will abide by the system. APC man can go. He can go for you. He can go for UK. You will abide by the system. Any PDP man who defeat to PDP will abide by the system because Peter Obi don't take nonsense. He will not take bribe from you. You can't bring document now to come and sign.
You guys
he will lie. Will not surprise anything. Just leave us.
If we align with Atiku, that is when all of you will be shocked. If that election should go to the run, he is going to align with Atiku. That's one for sure. Go and mark it down. I'm telling you guys today. That is when you. I know by that time you people will change the tune again when it's aligning with Atiku.
No,
because that is his political base.
They may align with Atiku because Atiku has got a southerner, southeasterner as a VP.
Wait until then.
I'm going to step you go down because it's getting the rowdy. Nobody hears you now, so thank you though, Mr. Lucky, because that's about 5 minutes or so. Nobody heard a single thing, but hopefully we hear from So we hear from Tony. Tony, your thoughts on the conversation?
Yes, sir. Good evening. One more time. So I really, I'm very happy that that you let me in tonight. Please, I want my people to like the button so that it can spread around across the world like wildfire. So then that this guy has been a governor before. So I don't know. That's why on this platform when I start to say that we black people, I don't know how we are how we are organizing ourselves, or that it seems that we just can't organize ourselves together. People will say, no, Tony, you are going too extreme. You know what I'm saying? So someone that has been a governor before, you know what I'm saying? And look at the teams also. You see that we are still say that this guy is not qualified or whatever. Even though that as much as I'm that I may have a hate see Buhari before, we didn't see him again. I even supported the way they were asking him to bring his certificate, because how can somebody be a president? I mean, this type of issue shouldn't be coming out at all. It all amounts to wasting our our salivas instead of facing the real issue. So the issue is that our country is decaying. Especially South Nigeria is like a scrapyard. But yesterday when I was looking at Abuja too, I'm happy that they have already mismanaged that city now. All the money that they have taken from us to build out Abuja, they have wasted it, because I was just looking at yesterday when they were talking about PVC. I said, my God, is that Abuja? Don't know about that just time. Abuja was like a Dubai, was beautiful place, So that's what we're talking about. So Tinubu, we don't like Tinubu here. Nobody like Tinubu here. But we are saying that so we want to place all our priority now, like in the scale of preference, elementary level. So what do you need now? We are faced with security challenges. Who can bring about that change that we want, so that as a first stage, before we go to the next level, it's only Tinubu that can challenge the powers that be. So like yesterday also, I was battling it out in another platform. This guy was there, the CBD was there, and the Tunaja was there, and then I was furiously attacked. They gave me much space because I was how to be attending to all the questions that were coming up. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that Tinubu, like him or not, when he's a president, then he will have a very good team. And then to my brother, rational mind, it's better for us to let Tinubu in, so that let him empower his friends, so that those friends can set up industries, and provide employment to our people. That is why these people like Ibenedion, like the Hebrew, we can never forget them because they have to be empowered. So some members of our society have to be empowered to be able to care for the other lesser people privileged in society. So if you say that, okay, like Peter Obi was saving money, he didn't establish industries, he didn't bring light, didn't bring nothing, he didn't empower his friends to empower the poorer class people, then what is the essence of saving money? How much did he save after all? A whole state saving only just maybe, just maybe 10 million, 10 million, 20 million dollars. Is that money? So that's what we're talking about. So let us forget about certificate, because if you say, okay, bring your certificate, like myself now, if you ask me to bring my certificate, I don't even know where they are right now because I've been moving from city to city. Then I would tell you that, okay, I went to school, I went to Polytechnic, I did my project. Then they will go to that Polytechnic, give them the year, they will go to the Polytechnic workshop and they bring out my project. Which was see, my name is there. My first name is on my project, stamped. You know what I'm saying? It's scribed there. So they'll go to the Polytechnic workshop and bring it out, and you tell them the years, and then they'll bring the certificate out. So I hope that Tinubu can be able to tell them what primary school he went to and secondary school, whatever, or where he did his GCE, and then they should bring them out instead of us to be fighting. So, and I want to beg everybody here, do not let us die in their war. According to our brother, Duro Fayo to me, do not let us die in their war. Peter Obi and Tinubu, I don't only like to measure the Northerners. So Peter Obi and the Tinubu, Wike, they are the same class. They belong to the same political class. They'll be taking our money. And then I was asking the question yesterday in another platform that can anybody just tell me where Peter Obi has gone abroad to open, some Pandoria or the Panama or Tony or one man's account for some ordinary citizens, apart from his daughters and his wife? So that is the question I was asking. So it's not a saint. So Tinubu is not a saint. Everybody's not a saint. And then whether Tinubu is handing, whether Tinubu hands is shaking, hold on, let me land. Whether Tinubu hands is shaking, let him come in and do the needful, which is according to the scale, in our scale of preference right now. What we need most is security. We want someone that can come and develop the power by omission or commission. Then we can be able to ride on from there. Then Obi can come in later, or somebody can come in later, whoever can come in later. But we want somebody that is very strong right now, judging by the fact that there's no political, no level play field for the people. So it is do or die. It is a free for all fight. There is no democratic means or system in Nigeria. So, but the way they are buying votes, Ekiti, everywhere, primaries, etc., and then even people that are registering right now for the PVC, let me tell you guys, I want to shock you guys. Those guys are just investing on PVC so that at the end of the day, they will sell it.
All right, stay there.
Yes.
No, you still have the floor, but what you just said now, let me bring Ifeanyi in. Ifeanyi,
Okay.
just tell us what you're saying on the private chat, your experience at the registration center and what you concluded. Ifeanyi.
Yeah. 1 month, man, it was really stressful, man. I can't even believe it. This country is messed up. As in, we were over 1,000 people there that came to do the PV, to capture PVC. There was no organization. The law enforcement people, I can tell you, combining military, police, civil defense, they were not up to 100 people there. As in, the crowd scattered it, they scattered the lines and everything. And the way I was even on the line, the way they were pushing, this same youth I was seeing, I'm so shocked that this same youth coming out saying they're going to get their PVC. I bet you they are going to get the PVC to sell their vote. There is no, see, there
Okay,
is nothing
sorry, why
anybody
did you
selling.
conclude that? Why did you conclude
The
that?
reason why I conclude that, because number one, if they say that number one, they want to get this PVC to make a change, immediately they started the contract. A lot of them left the PVC, the lines, and went to the place and went to the concert place to enjoy themselves. The other ones on the queue, we are saying they were showing their frustration and they were skipping the line. They were not following order to follow the right line to get the PVC. All of them are just showing their frustration and trying to get the PVC so that they can find a way to sell their votes. All of them have lost. You can really see that they've lost hope in Nigeria from what they are saying and their utterances, or they are just getting it so that they know on that day they are going to sell their votes.
Did they outrightly say that they are going to sell their votes?
They didn't outrightly say. They indirectly said it from the utterances they were saying, because you could see in their face they are getting. Nobody's even saying the obedient and all those things. One person said, they asked one lady, who do you want to vote? One lady, she said obedient. Nobody even followed her. Another guy said he doesn't care, that he doesn't have any candidate, that he just wants to get his PVC, that he knows what he's going to do with it. So you could see that these people, they are not even trying to follow law and order to make a change. They are just trying to get the PVC so that they will implement, because what was shown on social media based on what happened in Ekiti. So they are looking at, everybody's hungry. They are looking for a way to just get this PVC. If on that day they can get even the least 10,000, let them use that one and solve their problem. See, everybody right now, I'm not like you have this Nigerian corrupt mentality. I don't think a change will come. I was disappointed because I was exhausted, because I couldn't even do my capture at that same day. The police were even bringing people to bypass the line. Everybody was just doing mago. It will even the Inec people were even bringing their own special candidates to bypass people that are under the sun to go and capture. Like, there is no sense of, we want a change. We are standing on this phone to get this PVC and vote who we want to vote out these bad people. There is nothing like that. So now if we get this PVC, we know what to use that. The PVC now my power. Make I use this power for myself. That is what people are just looking at. And I'm sorry, they will definitely say their vote. This election will be a shocker.
All right, brilliant. So back to you, Tony, because Ifeanyi wants to leave us because he's tired and wants to get some sleep. But as you were talking, Tony, and you were saying that they will sell their votes, and I was reading in the private chat, and the person that, which is Ifeanyi, that's going to do his biometrics, is telling us that the youth that is in there, they are just hungry people looking for a ticket to sell. So there it is. So Tony, back to you. Thank you for that insertion, Ifeanyi.
Yes, sir. It's just an investment. They are seeing this PVC as, they are seeing it as an investment, because an opportunity just to grab some portion of the national cake. Because at the end of the day, this election will not take us nowhere, because even discussing it, okay, you said that we should continue to talk about it, then it's okay. But at the end of the day, you see that it will just like efforts in futility. So because there's nothing we can do about it, because it is a system. The constitution is not there. But meanwhile, there are so many countries like the UK, they don't have a constitution. They just live by acts of the parliament. But we don't have a parliament in the country. We don't have police to enforce the law. We don't have the judiciary. We don't have nothing. Like the other guy was saying earlier on, that there was once upon a time when we were at when we're doing our GC, they tell us that there is 3 arms of government to check on the other, judiciary, the executive, and then the other branch. Then the press should be like a fourth arm of government to be do the general checking. But in Nigeria, there is no press. If you look at this Ekwemadu's case, both TVC, both Arise TV, they are still blaming the boy. They are blaming the boy that the boy breached the contract. What the hell? They didn't see the guy has been oppressed by a government that refused to provide the social security, that refused to put them in the secondary school.
All right, that boy has come out with a story, but we'll do that maybe later. But
yes.
Tony, take a question from Meadowman. I think Meadowman wants to put something to you.
All right, sir.
Tony, my brother, how now?
Good. Audima, Bia.
Tony, you said something that got me curious. Why did you say you are happy that Abuja is messed up? You said something.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, because they took our money to build Abuja, and then they attracted most of our high class people. That is why I give it to the Yorubas. You know that yesterday I was defending Yorubas with my blood last night. You supposed to go and watch that program. Yesterday's program. You see how I defended Yoruba, because there was one stupid one pastor or one Uyinosa in Edo State. Somebody was interviewing people at a Obasaki's industrial park, and then they said that they don't see Edo boys there or Edo girls. So, but later they got some Edo boys whose name was Shegun, and then the guy say, how can you come from Edo State and then you are Shegun? Then I was so furious. I was having stomach ache, even though you know that we have Yorubas in Edo State. From the beginning of Edo State, and then through the center to the end, we have Yoruba people. Right up to Akoko Edo, right up to Ishan, all those Ishan people, Ora. And when they have Yorubas there, then they have Yoruba in Benin City. In Olobo, hold on. In Olobo, we have we have Yoruba there. Then in Use, then in everywhere in Edo State, Yorubas are spread. You have Benin, you have this, you have that, you have that. So the people,
where are we with you, Tony? I don't know.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir. Just to let you know, something is coming back here. So it's not like
I think it's the middleman. Yeah, go on.
So middleman. So because I know where it's coming to, because when we talk about about this issue, so you see that the system is not okay, sir. That's what I'm trying to say. That everybody is just like in the midst of nothing right now. In the midst of plenty people are suffering, so you don't even know your brother again. You don't know your sister again. That is what is happening. So people have to get that PVC to sell at a later date. That's why they are rushing over this PVC. It's not that they are actually going to vote for Obi, because they are because Obi can't provide that.
Please, now that they bring another system come now. Do you watch interview a day for yesterday morning for Edo State? He interviewed more than 100 people. They say they're going to vote for Peter Obi. No, you are not coming to come and come.
They told me. Sorry. I'm not look. I'm not a spoiler. I love Peter Obi. I don't hate him. You see that I always factor him in. I factor Peter Obi always in. It's my brother now. We are certain Nigerians together with Tinubu also. So they shouldn't be different. But what we are looking at now, we are faced with a security threat. So, but can Peter Obi do that for us now? That's why we say that we should just take we should just be patient. Let us ask Tinubu to come in first to dismantle the system, and then let Peter Obi, or Peter Obi or Showore come in later to organize the society for us. Or some of us.
All right.
So if Fulani Herdsmen attack in the midnight, you go and wake Tinubu.
No, he's coming to devolve power. Once the power is devolved, hold on. When the power is devolved, then we have regional or zonal headquarters. Then those people will stay in their home. We will stay in our place. We will have our police that are local. That's what we are talking about.
All right. Settle down. So settle down. So Tony, thank you, but settle down. So yeah, please, Tony, just settle down. I don't know if it's your system, but you woof somewhat. Everybody delights in you, but that's just the thing. Your fan club, Sonny Uta, one of the key ones. He say, "Speak on Tony, nice one." So that's your fan club. These are the people that really still give me the stomach to, because for me, you're a strong cup of coffee. Let me put it that way. I find you a strong cup of coffee, but a gentleman.
I thank you, sir. You know that the question that he asked me just now about Abuja is that because they use our money to build it, but it's decaying right now. So I'm happy for that. Thank you, sir. Lagos is booming. Lagos is the best. Thank you, sir.
All right, brilliant. So let me acknowledge Sonny Uta's super chat. Then we go on to Ajan Lekoko, who has not. It says every Nigerian is corrupt. No person. Oh, so that's come off my screen. Let me bring it here. They say men don't know how to multitask. I think I'm the one that proves that. Usually my wife does everything for me. You can tell. Even anyway. Every Nigerian is corrupt. No person in the form of a savior will save the country except all persons in and out of the country need to repent. So that is what Tunaja is saying. So from that, he's saying the endemic problem, the problem in Nigeria is so endemic that it cuts very into the heart of the country, that this idea of a savior person. And by the way, this savior narrative is something that is somewhat unique and peculiar, I have to say, to the Southeast. So there's somewhat of a messiah complex in the Southeast, I'm starting to conclude, because just once upon a time, barely 8 months ago, they told us that Nnamdi Kanu was coming to save All of us. So that came and went, and now a new person has come yet again, not to do what? To save all of us. So there's a somewhat of a messiah complex in the southeast. Every Nigerian is corrupt. No person in the form of a savior will save the country, except all persons in and out of the country need to repent. So that is what Sonny Uta inserts via Super Chat. So thank you, Sonny, for that. As we go to Ajanle Koko, the controversy is still one that befuddles me, and I must, just for reasons of balance, insert periodically that Tinubu has met the minimum requirement of the Nigerian Constitution, which says the president must have a minimum of a school cert and he presents a university degree. So we establish that, and then we take your comment. Ajanle Koko, Tinubu, ever controversial, always will be.
Thank you, woman. Let me urge our listeners around the world to please click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you have not done so. You see, the issue of Tinubu certificate is a big issue. The politics that surround it is what make it a big issue that all of us are talking about now. And this thing has been in our, people have been challenging and been calling him, to come out clean on this issue of certificate since he was a governor. Ganifa took him to court, and the court, because of
Sorry, what are they asking him to come out clean on? That if he has or does not have a school cert, is that what we are questioning? That he doesn't have a school cert? Is that the question? Are you there? Have we lost you? Ajale Koko, we can't hear you.
What is secondary this? School?
Oh, right.
Is they are challenging him on his sincerity and honesty on what he claimed on the floor with regards to particularly his primary school and elementary school. You see, I want to agree with you that
Ajale Koko, sorry, would he have been required to present some qualifying certificates before he's able to take that degree at the Chicago University?
Yes, but when you are applying for political office in Nigeria, whether the position of councillor, chairman, governor, up to the presidency, within the party, and even on the Inec form, you have to fill all your educational background from the elementary upward. And what he filled on the form as to the elementary and the secondary school is an attended call for questioning. We don't say, we are not saying that he didn't attend Chicago University or this or that one.
Would he have needed to have presented some qualifying certificate to attend Chicago University? Or we would just turn up, yeah?
Surely. But when you claim who you are on the particular form to be our leader, and people saw, dishonesty and insincerity on one thing or the other that you feel in there, I think it's not too much for us to call on him to convince us or to clear it with us if, we have question on some of the some of the things he claimed on the form. So this is what people are calling.
Do you find the question? So, do you find the question somewhat pedantic and pedestrian? And do you see? What do you make of the counter? Somewhat that says this is somewhat of a witch hunt. Is this a witch hunt?
It is not a witch hunt. It is a call for clarity. For clarity of what he claimed on the form. And I don't think it cost him anything to clear it, to come out clean and put a stop to this thing, to all this call, all this why. So inability of him to clear the air and come at him shows that, or rather indicates that he have some skeleton in his cupboard. He has something he's hiding. You see, Showore publish his own openly on the internet, all his certificates.
Okay, speculate as to what you imagine he would be hiding for whatever it is that you stand him accused of. What do you think is going on?
You know, there's been story, or as some people claim, that he was not born in Lagos. He was not born by the family of Tinubu that he claimed to be, that he was born in Osun State, and the current governor is maybe his brother or his cousin. He was born by a different person, and he just used the name of Tinubu, for some reason, or, there are a lot of a story out there that people are speculating that he was not a true born of Tinubu's family or the household of Tinubu. So, and maybe that is why he's hiding the elementary and secondary school certificate, because that one, if he come out clean on it, he will expose himself. He will open up, his secret, and that damaging politically.
You faded out somewhat, Ajanle Koko. Are you there?
It's getting good,
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, better. Yeah, go on.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can now. If you can hear me, then the conversation comes on. Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you. So that is the politics behind it. That is why you see that Baba from Lagos, as we tweeted in the morning, calling on him, publish your certificate. Body judge, publish your certificate.
But do you not see somewhat that there's a personal vendetta? Do you really take Body Judge's criticism of Tinubu as anything other than somebody that is just, holding a personal grudge against somebody else?
There's no personal grudge. Look, let me tell you, that Baba is a it's a Lagosian. It's a Lagosian rather. And Lagosians know themselves. They know each family. Look, the real Lagosians that are real Omo Isaleko, they trace their family back to 1610. Those that are really living in Lagos, that Lagos Island, the real families, like the Gomez and the other family, Fernandez, Salvadors, all of them, the Teju, the Bangbo Shell, all of them, they can trace their family lineage back as far back as maybe in 1610. They know themselves. And the Tinubu self, the Tinubu family house, they know themselves. So when you see them calling on this guy, we want to know the school you attended. We want to know the son of who you are. Bring it out. Let us see it. They know what they're talking about. They are not just, it's not witch hunt. But inability
so
of him
what is the
to
most
convince.
damaging aspect of it in terms of him becoming president of Nigeria? What is so damaging about it?
Oh, so it
Most
does.
of those
So
things
there's
you are
no.
ascribing to him, he was
So,
a child.
so to you, if your president claim or lie in his form for the position of presidency,
Every
it doesn't
president
matter
in
to
the
you.
every president in the world has a shady past. I mean, Joe Biden, what they with the burnt computers and whatnot. Donald Trump with the plethora of Boris Johnson, who is actually Greek. You know, he's from
Did they
Greece.
lie
You know,
about? Did they lie
It's not
about their
even about
past?
a lie. It's
they
what the
cover
lie
up
is
their
for.
past. They cover up their past. Who's not?
So so
Tell
did they
us
lie
what
about their
is the most
certificate?
damaging thing Tinubu lied about? Why do you think Tinubu lied about it? What
Haven't you been
could be
listening?
the most damaging aspect?
Haven't you been
That he's
listening
not
to
a
me?
Nigerian.
Haven't you been
Nigerians get
listening to
adopted,
me?
you know. No, what you are saying, maybe he's not from
Haven't
Lagos.
you been listening to me?
I've been listening. You are saying maybe he's not from Lagos. How is that very damaging? That's what I want to understand.
Let me ask this guy a question.
This guy, you don't.
No,
I don't know the way.
Hold on. Let Ajane Koko address that. How is that a mortal blow? Whether it's from Lagos or not?
It's a child.
Even Atiku is not even a Nigerian. Buhari not a Nigerian. So how is Tinubu not from Lagos? How is that a mortal blow?
Don't let us go that route. That
No, but
Atiku
how
is
is
not a
it
Nigerian or Buhari. They are both Nigerians.
How is
Tinubu is a Nigerian as well.
So there it is. So that
Tinubu
qualifies
is
him too.
no.
So he's a Nigerian, is qualified, he has a degree, is qualified.
If he lie in his form, you see, if he lie in his form, it is unacceptable to lie. It is illegal. It is against the law to lie.
But it's not being established that he has lied. And by the way, that space in the form was left void.
Imagine that. And then how is that a lie?
For his elementary and secondary school, he left it void. No primary, no education. And that does not sound, and that does not look wanting in some kind of way to you.
Look, I'm not really sure what the
meaning of this is. Answer that, one man. So that does not look.
No, it doesn't look.
It does not call for questioning to you. It doesn't call for questioning.
No. What would have called for questioning is if he has not met the school SAT requirement, which nobody has said he hasn't, and he has surpassed by a clear distance the school SAT requirement. So if he has not met that would be questionable.
One man. So if you are filling a form today for all your educational, so you won't fill the primary school, second. If they ask for you on that form, would you or not? If that form called for it, would you? Yes, I want it. If the form called for it, yeah.
Look. I have interviewed. I have sat on panels interviewing before, and what you usually look at is the areas pertinent to the role. It's really just that, areas pertinent to the role. The most immediate experiences in terms of work, if qualifications are a real part of the role, the peculiar qualifications that qualify it, so you validate those. You don't really go to the swathe of everything. That's just what qualifies him is a school SAT or above. He has being a Nigerian. He is. So what else?
I am a governor of the largest state, the richest state in Nigeria.
No, I mean the way you are trying to. How does rational mind, the way you are trying to spin it?
Let me use rational.
Yes.
How am I spinning it? What am I saying?
Let me borrow that word. The way you're trying to spin it.
I'm confused. I'm genuinely confused. Hold on now, please. I'm genuinely confused.
No.
Minimum school SAT has scaled it. Being a Nigerian, he is.
Why? Look, when you are filling a form, asking for your educational background,
and you insist
asking for your educational background from elementary, because on that form they will say all your education. That is what they will ask for.
What is the purpose
and then you
of
can,
that question? Can you answer what is the
state
purpose
it.
of that question in that form?
All right.
So,
what is the purpose of the question in that form?
Is
it not to ascertain your competence?
Yes, to ascertain that you have a minimum comprehension.
No, yes.
That is
minimum is second order.
Minimum comprehension.
Yes.
So that you're able to function.
Look,
because it's the brain
that's
that
right,
they're after. They are not after certificate. They're after the brain. That is why they set the bar as at school start, so that you can read and write and understand, so that then your brain then is able to decipher what is, and then you make permutations.
One man, we get all of this. We get all of this. We understand what you're talking about. But let me quickly say that. I'll let you continue. That's the minimum, and that's for them to understand. To
this
know
is eternal.
Hold on. But the point is, this guy in the past filled out forms by the Inec, and he declared schools that he attended. That cannot even be proved that he attended those schools. But now in this,
has it been proven that he did not? Has it been proven that he did not?
Of course, somebody. I mean, Ganifa tried challenging it because we know the justice system in Nigeria.
Has it been proven that he did not? No. That's the question.
They will not allow it. The system, our corrupt justice system in Nigeria, everything on technicalities. They will
have they approached those schools and those schools denied him?
At least they proved one. They proved one out of it. He said he attended University of Chicago.
Right.
Later found out it was Chicago State University attended.
Well, that obvious. Whatever, he attended the University of Chicago. You just move one word in further.
The point I'm trying to make.
No, hold on. So the point I am asking you: has it been proven that the institutions that he said he attended, has anybody gone to those institutions and they denied him?
Yes.
Yeah, it's there. It's there.
Yeah, he said
they will have that on TV today. If they had it, you will see them on TV today. They don't have anything.
This is a witch hunt. This is a witch hunt.
I know this is a way we try to make things look as of no importance. But the thing is, the point I agree with you that the minimum is that, and he has supplied something that's higher than that. But the point is that this guy has so many things around him.
No, forget so many things. Now you are just throwing unverified something. But my question is, people, it listed institutions, schools that he claims he attended. So you are saying he should go and prove it, but he has listed those schools. He says,
but why didn't he list it?
No, can you said he listed it. You said he listed as institutions according to you. And he said the certificate has been lost in transit, wherever. Any reasonable person that has moved around sufficiently can understand that. So if people are quibbling that he did not attend the institutions, are the institutions in existence? Yes or no? If they are,
you're asking the wrong guy.
No. I'm putting the question out not to you specifically, but to that query point. So do the institutions exist? Yes or no? And if the institutions do exist, have they been approached to verify if he did or not attend the place? Has anybody done that? No. But
the point we're driving at is why did he listed them in the past? Why didn't he list them this time around?
All right, so he's listed
Chicago State University, which he also submitted now.
Right.
Why didn't he list those things that were contentious?
Okay. If you said he's listed them in the past, then they are documented. But the question really is, did he attend those institutions or not? So that's where the question is. And the second follow-on question from that is that have those institutions denied his? Do the institutions exist? One, are they actual real institutions? And if they are, have they denied his attendance or not? Have they? Have they?
Well, I don't have any. Evidence.
Look at that. So this is a witch hunt. It's a witch hunt.
But that is ridiculous. You don't see how ridiculous it is that he don't listen this time around.
It's a witch hunt.
If he
what if he didn't attend secondary school? If he says he didn't attend anyone, what are you gonna do?
Why did he list it?
Hold on, middleman. Sorry. When he was a governor, the second term when he was being screened, and he said he went to GC College Ibadan,
whatever primary school he said he went in Chicago. They verified the two that he didn't went there. And in Chicago, he said
sorry, how do you mean they verified? How did they verify?
He was on screen. Ganifa Emi took him to court. He was on screen. People came out. The school came out. He was never there.
The school came out to say that.
Yeah,
the school came out to say.
The school didn't come out. They brought out his transcript. He said he went to school 1960.
So did the school? So you are saying the school? No, hold on now. Let's do it step by step now. You said Ganifa Emi did X, Y, Z. What did the school do?
Ganifa Emi proved that he didn't attend the GC College Ibadan and the primary school said he went.
No, but what did the GC College in Ibadan do? They
didn't call on GC. They didn't call on GC College.
Oh, they didn't call on them.
They didn't call on GC. Hold on.
Very good.
Let me finish. You can't smart me on this.
And because of the logic
you push me. Let me push you. So hold on.
Right.
He was proven from the year he said he went to school, primary school, 1962, and they came out to say.
No, how was it proven? How was it proven?
His name was never there. The Tinubu, he claimed his name was 62 to 68. There was no name like Asuwaju.
Is that according to the school? Asuwaju is a title. Asuwaju is a title.
According to the school transcript they brought.
What transcript? No,
yes.
No, it's not a.
Hold on now. You're not the principal. You're not the principal. Hold on now. Now, then they not change the story that he's not the one that filled the form.
But you're building on a line now. No, you're building on a line now. Okay,
hold on now. It that came out that he wasn't the one that filled the form, was who filled the form. And
right.
Only the thing they could proven by Farouk that was not Chicago University, it was Chicago State University. Then the court now struck that like he has he's a governor, he's under immunity. A governor under immunity cannot be investigated. That had to drop that case. And ever since then, he had not been in the political office, so that case was not important. Now he's coming to become a president. Now this case, they brought the case up back again. And Inec campaign have not started. Inec campaign will start by October or November. So anybody Inec going to knock out, this is the stage. So thinking Inec have cleared him is not yet cleared.
Yeah,
so
but there will not be any. Sorry, there's no basis for Inec to knock him out if he has met their requirements.
Who said that Inec cannot knock him out?
Well,
Inec have not declared who. If Inec comes tomorrow, HYZ is being, they're not accepting HYZ. For example, say they're not accepting Article 100% for YYP and not accepting Tinubu. What are you going to say?
No, they can't say that.
Why?
No, because the law does not allow it. They have
Which
to.
Is the law?
No, they have to for justifiable reason. Inec is not.
Yes,
God.
this justifiable reason. They are doing their screening.
No, it's not.
Their investigation.
Yeah, but are we on the same strand here? Inec says minimum of school cert provides a degree. So they can't say they didn't meet their requirements.
This is what I wanted to say yesterday. There's a reason INEC created minimum standard.
We don't want to go into the reasons. We want to know if it has been met or not.
Yes, hold on. And again, there's a reason INEC put a clause that you must not have a dual citizenship to run for Nigeria, right?
Right. Well, no, we don't want to
because of this result, school, whatever certificate you claim. Because you might just come from nowhere and said, I'm from Chicago, I was born in Chicago, this is school I went, and they cannot verify that. So
no, you're projecting your own meaning now onto what intent.
No, not my own meaning. That's the reason. Those are the most reasons.
Is that what INEC said?
In Nigeria because they can't verify you.
You're just making up. I don't know. No, don't say, please, who said that? I want you to withdraw that statement. Who said that?
It's too Nigeria that's always like
no, please. I don't like that sort of language. You know I don't.
No.
That's
my apologies for making such a comment. It's just that the comment was just going from this in
it was grasping. No, say it was grasping. It was grasping.
If you are very intelligent, you read that INEC put a clause that you don't allow a dual citizenship. Have you ever used your number 6 to think why?
Of course, I know why.
You have to be a Nigerian.
People that have loyalties to other countries.
For reasons of loyalty now.
I'm giving my assertion that INEC might disqualify you because you are a foreigner. You did school in Nigeria. How can they verify that? They want you to have a minimum place that can take you out.
Hold on. You are saying a lot. Look, this is why I was pausing you because
no. I'm not trying to.
Hold on. Let's just wrap up that one that you just said now. The reason why you can't be a dual nationality is for reasons that you cannot have loyalty, split loyalty to a country that you govern. Imagine if we saw that with Rollins in Ghana, who is actually a Scotsman, so you can't have split loyalty. So that's that. So that's just the reason for that.
Yes, I know.
Yes,
I know that. Yeah, and they still have other things like anybody. If Inec said that, other things goes with it. But funny enough, if Tinubu went to university in Chicago, like as I said that, like you said yesterday, that you can enter with some petty program and climb up and do some certain degree in university. Fine. If you enter university in Chicago, which course is it study? Is it language? Is it adult course that you used to enter university in Chicago before you get the degree he's presenting now? All this should be scrutinized. Put on a public place.
Is that for Tinubu or for Peter Obi?
No,
the
for
guy,
Tinubu.
Adewale, something
that he said he had Chicago University certificate only. You cannot just want to climb a step of 14 step and just jump to the 14 and just finish your destiny. It's not possible. At least just step 1 or step 2.
Is the Chicago State University degree, is it verifiable or not? And has that been verified?
We cannot say now.
So he's making that up too.
No, I think they're verifying.
My goodness me.
Wait, the Chicago State University now, one man.
He's making up Chicago State University.
I'll ask one question, then I will rest my case. The Chicago State University that you understand that was being verified, who verified? Is it Inec or Farouk?
The school did, please.
No. I'm not asking you a question because sometimes you think you're too smart than yourself. So relax.
No, that was Babati. Anyway, that was into Nigeria. But
okay, sorry.
But thank you. Let's go back to Ajane Koko to wrap up his thoughts because we now still have.
Sorry. You didn't answer my question. You said the school.
The school what?
You said the school verified that Tinubu went to.
I think it's been certified separately.
By who? The school or
by the school? The school is not a mass now. It's only in America.
Let me post the link, please, so we can move on. Let me post the link.
It's unbelievable, and you're insisting this is not a witch hunt. This is a witch hunt. This sounds like a witch hunt.
Why are you saying it's a witch hunt?
Because that is what it sounds like. The guy has met the minimum bar.
We are questioning this man called Tinubu. That's what we're doing.
All right. Let's get back to Ajane Koko. Sorry, the next voice should be Ajane Koko, just to bring some order back. Ajane Koko, back to you.
Well, I think that Tinubu, for being a leader, a political leader in Nigeria, he has to lead by example. If people that is trying to lead are asking for the truthfulness of his certificate, he should be able to present it to us. He should be able to convince us that he has no skeleton in his cupboard. He should be able to be a leader that we can vouch for, we can stand for, we can defend. Nigeria is at a crossroad now. We don't need leaders that are hiding anything from us. And it's good for us as citizens to ask questions as well. If at any time we discover anything that is not right about this by some of these leaders, something is not right about this guy. So when some people are calling for, his truthfulness, his sincerity, his honesty, he should come clean. It doesn't cost him anything. No, it's not too much. I mean, some in America, some what do you call it? The Trump and the Republican came out with a big lie that Obama was not born in the United States. What did Obama do? He came out clean. He showed his birth certificate that he was born in Hawaii. That's a leader right there. A leader must not allow some controversy to hang on, and he hide it. It must not hide. Simple. This is just a certificate. We are not asking for his financial. We are not asking for his financial record or his asset. Record of his asset. We are not asking for that. Just your school certificate, for God's sake. It doesn't. Obama declared his birth certificate, and he shut Republican. And some Republicans started to fight among themselves. Some of the Republican leaders said, "Come on, I'm not part of this anymore. This is nonsense." Even McCain on the live TV when he was talking to his supporters, when one woman came up that he is not one of us, he said, "No, ma'am, that is not true. I don't want to be part. He's an American. He was born in America. He raised in America. He's an American and is eligible to be leader of this country, of the United States. That I should be able to speak about my leader and defend my leader like that." But when you have a leader that is surrounded with some controversy, a lot of controversy and unclear status and all these things, it's just ridiculous, very ridiculous. One man, we that are calling for it, or Baba that is calling for it, and everybody calling for it, is to just put it out there and just put stop to it and let us accept him that yes, he's honest with what he claimed to be. I mean, that's how it should be in democracy.
Can I respond?
No. So sorry. Before you do, because for reasons of time, let me just push through a little bit. Acknowledge some of the super chats that have come in. Alexander Gomez, of course, as you all know, that is his preferred means of mode, rather. That is his preferred mode of communication. It says, and that's what's on your screen. It says, a GED for persons without a high school diploma in America will get you into a community college, then a full university thereafter. So that question, of course, I think I posted that question that what would and the similar systems in the UK also, they say an adult, once you get past an age threshold, you can just do a literacy, numeracy, high level sort of thing that can get you into institutions. And it looks as though similar system in America, according to Alexander Gomez via Super Chat. It says a GED for persons without a high school diploma in America will get you into a community college, then a full university thereafter. So that clears up that space. And Babati then joining Alexander Gomez in the habit of speaking via Super Chat, and his Super Chats to say, it says the only concern is the alleged age falsification. Otherwise, he has the right to change his name legally, especially if he was adopted. So the query about his name also, this controversy, of course, entirely, I don't even know where these things spring up from, but then they mushroom and then they blossom and then they blow up into something that's an entity. It's almost as though I'm wearing a black shirt and somebody is saying I'm wearing a white shirt and I'm frustrated again that it's black. And then a bunch of people then come up to say that, no, that shirt is actually white. And then I find myself in that incredulous situation that the black shirt that I'm wearing, I'm actually arguing if it's white or not. So this is the narrative that wraps around Tinubu often instances. Babati, the only concern is the alleged age falsification. Otherwise, he has the right to change his name legally, especially if adopted. So we don't even know if that name was changed, but then of course, the narratives around this guy. Alexander still continues to communicate via Super Chat, and he says, my position is Tinubu in Lagos didn't grow up Bola Tinubu. Somewhere along the line, he changed his name to Bola Ahmed Tinubu. That's the missing link, period. So it looks as though that might well be where the quibble is. But why is that? Why did he change his name? So here I am now entertaining that as a thing. But why did he change his name if he did change his name? And how does that color anything if he did change his name? My position is Tinubu in Lagos did not grow up Bola Tinubu. Somewhere along the line, he changed his name to BAT, and that is the missing link. So that is what Alexander says via Super Chat. AI efficiency comes in. It says, misrepresentation is a serious crime. Claiming Lagos on official documents whilst not from there is fraudulent. Now, what is wrong with BAT's claim? So that is what AI. So he's just trying to nail this guy down. And I find myself somewhat coming across as a Bola Tinubu person, which I am not really. I am more a stickler for fair play person. But then you find yourself almost feeling defensive towards this guy. AI efficiency, misrepresentation is a serious crime. Claiming Lagos on official documents whilst not from there is fraudulent. Now, what is wrong with BAT's claim? So that's that. And then Sonny Uta rounds off the super chart to say rather there is no truth in a corrupt country. This is those cryptic insertions that you get from Sonny Uta. There is no truth in a corrupt country. So thank you for the super chats, one and all. Did you want to insert something? Because I wanted to do a brief readout before I go on to OVA. But coming up, Babati.
Yes, I was just going to say thank you, Mr. Gomez, for bringing up that comment. That is where we should be. That's what the real argument is. That was the change of name done legally or not? That is where the question lies. Not the fact that they changed his name. I don't care.
Or was there even a change of name?
That is where the question is. Like, because you can legally change your name if you want to. So if he has a document that says Toby one man in 1965 for primary school and secondary school, and now he's now Tinubu, the question is, when did he change his name and why did he change his name? You see what I'm saying? But you cannot then discredit what he has from the past. And number two, are we blaming him for being allegedly adopted? Was that done legally as well? You see what I'm saying? That is where the question is. When he was brought to Lagos allegedly, was that done legally? That's where the question is. Not because you can be born in Osun State, for instance, then move to Lagos and still run for the governorship, right? Legally, post 10 years, right? That can be done. So that does not count. You can't use that against him. You can go to university with a different name, and the U of Chicago still has his documents, right? That you can do that legally. But this is my point. When he changed it, my only concern with Tinubu is the age. That's my only concern. That would be.
Babati, sorry, can I ask Babati a question? Sorry.
So go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, sorry. I want to let me. Hold on, please. Let me just read this. No, please. I must insist because otherwise it will just spiral. Apologies, World Peace. But let me bring this piece that I'm about to read. World Peace is pointed in your direction anyway. This is an insertion that Babati wants us to just acknowledge, and I'm sharing the screen for this. So this is to the space around Tinubu's controversy, just to establish the fact that he does meet the minimum bar. Tinubu graduated from our school, Chicago University. So, like I said, they've dug this thing up before, and it's already established. Can you hold on? What are you doing now? I've asked your permission already now. Allow it now. Tinubu graduated from our school, says Chicago University. The Chicago State University says all Progressives Congress stalwart and presidential hopeful Bola Tinubu indeed attended the university. Beverly Poindexter, who is in charge of official transcripts request, enrollment, and degree verification at the Office of the Registrar, CSU, said this in a terse email response to the Punch on Tuesday. Mr. Tinubu did attend our university. However, if further information is needed, go to the studentclearingoffice.org website to make a formal request, Poindexter wrote. So there it is right there. So just for clarification, the guy did attend Chicago University, according to the university itself. But then, of course, I'm sure that would not satiate. But you wanted to say quickly, World Peace, then I must then follow the order of the conversation again.
Okay, sorry. 2 points. That I read that journal just now. I was saying they should scroll to down. When you see that, when I was saying what I was saying, that Supreme Court stopped the investigation. It's there on that paper.
Right.
If anybody cares to read it, you'll see it. So it doesn't mean he was really verified. he was really verified in that primary school, secondary school, not in Chicago. I'm saying anyway.
Yeah,
Now,
but he went to university. Is the point?
Yes, it's okay. Yes, okay. Then, Babati, what I wanted to ask you. First,
No, sorry. Don't
no,
ask the question.
It's not a question. Just listen, please. First of all, in 2013, 2003, he said he went to primary school and secondary school in Nigeria, which brought problem. Now he's saying he didn't attend primary school and secondary school in Nigeria, and we're just skipping that. Now we're facing Chicago.
Who said he didn't? When did he say he didn't go?
He said he didn't attend primary school in Nigeria, and he didn't attend primary school. He said with his own mouth.
When did he say that?
His headline, can you bring that every headline? Yesterday headline, Tinubu said he didn't go to primary school. Is there every headline yesterday? Everywhere I was saying everywhere.
He was mocking the fact. He was mocking that you people questioning his education. That was the content of the joke. It was mocking people questioning.
The root as a mock. I didn't know because it was everywhere.
No.
All right. You're just taking us down a dark tunnel now. No. Thank you, please.
Okay.
You're going to take us down.
It was a headline news that he said he didn't.
No, I didn't say that, but it's just get more across.
If you don't like his policy, just say so. But all this.
No. I'm not in that route. I'm questioning what on the media.
All right, gentlemen. Thank you. So let me just press it on. To you then, Ovie, you've been listening to the conversation, the controversy around Tinubu's credentials. We must, and I think we have now established that he did present a degree for a position that only required a school cert. So that has been established. But a lot of this nitpicking, a lot of this, they said they listed institutions in previous applications. They've not been to those institutions have not denied him. So I'm not quite sure what it is exactly that this conversation that's been going on for 3.5 hours has been all about. He has presented a degree for a school cert job, but that doesn't seem to satiate. Ovie, does that satisfy you?
No, on our politics, the student of PDP have done that route before. They do the same thing to Buhari, but today Buhari will be finishing his second term. I don't understand somebody who was elected as a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and two-time Lagos State governor. And you'll be saying that he's not qualified. I mean, this is a propaganda coming from PDP. It's an information warfare at its best. We've been doing it before. If you find a presidential candidate that is not qualified or whatever that they are held against him, approach the court. Rather, you are giving a Inspector General of Police 24-hour ultimatum that if he doesn't get arrested, they will approach the court. It's not going to fly. But even though there's a truth to that, it's all left for people who contested against him at the primary. Because if you remember, if you guys are paying attention very well, around January or February, if I'm not mistaken, APC decided in their constitution that you cannot even sue any candidate unless you took part in that election. So the onus is on Amechi, Sibanjo and the rest to take it up to the court if that is the case. But for me, I think this is non-starter. It's just one of those propaganda. It's the season, we're in the political season, even though the campaign has not started officially.
Do you think that there's somewhat of a witch hunt? Please, I am loath to be defending this guy. I do hate him, by the way. He's the worst of the worst. He's a criminal to the core, and he's a drug addict as well, a drug runner, a fraudster. So he's a criminal, but just for the reasons of balance and fair play, do you sense there's somewhat of a witch hunt against this guy, or is that just par for course in politics?
It's the season. There's more to come. So this is propaganda. As I said, it's from PDP. I don't think even the Bola to pay attention to that. There's more work to be done. The serious candidates are punching their numbers. The numbers are not adding up. This is the list of their problems.
Why would you say it's PDP? Are we all PDP here?
I thought it was more the obedience.
This guy submitted paperwork, was it yesterday, that he went to Chicago State University, but he not submit his primary school, elementary school, and secondary school education. He didn't list them. So are you saying that we that are going by what we're hearing, that INEC provided to the public, that this guy only provided his university study. Are you saying we are all PDP?
It's sad that it's what you are hearing, but you don't want to hear it. Did you see the document he submitted?
Did Buhari give them anything? Did Buhari give them his high school degree? Did Buhari give them anything at INEC? What are you talking about, man?
What are you guys talking about? I mean, one man.
Sorry, put that question to V again and let him address it. Put the question again.
He said, hold on. You said that it is the propaganda by the PDP.
Yes.
So are you saying that we who are also talking about it, are we also PDP?
You are just because I just asked you, what are you talking about? Have you seen what you are talking about? You are reacting to hearsay.
Hold on, let me land. Whatever we discuss on this platform is usually what we see in the public domain.
Exactly.
INEC provided to the public that this is what this guy submitted. Candidates are submitting other. I mean, Yele submitted his own. We saw his own. He submitted his own. His own came out. We saw that he only submitted his university certificate. What happened to all his the other ones that he was supposed to submit? What did he submit? So now you're not saying that people that are spinning this whole thing around are all PDP. Are you saying we are all PDP too?
You have not answered my question. Have you seen the document he submitted?
Have I seen the document? What document is he submitting? I'm telling you, I just told you that the INEC released documents saying that this is what is submitted.
The document is submitted to INEC. Have you seen it?
INEC said a paper, this is a form paper. He said he listed Chicago State University.
Can you bring out where INEC said this is what is submitted? Can you present it? It's a question. I'm not disagreeing with you. Can you submit what is submitted to INEC? Tell me this is what
I can't pull it up right now. It's in the newspaper.
So why are you arguing with me?
What is this guy talking about? I mean, he's saying, what am I arguing with you about?
What is out there? This is the propaganda. If you present the document to me, then we can talk. But if you cannot present it, this is just hearsay. It's the political system.
Continue, I beg.
But do you get the points that Ovie is making to you, Rational Mind? Do you understand the point he's making?
What he's saying that
this thing is put out there.
Hold on. Let me answer one man.
Reform and public advocacy. That is people that are propagating it. It's not.
Let me answer one man.
And I will agree with you.
Let me answer one man. One man. If I go to your question, INEC said this is what Tinubu submitted. The newspaper carried it yesterday, and we're talking about it today. It's all there in the newspaper. Sahara reporters carried it, and now you're telling us that it is PDP that is propagating this whole propaganda, saying that it's false, that we should talk about this primary school.
Are we sure that actually emanated? Sorry, go on over here.
No, it came from INEC.
What INEC said, just show me. Not the case we close.
All right, okay, hold on. Hold on. Continue talking. Let me pull it up.
Continue. Then when you find it, you bring it back. We'll talk about it. A Center for Reform and Public Advocacy, they do all these things for Abuja there. Tell me, show me, say that INEC said it, or you show me, then we'll disclose. Come on, man. They talk as if say this thing and today is start. I just give you an example. Now the same thing we talk about Buhari for how many years?
If you ask INEC for these are public record.
I'm not asking INEC. I'm putting it to you that is telling that. I say show me, and I'm telling you, Center for Public Advocacy. Now they put all this thing out there.
So where did they get it from? Where did they get it from?
It's an already pre-existing narrative, isn't it?
No. It's from INEC. You can ask INEC.
I don't think you are following what Ovie is saying. But Ovie, don't keep saying when people are spinning when they counter you with.
Hold on.
You like to go to that. Everybody.
Yeah, I like to go to that because that is what most of us do here on this platform.
Are you spinning yourself? Are you spinning?
I'm not spinning.
I'm going by
hold on. Let me tell you one man. I'm going by what you brought the topic up, and I did my own little digging here. I read newspapers. I read other newspapers. They said Bola Tinubu submitted to INEC that he only submitted his tertiary.
Post the link in the. I want to see it myself.
What do you want me to say? Post the link. Am I?
One more, please. I have a very short question for Rational Mind. Very short one.
Am I the journalist that went to talk about it?
I gave you a link for the Chicago story.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Where did you get it?
Yes, and I read it out. So post your link.
One man. You brought this topic to us, right?
Right.
Not just you. Even this other guy this morning, I listened to him. Other people, they were talking about it. They got this information from the dailies in Nigeria.
Well, there it is. And what Ovie is suggesting to you is that this is Ovie, you say it in your own words.
Rational mind. These papers where they talk, so who they write them? I mean, Nigerians like me and you, are they contribute to national newspapers? So what are you
talking about? Are you saying all of them are all PDP men?
And see, I just tell you, I just put question to tell me where INEC categorically stated it and bring out the document. All this thing will close until you say that.
Look at this guy. We should bring it like as if we have to bring it. Like,
it's out there. It's a public domain. Bring it out. And
how would they know? How would people know that this guy submitted if not that INEC released it to them?
And I'm telling you the same thing now.
So how did they know? So are you saying we're just deliberating on what we don't even confirm that even
I am not saying you are lying. I'm just telling you it's a propaganda. And if you
don't ask me that kind of question. That question sounds. I don't want to be sarcastic. It sounds
exactly what INEC said. And case closed.
INEC doesn't need to say anything. You ask INEC, I want to have this guy's record. They will give it to you.
The only person that have the requirement to disqualify any candidate is the court. So I don't know.
We're not talking about disqualifying here. We are talking about matter of public record. If you ask
what is
INEC, please give us this record. INEC will make it available to you. You will make it available to the public. That's it.
Me and you be public. Just bring it. You say it out there.
Don't tell me go bring it. Don't bring it. Don't tell me don't bring it. If you want to promote your party, promote your party. Don't come here and say PDP. I'm not a PDP man. I don't even want to be a PDP person. No.
I have a question, one man.
Promote your party, promote your NNPP, whatever. But don't come and say I'm not a PDP man.
Exactly. So that should tell you something. If I have a candidate I'm supporting, but I'm still saying it, that should tell you something. I'm supposed to be king.
No, you're already spinning it like we are PDP.
I'm not spinning it. I'm just telling you PDP. Just bring what INEC said, and I'll go with you.
No, I'm not going to give you that. If that's what you're asking for, I don't have it.
I'm not doing that.
We are only speaking to what is in the national dailies.
What am I speaking to?
They must have gone and asked INEC to give them those information, and they're bringing it available to the public. So are you saying we must expect INEC to come and give us those papers?
Why they handle gladly now? You get America get access to internet. Google and I put it out there.
Oh my goodness! I Google and put them out there like as if.
Sorry.
Guys, are we making sense here, guys?
No, I'm wondering if we are. Hold on, Ovie. I'm wondering if we're actually understanding what we are the conversation.
I wonder
because no, it's actually you that I'm pointing at rational mind. Because
go on. Let me hear you.
What and Ovie, correct me if I'm pointing your but what I think Ovie is saying is that this information, this topic that we're discussing now, that it might not necessarily have emanated out of INEC because there's no reason for it to have emanated out of INEC. But it is a narrative that is already subsisting. So now, in the period now that people have submitted their whatever it is they're submitting to INEC, this Center for XYZ that Ovie just mentioned, they've regurgitated this real talking point still to say, because of course, if Tinubu had done all this in the past, they're reapplying it to this situation in order to pressure that space. Is that what you are meaning, Ovie, essentially, or?
Exactly. I know the rules now. The only thing
and you, of course, you will latch on to that rational mind. Be that
I will latch on this because
rational mind. I be I have a kind that I'm supporting. I'm supposed to dive into this propaganda and fire to whoever. But no, that is what I just said. I'm more serious thing to talk about all this. See, they don't give ultimatum. I'll be 24 hours. Let's wait. They give the ultimatum now. They give IG ultimatum to arrest him within 24 hours. If not, they will go to court. So why would they? If you believe that it's all right, INEC will not come out and say this is what. No, it's not. It's against your common sense.
Oh, my sense is not common, right?
Yeah, obviously. If they argue
please, language,
oh,
please.
My goodness. So look at this.
That's not an insult now. That's not an insult, Rama. It's not an insult.
Okay, all right, go on.
All right. Okay, round off your thoughts, Ovie, and then I want to sweep up the other commentators, then swiftly moved on to another talking point. So a bit of a nonsense, the whole thing is what you are saying.
Oh, Wama, I want to ask a question too.
Can you please, Tony? God Almighty.
This is propaganda. As I said, information welfare is every day. So this is the PDP know what they're doing, what they know how to do best, but it's not going to fly.
All right. So that's a bit of a nonsense. That's how he's concluding it. So let me acknowledge Alexander Gomez's super chat, and then I'll sweep up the remaining commentators, and then I'll move it on. So this really just to nail down the Tinubu, because I for the last time I'm going to say it does actually meet the minimum bar, and this is what Alexander Gomez affirmed via super chat. He says, furthermore, my uncle Biodun Gomez, who who has been residing uh, in Chicago since the late 60s, but grew up in Bamigoshe, Lagos, confirms Tinubu graduated in Chicago State, and knows him personally, didn't know of him in Ekodo. So that is what Alexander Gomez is saying. Furthermore, my uncle Biodun Gomez, who's been residing in Chicago since the late 60s, but grew up in Bangoshe Street, Lagos, confirms Tinubu graduated from Chicago State University, knows him personally, did not know him in Lagos though. So that is Alexander Gomez now putting the gold standard on that debate. So thank you for that, Alexander. So from Alexander Gomez and via OVA, we go on to, let's go to Babati. So Babati just round this off for us. A bit of a nonsense, the totality of it, Babati.
Right. I think at the end of the day, we should focus on the issues. Let's debate the person on what they're presenting to the people, not this petty talk, because he's been in politics for how many years now. If that was an issue, that would have been something that we would have used against him for years. And let's not come to this point where we start dealing with high school. I mean, next thing you know, one man they'll say, "What yellow cement did he go to? You know, what hospital was?" I mean, it's going to be going to be ridiculous. So let's stick to the issues, please. Debate the issues, not all this things. But the only concern I have about him is just the age thing. But the high school, secondary school, and the adoption part of it, I don't have any issues with it. But if you can come up with any document that says you gave this to the university and it shows a different age, then we have a problem. That would be the issue. But in terms of the name and the certification, I have no problem with those two.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So that's just it, really. The totality of it a nonsense. So people are saying we've labored this topic for too long, and to move on to another one. But let's document Ola's commentaries, and then we'll move swiftly on. So, Ola, your thoughts?
On Tinubu situation, you know, Gani Fawemi was on that guy, and Femi Falana defended him. So it has always been there, but you know, it was Supreme Court that saved him that time, just because of this immunity things. You see one thing, Tinubu is a bachelor's degree holder, confirmed. But the thing you don't do is this: you don't need to add what brought you to that level of bachelor's degree if you know you cannot prove it. But immediately you introduce that on legal documents, then it's like you've perjured, or maybe you are misrepresenting the whole idea of a thing. So if you didn't attend a school in Ibadan, why will you put it there, for example? Why is it missing now? If you didn't attend a primary school, why will you lie? Even Shifa Babalawo, for example, didn't attend secondary school. He's good from home, and today is a son, and nobody is asking some kind of a controversy around him. So the question is this: all of a sudden, your primary school and secondary school you used to put there before are missing. Those people that attended university, Chicago State University with him, yeah, some of them really came out to say, okay, oh, they attended together. Even the school confirmed that. So it's not a big deal. Certificate is what you can get multiple copies from American University. It's not like Nigeria where they issue you one. They said, okay, if you miss that one, it's not forever. So instead of saying someone took it away, you should have placed another for another certificate just to show these people. So why are you hiding your primary and secondary school? So that is where people are looking at it. This man has something to hide. Well, maybe staying in Lagos for that long, maybe he should have been a resident of that place. I think constitutionally or legally, I think he may be okay for him to claim Lagos. But it depends on where you are, how you claim it. Now, for example, if you are adopted, good, it's okay. Then you can claim it. You've lived there for a certain year and good. Maybe that one is in your favor. But when you lie somewhere within your document, I think it's a serious issue. So when people are saying, "Oh, he's qualified," no, he's qualified, but along that qualification that is presenting, maybe he has committed one crime or offense along that line. So the question now is that
maybe what are you maybe
for example,
where are we going now? Where are we going with all this now?
If he lie about his primary and secondary
it's
school,
getting scary now. Maybe he has committed one crime.
If he lied about his primary and secondary school, that's fraudulent. That's a crime. So
well,
it's
did he lie?
That's why if I say, why is he hiding that? That is
hiding what? What is he hiding? What is he hiding?
Why is he now hiding in secondary school? He first claimed around 1999 that he attended a school in Ibadan.
Right.
Now,
I'm sorry, hold on. What did that school say? Did that school deny him?
According to the paper I read sometimes ago, yes, they deny that they are not aware.
Which paper did you read some time ago?
I will trust me now. I will Google it again. I'll bring it up to you. Now. I will. It won't take time. I will before we even. In fact, within the next 5 minutes, I will post it there. So
I don't know, man.
So because Ganifa Wemi focused on his case.
Forget Ganifa Wemi. The guy has a bachelor's degree. If he listed schools that he attended and people are querying that he did attend it, if the institutions exist, then they can be approached to verify if he studied there or not. If that was done, then that should be known publicly. But that's not really being mentioned in the conversation that the schools have denied him. So I don't even know what all this. It's a witch hunt.
If he did like all those Cambridge and all those requirements those days from people that learn from home, study from home, and attend, you can attend, actually you could attend university that time without even going to secondary school or whatever. That's what I'm saying. Some didn't go to secondary school and they still attended university. But if you now come around and you claim that you attended that university when you didn't, it's another thing entirely. Why lying if you did not?
No, you can't say he's lying. Why are you saying he's lying? What are you doing now? Go on now, over here.
That Chicago State University is 155 years old today. So no be anyhow university way go around and no people respond. If there's anything that is forcible there, they would have respond to that by now.
And they have confirmed they attended.
That's why I thought if you believe they actually submitted names of primary and secondary school there, and he can't come and account sit down in school, just bring them out. I mean, there's no correlation between those two things. So just bring us in. And as I said, it is against the law that Inec could just come and say, "Oh, this is what this person submitted. This is what this person submitted." You see, I mean, that does not how it works.
Ovie, I told you that it has been confirmed that he attended Chicago State University. I said the bone of contention then was that he claimed that he attended University of Chicago. Two different things. There's a big difference between University of Chicago and Chicago State University. That's the two. There's a big difference between University of Chicago and Chicago State University. You heard me right.
There's nothing like Chicago University. Sir. There's nothing like that.
Chicago State University. It's not like when you say University of Arizona and Arizona State University, two different universities, right?
Yes, but
so that was the bone of contention. That was what they were dragging that time, right? That's exactly what they were dragging that time, right? Then Chicago State University came up and said this guy attended our university, and they even claimed that if you wanted to know more about this thing,
we've just read it now. Yeah, we've just read it now.
Let's focus on the issues. Let's focus on the issue, my brother.
Babati, it is true we should focus on the issue, but there are some little issues too that we have to be very careful about, right? I'm not saying in any way that Tinubu is all from Nigeria, like someone that be claiming that whether it's even from a Niger Republic, with that guy now became our president, and you see how it has been messing us up. See, little details sometimes really matters because we don't know how far that thing can push us to. You understand? Even looking at, for example, now what we are facing today now is just an example. So to me, I'm not saying let me get it clear. I'm not saying Tinubu is lying. I'm not saying it categorically. I'm just saying, if I'm using the word if, let this guy come out clean and publish this thing and clear the air once and for all. You don't need to, when they are accusing you, okay, it doesn't involve anything. Is that what Ovio is saying? It doesn't involve all that responsibility to
him coming out and respond.
to us.
That means he's even okay in that statement. He doesn't need to respond. I mean, these are serious people. Don't be small picking him in now. I don't need to respond. Why ain't go respond? Boys go respond, and they're responding already.
Okay.
Serious matter. These men are putting their numbers. How they go team in election? We did it.
Do you think Bodejo that has been on his case? Do you think he's stupid? And I know that some people will say it's a vendetta.
Is it not?
I know some people will say it's vendetta.
What do you expect?
Is it not vendetta?
Whether vendetta or whether not personal vendetta, once you are accused of something, there's nothing wrong. You want to take the number one seat in Nigeria. Please debunk as much as you can do. Let us trust you more. But you see, everything around you has been so suspicious, and yet you are still running away from just doing that. Just say this thing once and for all. This thing has been on since 1999. Why can't we just come up and just say, okay, these are my certificates? So we've seen the form that this guy submitted. Although I know that how Nigeria used to steal some legal documentation sometimes is beyond me. People will just bring out official documentation, secret, what's supposed to be secret, and yet some people will still have their job there. We've seen the form that this guy filled and flying around on the internet, and we are saying this guy also has nothing to explain. Please, this guy at the university is qualified.
What do you mean you've seen the form that he filled? I don't know what you're talking about. I've not seen any form that he filled.
He will say you've not seen it. I've seen it.
No. Well, you have seen it, but we see a lot of stuff.
Oh my goodness!
But did INEC tell you that they released anything?
So how would they get it if you don't? If INEC don't release anything?
How do they get? This is just.
Are you saying newspaper? Can you see the post I'm posting? I'm posting some posts there now, right now. On the comment, look at it.
I can't say anything that you're posting in the comment.
Really? You can't see it? I've been posting since I've posted about 3 different.
Well, it won't show up. I can assure you, because it doesn't allow you to post hyperlinks. Yeah.
Hyperlinks? Oh, okay.
It might not be.
So anyway,
put it to the private chat, okay? Put it to the private chat.
Okay.
INEC is a serious organization. They might not be. They might be skimmish here and there, but I don't think INEC is still so low.
You can't put the form. You can't put the form feedback by candidates.
And if they really want to question Tinubu, they should be asking for his financial records, which is of more importance, not school certificate stuff.
And also, pause for a moment to reflect that why would INEC single out Tinubu to release his own details and not release the details of everybody else? Agreed. Maybe. No. Just reflect on that. That tells you the veracity of that. Why would they? Is INEC anti-Tinubu? Is this what we are saying now?
It's politics. So maybe it's opposition. You see, when this thing came up, the first thing that came up to my mind is I said, oh, all these 11 governors from Fulani State that have been supporting Tinubu, for example, maybe they even knew all this thing all along, and they were just waiting for this guy.
Okay, conspiracy theory.
No, that's my conspiracy theory. Yeah, I'm saying it now. It's my conspiracy theory. I'm not saying
it's getting wild now.
No, that is my thesis. Now, look at the way they are coming now. What are you saying, Ovie?
This is another aspect to it. Imagine if to say they bring out the whole story that this is a school, primary school attendant, this is secondary school attendant, follow. People don't go buy and go say, hey, this one I own you. So they have to twist it again. As I said, now information is with them. You don't know how this thing goes. There are people who this is their job 24/7 for these political parties. Just so they put this kind of thing out. It's the game, it's part of the whole game.
You see, during the politics, the story you don't even know about yourself, maybe for like 10th generation away. you will know everything when it is time for politics.
Good,
Things
yeah.
you never know about yourself.
Yes.
And it's not necessarily that those things are false. No, it's not necessarily that those things are false. People, they might have known those things for a very long time, but because they have no reason to come out, so they will benefit nothing from it. They will just keep quiet and wait for the right time to hit at you.
So that's
things like this sometimes can be for blackmail, can be for different reasons. You understand? You know, they can politically blackmail this guy just for a purpose. So
let's say it's true. Since when that the Nigerian system they disqualify people at that level with this kind of propaganda? Since when? Buhari is still fresh in our memory. Now the same language with the speak, go through. He finished the second term.
One man.
Yes. No, the thing are we now saying it is all right for us to allow anybody that pajo or anybody that lie on official document to lead us?
Oh, come on. Let me just say something about this. There are Nigerians driving in Nigeria there without drivers that didn't do a proper driving test. This thing. Those ones that are driving on the street without doing a proper driving test, are they more dangerous than will you compare them to somebody that lied about primary school and secondary school certificates?
No, that's a wrong analogy. We are talking about
why I say that is because we are prioritizing the wrong things. We keep prioritizing the wrong things all the time. This guy has already cleared the requirement, and we are still questioning that part as if there is some kind of level of sinister stuff that has gone on in that direction, while real problems are happening. And we're not even asking pertinent questions like, okay, how about these financial records? Maybe we should get financial records from all the politicians. They are running for president.
All right, I want to move on from this topic, but you have your final say. Yeah, have your final say and then move on.
I just want to say this real quick. Now, the business day I just posted here. There is a sentence there that says INEC release. Can you just open that link for us, please, and read that part for us, please? That's the second sentence there.
I don't even see anything. But I don't. See, all these things, say all these newspaper, TV, their business entity, their aim is to make profit. How they make profit? In today's world now by click.
It says, according to the group, Tinubu lied in his EC9 form published by INEC when he claimed that he did not attend both primary and secondary school. Published by INEC.
Where INEC publish and put, where we never see.
I don't know. That's what business is. That's what business is. This is what you people will continue saying. You will now want to spin it. That we are CPP, right?
Mine. It says a civic group said that. Look at the first.
No.
Look at the first line now.
No. That's fast and loose language anyway. So that's published by INEC. It doesn't say INEC. When did they publish it? Is it when it was?
Maybe we should be also be. I mean, kind of like the kind of news you bring to us. When you bring, which I'm not. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to find fault with you. You bring this news to us.
Right.
We deliberate on it. We talk about it. And most of us we already read in advance before you bring it to us, perhaps.
Right.
And then we talk about now. I gave you an example now, and then I saw where it says according to this and this, and it said INEC published it.
No.
So what do you want me to believe?
Please, no.
I would believe that INEC published it.
Please, no.
And I have seen online.
Read it very
this guy that lives in.
Rationama, let me help you there, please. Let me help you. When the case was ongoing. Where the case was ongoing, some documents were obtained by Ganifa Wemi and those people representing were prosecuting Ganifa Wemi while Fenfalano was defending. So it's not as if all these things that they actually got all these documents. The only on technical ground was the only thing they dismissed. All these things were presented as exhibits. So it's not a thing to.
So what document? What document did they get?
The form that this guy filled while he was contesting the Lagos state governorship. That is what they brought to court. So now it is a new form now that Tinubu now excluded all those. He's no longer adding all those primary and secondary school again. But then when he was the governorship candidate for Lagos State, he put everything. And that was everything that Gani Fawemi was presenting the court. So that the INEC didn't publish all those things. They obtained all those legal documents by prosecuting this guy. So I see, to Nigeria, see that we should focus on the right thing. You are saying we should forget perjury and focus on competence.
Perjury. We are all perjuring ourselves every day. I don't know. See, we are just hypocrites. Nigerians, we keep behaving like hypocrites all the time.
You don't justify a crime with another crime.
Focus. Okay, let me just finish my point. Let me just finish this point. What is the worst thing that could have happened during that period that he decided not to disclose?
Crime is a crime and it's a crime. It doesn't mean
all right. We are not law. There's a law. Crime. You can't say commit a crime. Come on, man. You know all this.
All right. Let's move on. So thank you, thank you, gentlemen. It's no clearer 4 hours later than it was when we started. It's still just
very clear. It's been clear from the beginning. How can you say it's no clearer?
It's no clearer. You say no position has shifted. No position.
One man, this is funny. We can't talk about Peter Obi. We can't talk about Tinubu. Who do you want to talk about? Atiku? We talk about Peter Obi.
Are we not talking about Tinubu now?
Let's forget about this. We talk about Tinubu now. One man.
All right.
What is their policy? I want to know what they are going to do for Nigeria.
All right.
When can we scrutinize these people? We talk about Peter Obi, people who come out. We talk about Tinubu, people who come out. Who do you want to talk about? Japulani, everybody will be jumping up. At least let's scrutinize these people. What's there?
On the issues, please, not their certificates.
All our issues. This is
what
we are meant to judge.
Let's move on.
So I am trying to, but
we are going to talk about.
So if you hold on, War Peace, to Niger is right, because these things that we're discussing, they are very, very pedestrian stuff. It's just ridiculous somewhat. Tinubu has a degree which already qualifies him for the minimum bar. He does. He's a Nigerian, which already qualifies him. But what To Nigeria is saying is that what is this guy actually going to do with Nigeria is really... So they are not going to strike him off INEC. We know that. Hold on. They are not going to strike him off INEC. He's not going to be disqualified. He's not going to be stepped down. He's going to be on that ballot in 2023. Almost a certainty. So rather than pedestrianize it that, look at the conversation we've had for 4 hours. Which primary school did he go to? So that's just ridiculous. So To Nigeria is right. The bigger topics is really where the concern is. His financial record with fraud. We know he's a fraudster, and that is really where we should be going after him, not school start. So you have that say over here, and then I must move on. Yeah, over here.
We treat issue here as if now we be the judge, and once we agree on here, and that's fine now. Let's move on. We don't. You have presented the case. We don't disagree. Let's move on. We don't get the final say. We don't have the right to disqualify him. Neither we know who approach court the way the law says. We can't even approach court. They don't go answer us. So we don't deliberate. Let's move on to our so that we have a lot of things.
All right, brilliant. So let me move it on, and then I want to move it on then to Meadowman now. So Meadowman, I want you to straddle two conversational points. One somewhat, they are both, I wouldn't even say comical, but the first one, so it's the relationship between Obasanjo and Atiku, which is somewhat of a relationship of convenience, more at the convenience of Obasanjo than anybody else. So Obasanjo, of course, he took him as his running mate, straddled the Nigerian space twice. So, and when there was this guy's turn, he stabbed him in the back, that is a thief. But then when he wanted to use him to chase Buhari out of government, he said he's a saint. But now that he did not serve that purpose, he's calling him a thief again. So I made a mistake picking my number 2 as civilian president. Obasanjo speaking, and he always points it at the most crucial time, when this guy now has the best and only last chance now of fulfilling his lifetime ambition. So Obasanjo's relationship with Atiku up for question. Oh, it's gone, Meadowman. So Obasanjo's relationship with Atiku up for question. So that's where I wanted you to straddle. But let me kick that off then. Let me kick that off with let me kick that off with you, Ovie. So the yin and yang of Obasanjo and Atiku. So he stabs him in the back yet again, Ovie.
Obasanjo is there. I mean, you give it to him. He's a good politician if you want to. If I would say, he chose the right time to say what I say. He's just telling directly that I'm not supporting Atiku. And I believe he's not speaking for himself. He's speaking for the military hierarchy. If we don't choose their candidate, and it's not him, that's what he's saying. If not, now today, 4 years ago, Atiku go meet her. They say the beggar, I may agree, he's supporter. Today, now I can't tell you, he's the. I mean, it's not even a direct question that they ask him. How about this? He was just asking a general question, and he's just talking about his get and all that. So for him to just single-handedly state that fact, well, I mean, he's telling his followers or everybody that that's not my candidate. That's just what it is. Now, political season. Every word that come out of these people, they don't just talk loosely. They know what they are stating. So he's just telling the supporter that I'm not in for Atiku. That's what I read there.
All right, brilliant. So let me go to Niger. To Niger, I want to take you to a different space, but I want to play you a video clip. Actually, I'll intro it, then I'll play you a clip, and then invite your thoughts. Is this there was this judgment that came through not that long ago at the Supreme Court, allowing students to wear hijab to school in Lagos, allowing police women to wear hijab to school, to work rather, not to school but to work. So it's essentially opening up that space for you to bring forward your religious inclinations in places of work and places of learning. So they opened up that space, and that space has been opened up now by the Supreme Court. And that law, it did not bypass a senior lawyer called, where is his name again? A senior lawyer called Malcolm Omirobo. So he now has taken on board what the Supreme Court said to now assert his own right to freedom of worship. What it is, freedom of worship to Niger. So it goes on for 2 minutes, but that's essentially it. This guy now, he turns up at the Supreme Court dressed as an Olokun worshipper because, of course, the Supreme Court has opened up freedom of worship. Murik comes out as charging and wailing, asking for the beheading of this fella. Your thoughts on that space to Niger?
Yeah, that's a tricky one. That's one of those questions that you have to ask yourself what kind of character you want your nation to have, really. Because obviously some groups will be happy to have that happen, while others will not. And this is because Nigeria, they do. I know that some states have polygamy, others don't. And so I guess I would say from that point of view that maybe they should leave it for the states to decide. And because if you start making that kind of law, people are some groups are going to believe, at least half of the country is going to believe that you're being biased because they know they don't wear hijab. You see what I mean? So that kind of law shouldn't be coming from the center. And they have to be careful when they start doing that because that just puts people's back up in terms of a religious strife, which is something I personally find a little bit very distasteful, really, because our people have forgotten that they were there before religions came, and they pretend as if religion doesn't give power to other people, that we give them. We give our power to other people based on religion, and to be saying that, some parts of the other country, the country should be wearing hijab, I don't think that should be coming from the center as it is right now. I think they should go the way they did with polygamy. They should just allow the states to do what they want to do. Thank you.
The religious something in Nigeria is somewhat they say we have no state religion, or they say Nigeria is a secular state, but you don't see that in practice. When you have government institutions and even state governments sponsoring people to Hajj, and then the Christians want to counterbalance and they send people to Jerusalem, and then they are trying to,
Who is sending Babalawo to somewhere now?
Yeah, who's sending Baba? What is it now? Who's sending Babalawo to?
This is not equality. That there's marginalization going in terms of
Babalawo
is our traditional religion. Now we keep doing. See, I think it's going to take a bit of time to clear the wool in our eyes and some of the things we are doing. You know, somebody when they came on, they were talking about how some people use Arabic language in this. Some of the things we do, we don't understand. We are giving away our power because we thought it's just religious stuff. Religion is not just religion; it has power behind it. That's why when Europeans took Christianity, they decided that, you know what, we are going to make Jesus Christ blonde hair, blue-eyed, Nordic-looking guy, because they don't want him to look like a Middle Eastern person. We read our language, we bow. Oh, come on, I don't want to go into religion. But I believe that the way Nigerians have handled this before was to do it state by state. And if they have to be fair, because we don't want a situation whereby some people say, oh, Muslims are trying to dominate. The other side will say Christians are trying to dominate. So far, what I've had most is that the Muslims are trying to dominate the other parts of the country. And there is this thing that is going on in the South that the South don't seem to understand. There's a demographic change that is coming down the line. The South, their birth rate is relatively low. The North, the birth rate is a lot higher now. And they have polygamy on top of that. So they are going to embed that in the system for longer. So in other words, over time, their population is going to increase more and more. And if religion remains the same, that is a ticking time bomb waiting to happen. And the South, we are not prepared for that. We are not even having the conversation. America is confronting that kind of problem right now in their country. So we have to take responsibility. We in the South have to understand what is happening in our country. One experience I had in Abuja, when I was in Abuja, I saw a young man driving Okada. And I told my guy, I said, oh, that guy, he's just a young guy. Why didn't I ask him? He said, no, don't worry. That guy has already got wives. I said, no, he can't be serious. Go and ask him. He asked the guy. Young man, looking like just before 20. He said he's got already a wife and 2 children. And that he's looking to marry more. I asked him, why is he doing that? He said, because he wants to have more children so that they will be strong enough to fight. And I told the guy, I said, go and ask him, who does he want to fight? He said, no, I'm not going to go and ask him. Because this is what he want to fight. You don't know the war they want to fight. This is what the Nigeria we live in. People are having children to fight a war that we don't know the war they want to fight. So that's what we have to be careful about. The South, we are asleep right now, copying the West, not preparing for what is happening. And when we talk about this law, this is going to feed into that. Because the South is going to feel like they are being kind of the North is rolling them over. With all these attacks that we're hearing in the country, in Kwara State, I hear a lot of disturbing things about the competition between the Muslims and the Christians there. Now they're saying hijab should be coming all over the country. This is the kind of stuff that we're going to be seeing it more and more. I'm even surprised it's happening so soon. We are going to be seeing it more and more as a consequence of what the South has been doing all this while. We've been prioritizing education, not realizing that the North is playing a different game. They are playing a numbers game, and they are winning.
Tonight, that demographic change that you mentioned is probably more insidious than you may suspect, or you probably do suspect. You see all this heavy wave of Northerners coming into the South. Especially the opening up of the borders in the northern part, and they are cascading. There was a clip I saw once. One girl like that, she does YouTube, and then she approached this chap in her. This was in the eastern part, rather Port Harcourt, that type of area. So she approached this chap, and she was trying to communicate with him, and the guy couldn't exchange. And he was saying to the guy that, and then the guy was a French-speaking Fulani guy. And this girl was asking that, did you come through immigration? Because she's from a Jebota girl. So she was asking the guy, did they come through immigration to get to Nigeria? But the greater point that I'm saying is that they are actually looking to repopulate the southern part with their people from the Sahel as a final solution. This is what is going on.
Do you blame them?
Yeah.
We are the ones doing it now. We are inflicting it on ourselves. Our women now. I have been on panels where they are advocating divorce, advocating the breaking up families, and making families. They are copying Western countries in a country where half of the country doesn't care anything about Western laws at all. They are not using their tongue to count the number of teeth in their mouth. They are thinking they are in America while they are in Nigeria.
Tunaya, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
In the midst of all of this, because I've had you spoken throughout today, and I wonder, where do you stand in all of this? Because you talk about Tinubu, you eroded this guy as maybe a final solution for our problem, and I kind of like wonder, where do you stand? I mean, like, does your politicians, these politicians, did they realize that this is a threat to us, especially the southern politicians, like the people you talk about? You were trying to defend here, Tinubu. I mean, does he understand that this is a threat? This is an existential threat to the unity of that country, and to even the people that he is from among them? Does he even see that? Does he even realize that? Does Atiku even realize that? Does Obi realize that? Does all these people realize this? That is a threat. It's a national security. That people from, like what one man is not saying now, somebody from a francophone country, because it belongs to this, just like a Yoruba person from Benin Republic coming to Nigeria, start claiming to be a Nigerian. So is it not a threat to our unity, to our national security? I was seeing already the bombing of every churches. And
but two Nigeria has already covered that. He's saying that people are playing two different games, and especially the South, they don't seem to either realize or acknowledge the game.
Who is his preference then? Now, among these politicians that are vying for the political office, I mean, like the presidency. Whoa. I
think he's highlighting to it, but the question is to you too, Niger. But so you address that and I'll move it on. Yeah.
Yeah, for me, I've always said that my preference is for the people to do similar stuff that they've done before, like in the NSAS protests, where they have demands. They have specific demands. You know what they say in the Bible, you ask and ye shall be given. You have to ask demands that the politicians have to meet that is non-negotiable. And I believe that there are bodies, people like us having discussions, and maybe organizations that are out there. I don't know how NSAS was able to pull that off, that the people of Nigeria or the women cannot pull off, or ASU, that are those professors on strike that cannot be able to formulate something that most all Nigerians or 95% of Nigerians can sign up to and demand from these politicians. Because if we don't make demands, we can take power from them. Because one of them, if you say, make government accounts public, anybody that says no, you know that guy, you should not trust that politician. Because you know that guy wants to hide money so you don't see it, so that they can siphon it and make themselves richer.
You're not my question, though, you are also.
Who do I support? Who do I support?
Yeah, who do you support?
Right now, if I'm to choose one person to support, if I'm going to vote, I'll vote someone like Peter Obi, because he's the least of all the evils. I don't know their policies.
I'm not convinced that you will. I'm not convinced that you will, though.
I don't know their policies. If I see the policies,
you should have said Peter.
You don't know the policy, but you want to support him.
He's asking me right now. If I'm right now, I don't know their policies. That's why I'm saying I need to know their policies.
You don't know his policy, but you want to support him.
He's asking me if I was to vote. He's asking me if I was to vote right now. I was saying I was going to vote Peter.
You are the one that you are talking the most. You are recommending what we got to do, but you have not done your own research. You don't even know.
I've been asking for the research. I don't have the data. I checked on YouTube. There is no policy that I can see.
Okay, why do you want to support him when you don't know anything about him?
But at least I know some policies of Peter Obi. He's talking about
Peter Obi.
At least I know some of his policies.
Can I push back?
I think Ovie wanted to push first. So Ovie push, and then you Babati.
You are on point. Don't let anybody push you around. You say something very profound, that the country is pretty much divided into two. One part is looking inward, and the other side is looking outward. With the Southern Nigeria, won't be like we. The Oyibo society, the Oyibo way of life is declining rapidly, but we don't seem to see it. Those people where they link inward, tomorrow future, depends on how much we want to follow our own rules, not the Western world. I think
but
that's
the Northerners are not looking inwards. They are looking to the east. They are looking to the Arabian template. Yeah.
Because we pay. I mean, to me, religion and politics, the two mainstream political parties in the world are Christian and Muslim religion. How are we using our own to our advantage? Them, they use their own to bring them together. It's a game of number. And this idea that these Northerners are more in number is a fallacy. It's not. They have 17 states. They have 3 geopolitical zones within one region. That is what they are talking about. It's not the numbers per se. Numbers are the amount of people that are allowed to participate in this game. I mean, it's obvious during the primaries. How many people select our president? Whether we like it or not, one of these 4 men will become our president. Guess what? Nobody they just select them for us to vote for. So how many people are allowed to participate? That's where the number we're talking about here.
Oh, all right, thank you. Also, sorry, let me just insert one more thing. To Niger, sorry, actually, go before me, Babati.
Yes, let me just push back on the narrative Tinubu put up earlier about the breeding rabbits up north. Yes, I do get the fact that they have kids at early age, but look at the metrics. It does not work out for the parents and the kids. That's poverty breeding right there. And your solution cannot be that we should have more kids down south. We should find a way to help them out to not do that much up north. But don't say that we should then start having kids down south to keep up with the numbers. We clearly cannot keep up with the numbers, but you cannot say because they are breeding rabbits up north, then we start having more kids down south. We know the metrics are just off. That's my only problem with your statement. Go ahead.
All right, let me just insert this as well. To Niger, you were saying the reason why you are lumping with P2B is because he has he coheres more in terms of policy thrust. But P2B does not have any policy. He says consumption to production, which is just an ambiguous term. If you were going by that logic that you said, if you had said Atiku, then I would have been on board with it, because Atiku is the only person that has a plan for Nigeria. He's the only one, and a plan that makes sense. But if you're saying P2B, it is consumption to production. P2B.
I said P2B because
one man should have a plan too. If you go to Shore, 2023 just up.
Hold on, Ajale. We are talking about the serious politicians.
Serious.
Okay. Hold on. Yes, to Niger. So I was pushing you on that. I think you have been seduced by the noise of P2B.
Come on. No. I've also heard this in article talked about how he was going to make his friends rich and all the rest of it. So see, if I check Atiku's policy now, which I'm going to have time to review, I will check it to see what he's actually proposing. But for me, for me, I believe security is critical for anything we do. Peter Obi is the first person I've seen to say, okay, one-man police. I don't know what he's talking about the military yet, but 1 million man police. He talked about it. They asked him, would you get 1 million man police? He said, yes, he will do that. So he's the first person to say that. So I would say, if you ask me to go and vote today, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. You are also aware earlier on I said there is no policy. I need to see what these people are going to do. And Nigerians, we should be asking those questions and asking them, telling them what we want. I don't know how we can do it. Maybe there should be some kind of way of us collecting our own this interest and say, you know what, do this. These are the things we need to do. Top 3 things. Because we have to have what we need from them so that they too can conform to what we want. Otherwise, they are just going to tell us what they are going to do for us. And then they would have planned all the ways they might be able to circumvent it themselves.
All right. To Niger. Oh yes. To Niger, I've posted a link in the comment section. If you want to have a feel of Atiku's plan, go and read that. That's just a starting point. It's just so perfect. For a country.
It's not here. I can't see the link.
I've been pro-Atiku I've been watching him lately. He's been pro-Atiku lately.
That's it there. I can see that.
He has never hidden it.
I've always liked Atiku.
He has never hidden his love for Atiku.
Love affair.
It's only that if he wasn't a Fulani man, I would have supported him, but I can't support him because he's a Fulani man.
Come on now, it doesn't matter now. We all one Nigeria.
I'm here.
All right, Tony, let's hear from you. Go on.
Thank you, sir.
So one man, you can be afraid of backlash too.
Imagine.
No, I want a Yoruba man. No, I want a Yoruba man. That's just what I want. If Atiku was a Yoruba, no, I want a Southerner. And really, if I had my way, then of course everybody, because I will feel safest under a Yoruba man, just as much as an Igbo person, I suspect will feel safest under an Igbo person, and as much as a Northerner will feel safest under a Northerner. But I want a Southerner, if only just to escape from all this Buhari narrative and all this just madness that, But if Atiku was a Yoruba man, it would be the perfect candidate as far as I'm concerned. But Tony, you wanted to say?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. So, you know that I was just trying to respond to Naja. I was about thanking him for his analysis, about the North-South dialogue, and then all of a sudden, he was just, he just can't shiver. So, you already talked say that there's a threat approaching us, that we are sleeping, we are trying to behave like Oyibo, who went in for South. That it's time for us to wake up and resist. Then all of a sudden, you just say no. Why? So then to the Tinubu for the school something, because I was unable to contribute there. So I just want to ask Rational Man that is there any grandmother that would allow his grandchild to go to primary school in the western region, that's including Edo and Delta State, So Tinubu has gone to has obtained a primary school at all costs. That is period. Then it is politically motivated. That is simple phrase. All this talk about this and that is all politically motivated. Like if you will say all is politics, all not politics. It's politically motivated. So why we try to pretend like as if we don't know that? So that's what I'm saying. So we should try to talk about the certain candidates right now, and then it's only Tinubu that switch into that your analysis that who will not behave like a Igbo man, because it's high time that they will wake up and then face the reality that there's a big threat coming up, and then we have to protect the interests of our own children. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Tony. So gentlemen, we're coming up to the 5-hour mark, so I want to seek to start to round off. But there was one particular topic that I did want somebody to touch on briefly. So I'll take it to Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, it looks as though Inec have caved in, and this is something that you especially have been advocating, because you've never really seen a reason why this was the case in the first instance. But this is at a concert in Abuja. They are going around with concerts to motivate the youths. So this was at a concert in Abuja, and this is Mahmoud Yakubu speaking. INEC bows to pressure, extends CVR indefinitely. So the continuous, whatever it is, the continuous voters registration, which was meant to end just in about 3-4 days time, they've now extended that indefinitely. And I think this is something that you often speak about, Ajanle Koko, that as soon as people come of age, they should just automatically be allowed to register to exercise their fullness of citizenship. So what are you then making then of this now turnaround by INEC? Just briefly on that, Ajanle Koko.
This is a good development from INEC, and I wish they can continue this. It should remain indefinitely. There shouldn't be timeline for registration to have PVC. It should be open all the time, so people can go in and register if possible. Online, they should. If possible, they should have a website where people can, apply for their PVC online. There should be no time, to close it, to close that application for PVC. It should be open all the time. That is how you can allow your democracy to grow. That is how you can give everybody the opportunity to register, so that they can participate in the democratic process. So it's a welcome development. I think we should put more pressure on them to continue indefinitely, to leave it open forever. So I welcome that development. It's a good step in the right direction, woman.
Brilliant. Well put. So Ajanle Koko, thank you. I wanted somebody to speak on that. So thank you, Ajanle Koko, and thank you, gentlemen. So the gentlemen want to seek to start to. Oh, did you want to insert something, Babati, before I round off?
Yes, I was going to say I posted a link on your session form. I think that came out today that Inec might not allow the candidates to take out their VP that they already put in now. That they might have it. That Inec might not allow Tinubu and others to take out those candidates. That just came out now. I put it on the private section for you to look at.
Oh yes, I saw it, but I think that's been circling, and let's see.
Well, I don't know how, because that came from, I think, Punch or Daily Trust.
Yeah, it's Punch. It says a new electoral act prevents Tinubu others from replacing running mate. So this from group. I suspect this might well amount to nothing, because I think we've touched on it before.
Right.
So let me just give you a quick readout.
What if they resign?
Yes, what if they resign? and the law stipulates that you have to have a running mate. It says the Center for Reforms and Public Advocacy.
That's what I want to say. Now, see the same center, and then they produce all these. Anec, there's a rule starting. There's a window for them to replace. The only way thing that can deny that if the best way they put there now say it and no go come out. Anec no get power to disqualify any candidate. They don't have the power. Now see that for this whatever way they put against the Tinubu this, and then see that one out too.
Can I add one more one man?
Yeah. Let me just read these latter paragraphs from what you sent in, and then we take that from you, and then I'm more insist on rounding off there. So this is further down that piece, and it's speaking to what people have been chiming in with. It says, according to him, the Electoral Act is clear on provisions for withdrawal and substitution of candidates, warning that Section 28 and 84 relates to only the candidates presidential and governorship and not their running mates. It stated that substitution of candidate by political parties can only become possible in the case of withdrawal or death of candidates, a presidential, governorship, senatorial, or House of Representatives and Senate Assembly candidates nominated by party through valid primaries in accordance with blah, blah, blah. So it gives the option of withdrawal. So essentially, those people will just have to write a formal letter to the INEC that they are withdrawing and they are substituted. But insert that Babati, and then
I want to speak to that PVC, because earlier on we had there's a spike in Lagos, PVC collection. And I was wondering if anybody had a link to see the number of PVC that was collected totally. Because I've always said that if you have a spike in PVC between 18 and 35, between 2 million and 5 million people being a new voter, then the third force has a chance. If you have a spike in those numbers, but there's no link for me to look at to track those.
We covered that about 2 sessions ago, Babati. 640,000 was the figure being given. 640,000
for Lagos or the whole country.
For Lagos.
Yeah, but what about the whole country? Do we have close to 2 million? If we get close to 2 million,
for the whole country, the figure that they came up last time I checked was 6.2 million. Of that, 4-point-something million youths.
Of new PVC voters, right?
Yes, new PVC entrants.
That means the third force has a chance if they can get one person to be their rep instead of having multiple third. Hey, robot!
You see, what is you are gone. And I'll seek to round off here, but I would just want to say something. So this is really to the panelists. And
can you hear me?
Oh, goodness me. Can you mute yourself, please? Warpies, your system is gone, so mute yourself. I just want to say something, and this is really to the panelists. And I don't really, but I want us to be very mindful, one, that a lot of the people here are senior people, and they are taking the time off to come and interact with us, to share thoughts, So let's just be aware of the delicate sensibilities of people. This is why I always harp on about language. It's just really just to be mindful of it, because there are certain ways that certain things are phrased that jars the senses of people sometimes. Like yesterday, let me not use today. There's been instances today, but let me use yesterday that Celibix came on and somebody was pushing back at her that she was being aggressive. And I was encouraging that person to say assertive instead, because she would and did take umbrage to that. So let's just balance the language. It's just, we are all, gentlemen. So I didn't feel I had to say that, but I felt I just had to say that. But saying that and then moving on and then rounding off to land as ever on Ajanle Koko, but to kick it off then with let's kick it off with a rational mind. Rational mind. We're at that point again. Just a quick few words to round up.
Yeah, it's to say that everything we hear is PDP propaganda. We need to ask ourselves questions sometimes. It's not everything that we see is PDP propaganda. The national dailies or whatever that we hear this news from, they do their own fact finding. I mean, they do their own facts research and all of that. And whatever organization works with PDP, that's all their own. So for us, everything we have to say PDP, propaganda. I mean, did the ABC themselves not even use propaganda in 2015 against the PDP? So it's payback time now. So let's just forget this whole thing about PDP or whatever. I'm not saying they're not behind the propaganda, but what I'm saying is let's just speak to facts. So for me, as people, we need to realize that Nigeria is not working. That country will never work. Just an example of it. Somebody just went to a court just to, appear in court in his own regalia, in his own religious regalia, and then somebody from the north saying that they put the fatwa on his head. I would say we're one Nigeria. How can that kind of a country move forward when people are happy on their so-called religion? One religion is becoming a problem to everybody in that country. I've not even had a Christians even criticize this guy. It's just the people, HISBAH or whatever they call themselves from the north. Guys, we need to speak the truth to ourselves. This country is not working. And let us not live in that illusion that it will ever work. As long as we have these people holding on to their religion and wanting to use that religion to dominate the rest of us. Thank you very much and have a good night, good morning, and good afternoon.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Rational Mind. So that was Rational Mind. Just to clear up something, the pushback against the man, it wasn't from the north, it was from Murik, some Ibadan guy, Ishaq Akiktola, he calls himself. And he didn't call for a fatwa, he was just critical. So that was me somewhat embellishing with language. Sometimes you can read between the lines. So for the purposes of clickbaiting and all that kind of business. So no clickbait though from To Niger. To Niger, closing remarks.
Yeah, thanks for having me. And about the articles policy, I just reviewed some of his economic policies, and it looks to me it threatens to fulfill that statement that he made about making his friends rich. So we have to be careful. The color of what he's going to do is going to be very important, and how he plans to implement it is going to be very important if he wants to privatize so many aspects of the state. And from what I gather, he's into generators. I don't know why he's into generators instead of power plants that actually generate power for thousands of homes. So that is something that he has to answer if he's actually into generators. Regarding the what is happening in the north, and obviously I really don't want to go into the Tinubu certificate stuff, because I don't think it's consequential. And this is the thing I keep talking about. We should be demanding for financial stuff. We don't ask for things that actually bite, the things that really are of higher priority, because that's the one that matters. If he's got too much money in his pocket, we have to ask where that money is coming from and what he's going to do when he has access to the national purse. So these are critical questions, but instead we spend it talking about certificate from secondary and primary school. I guess that is what it is now. And we have to learn, because sometimes when we know things for a fact, we have this latency or sluggishness to translate it into the way we approach, the way we deal with issues. And we need to start transitioning to actually using our knowledge. Nigerians have a lot of knowledge, but we don't translate it to taking action in the right way. The North thing is that I think we need to break the spell. I think our people have been under a spell for a very, very long time. As a matter of fact, the whole Africa has been under a spell from foreign powers that has, spelled us from defeats to education and everything. And the only way we can recover ourselves is to break that spell, for people to realize that, you know what, we have been here for thousands of years. We belong together, not the other day, not looking at the Mecca and the South looking at Washington. We need to understand our fate is, we have a shared fate. We have to become Pan-Africans or Pan-Nigerians. Why? Let them be their Pan-Arabic and Pan-European. Let us be our own people. We should start supporting our own. And however way that spell needs to be broken, these are the kind of things our intelligence mind should be doing. Because we have to reclaim our destiny. We can't keep bowing down to other people's capitals. It needs to stop. Because what I said earlier on is, in a way, I put myself in a position whereby I was advocating, it's almost as if I was advocating a kind of conflagration between the North and the South. The only reason why I said that was because that law is trying to create that situation where the South will feel like, okay, you are supporting one side again. And we don't need that. I've seen so many cases of that happen. I have to call facts for what it is, where it appears that they are favoring one side of the country. But the bigger problem is that that side of the country that is favoring, they are looking at Mecca and we are looking at Washington. If we take over our own destiny, then we don't have to look anywhere other than ourselves, and we elevate ourselves for the better for it. That's why I say we have to try to rein power away from the center. And one of the ways you can do that is by making things transparent, because now they don't have any incentive to go there anymore. They know that they're going to go there, they're not going to enrich themselves, they're not going to be super rich anymore. Why would they want to go to the center? And at the same time, when you don't ask politicians what you want, if you don't have any way of letting politicians know exactly what you want, they know we want security, but they don't know how clever we are in terms of our requirements for security, because they will deceive us. They will tell us the things that we want to hear, and they will not do anything for the next 8 years.
All right.
We that are the clever ones, at least clever enough, let's put it that way, we should be able to come up with ideas that will say, you know what, this is the kind of military we want to see in our country. This is the kind of law enforcement we want to see in our country. And now that you're going into office, are you going to do it? If you're not going to do it, they should view you suspiciously, because that means you're not there to solve the problem. You are there to push the problem to the next 8 years. And I believe Nigerians are not out for that right now. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So thank you to Nigeria. So from to Nigeria, we go to Ovie. Ovie, to you.
To Nigeria, you don't go, because when Rational Man asks you who they support, it takes you a minute to even say Peter, even though you don't know what it's about. I'm inviting you, man. Come join our party, NMPP. You have like a month to join for free. After that, we will collect money, because that is the winning party. Again, to Nigeria, you said something again very profound that I like. You said the North is looking forward to Saudi Arabia. Why the South look forward to Washington? I think one thing you did not understand is that the Washington, the way they thought so, the foundation of Washington money, dollar, is backed by Saudi Arabia money. So the Saudi Arabia is being protected by Washington. So if you look at it closely, I think the other side, the North, are looking to the right direction. But again, I don't agree with you say Saudi is looking towards Washington, because the last time I checked, the northern people go sit down with Barack Obama and say, "Come, we don't want good luck again," and we all know the result. So this is politics. It's a game. The earlier we power our emotion come and look at it critically, the better for us. So the 2018 election is going to be unusual. It's not going to be the business as usual. It's not going to be two-party, PDP or APC. As we are seeing it clearly, 4 parties are standing out. And if we go like this, we are going to have a run-up election. And that's where people like them, Tinubu, they don't get time to pay attention to propaganda. People like Atiku, they don't get time. They are seriously punching the number, because it's not adding up for anybody. But if you look at it critically, the southern region that we are so focused on, the numbers are going to share between 3 people: Peter Obi, Atiku, and Tinubu. Why Konkozo reigns supreme in the north, and that's where the numbers are. So if everything goes the way they go, the question is that who is going to join Konkozo in the second round of election? Because clearly he's not going to take the north, and it depends on who he pick as his vice. There's a lot of thoughts going on within Wike, what's it called? This business billionaire, the bank guy. I remember him from Delta State. My state governor is on the line. So it depends on who you pick. If you pick the right candidate, they might not even have a run-up election. It's going to one way straight for Congo. So it's about the numbers. While we are here, they say this is what HISBAH talk. This is what this people talk. These men are not even thinking like that. They are one. They don't have anything that separates them together. As we speak today, go see Tinubu go dey Maiduguri the campaign, Konkoso go dey Onitsha the campaign. Why we just dey here? They say we are divided. No, it's that time we just look at the game that is going on. If there for anything, we'll learn a lot. It's not going to be business as usual. Not because the youth are rushing to what's it called, to register for PVC and blah. Good. There are a lot of new people that are coming to the pool of election. Those who were born 1999 of age, those who were born a few years before 99 of age. So now then they see all this urge. And the men, the elite, they are one. They sit down critically. They are always ahead. They have sit down critically and say, okay, this youth where they are, how do we share their numbers? And that's where we are seeing these four parties. And to put Sansagari for obedient people, Obi is not going anywhere. But I encourage them to the full line because the more number Obi gets, the more I believe. So on that note, as a all on our politics.
Hey, Obi, please. Are you still in Texas? In Dallas?
No, I'm in Atlanta now.
Oh, you ran away, huh? They chased you out.
I'll be nomadic. I'll be full of heads, man. I move around.
Okay, bro.
But I should be still so.
So, Ovie, since Kwankwaso is your champion, or are you the one championing him? Since he's your candidate, what is going on between Kwankwaso, Maja, and Obi? Who is going to lead? Who is going to be the presidential? Who is going to be the vice?
You na old school now. You should know. Put the mass.
No, I dey ask you. Okay, I don't know. I dey ask you. Make you tell me.
Who is the biggest? Who get better platform than
Make you tell us now. We dey for platform. Tell us. Educate us.
You so now. That's what I'm saying. You know.
They said Obi on this platform. They said Obi has a bigger platform than
Who said that? Nobody on this platform says that. Obi is just Twitter something.
I think they said that.
Who could be the head and who
could be the head? Who could be the tail? Make you tell us. What is your position of you, Kwankwasia, on this major talk between your party and that of Obedian?
I don't want it to happen.
It's Obedian.
I don't want it to happen. Even though if it happens, that means in a one-way straight we will win. I mean, who's going to be the heir? Kwankwaso has a bigger platform. He's the more experienced politician. He's more qualified in terms of achievement. Anything is better. Is way ahead Peter Obi. For me personally, I support Kwankwaso for two reasons. I support him because of the union called Nigeria. This one where we say the Biafrans say they won't go. Oduduwa say they won't go. We only have one man that can put the country together. For the country to be great and achieve the potential that we know it can achieve.
You are supporting him for one reason, Ovi, because it's Fulani. It's because it's Fulani. That's the only reason. We know your politics now. You come from every Fulani known to man to land on this guy. Go on. Oya land. Yeah.
So he's the only man that is splitting one Nigeria union. So that is I support. And two, we are talking about the man who was, when would they say, okay, Peter Obi has gone there, this is a man who has, as we speak today, has put over 3,000 talaka hours in various universities around the world. He as a governor and as a private citizen. These are not just a propaganda, they are fact that is out there. He's the face of the Kwankwaso. Kwankwaso has sent over 3,000 Nigerians, not just a Fulani man, as one man they try to pitch me to, but Nigerians who are studying all over the world. So, and for a country to be great as this, they need unity and education. And that is what is working for America. The only thing that is working for America is because they still have the best system of education at the tertiary level in the world. So with these two reasons and the support, and I believe that because of the identity politics that they are playing, which is going to define 2023 election, that's why it's about the union. It's about the union. How do we keep the Nigeria union together? And how do we move forward? So that's why they support that.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Thank you, Ovie. So that's Ovie, of course. You all know him. So thank you, Ovie. So let's go on from Ovie let's go to Ola. I'm going to bring in, I'm taking closing remarks, but I'm going to bring in Emmanuel and Solly, only to have them have 1 or 2 minutes just to make closing remarks. So Solly, mute yourself until I call you up. Can you mute yourself? Thank you. So let's go to Ola. And gentlemen, now I want us to start to wrap it through it. So just as succinctly as you can be, Ola.
You see, I know the purpose of this forum is for us to educate ourselves and to learn how we got to this stage. Whenever we are saying this thing, we should be very careful of whatever we are telling the global community, whether morally, ethically, or legally. So we should not see ourselves in a situation whereby we are supporting irregularity, illegality, and whatever you can call it. You will see whatever we are saying in terms of supporting something that is not right, we are setting a very dangerous precedent. You see, Yar'Adua pardon militant, for example, and some crook now arrange their bandits. They are now asking for clemency, amnesty. Give them this thing. You are even recruiting some of them into the military. That's a dangerous precedent. Someone overthrew democratically elected government, and you rewarded the person with democracy, and you see where he has brought your democracy to. Yeah, for example, those are the kind of things you see when you look away from irregularity. Are you now trying to are we now trying to live in self-denials of the right thing? You see, where I'm not passing judgment upon Tinubu, for example, let those people that want to x-ray whatever he's doing, let them go in details and let that guy come out openly. If you are lying somewhere, you have no reason to lie to us as a leader, because if you lie at this stage, we don't know what you are going to do when you get to that place. So those are the kind of things I just want us to be aware of. If you want to start pardoning criminals in Nigeria, then release every inmate and let everybody start afresh. That is where you can see justice to be done. Not that you apply some certain kind of bias to some people that have nothing to defend themselves. You now condemn them forever. So let us be aware of that. Other than that, to me, like I keep saying, my fear for 2023 is that we don't want to get the like of Buhari back in that power again. That is why that I want to support anybody that will bring security, because I'm a Yoruba man. I can't deceive you. I don't want my future generation to be displaced from my ancestral land. Even we that we are now, we don't even know what is going to happen if we get another dangerous man like the person that is there again. So that is why we have to be very careful. We have to look at how we do this thing. And like I keep saying, we, the educated one, we are the one actually leading the Nigeria to where we are not supposed to be. We are letting the country down because on the election day we don't come out to vote. That is why I'm afraid that all this obedience story, to me, it might just end on the social media. Other than that, please do the right thing and let's keep promoting what can take us forward. And I hope to see you later. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. Well put, Ola. So thank you, Ola. So from Ola, let's go on to Babati.
All right.
Babati, by the way, that animation, that thing you wanted to show me about the crypto trading, I'm still keen on it. So if you're able to arrange that, then let's do.
Yes, sure. We will. Thanks for having me. Nigeria's output in agriculture is set to hit $1 trillion by 2030. That is a huge market that we cannot let foreigners invade, please. So anybody coming into office, I'm more interested to knowing their policies on agriculture and also on immigration as well. There has to be a clear distinction between Nigerian Fulanis and Fulanis from other West African countries. And I know people spoke about the birth rate up north. That's a very more to do with education and poverty alleviation. We got to teach people up north not to do that. But also, I was so happy with the numbers. One man gave me the 6.2 million people getting their PVCs, and we have the PVCs things still open indefinitely. That's very good. That gives the third force a position or a chance to at least make an impact. But I think this coming election is going to be one of probably the most important in our lifetime, and it will determine the future of that country. whoever we put there is very important, and I hope that we get it right this time. I believe it's possible, and I'm looking forward to to how this you know what's funny. Every day I come here and news and events always kind of force me to modify my position each time I come here. You always have to something new comes up and you come up with a new position every time. And it's very interesting to to be part of and to just watch from afar. Everybody home and abroad they're very interested in this coming elections, and because everybody knows the importance of this cycle. So hopefully I'm looking forward to it, and I'm just gonna hopefully we get it right this time. But one man, I will get at you as well. I'll be back here tomorrow. I'll give you a link or do a session with you, maybe an hour or two, so we can go over or that on my own methods of trading. Okay.
All right.
Like, subscribe, share, love. All right. Good night, everybody.
All right, brilliant. So that's Babati, of course. He's going to be a king, so you better be friends with him if you want to be an Oloye in Yoruba land. Obalola, the prince. Yeah?
Yeah? Everybody, good night.
All right, thank you, Babati. So that's Babati. So from Babati, let's go on to Tony. Tony, to you.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for digging out all the whole news out of Nigeria and keeping us up to date. So anyway, as usual, you see that there is no point, hoping on this Inec or whoever, because they are not independent. And then so the way they kick off this process is not okay. So there's no hope at all. That's why we say that we should, that there's no way we can civilize these people. Those are our fellow Africans on the the northern part of the country. So the best way, because let us just reflect on how much, how many hundreds of billions of dollars they have wasted on this so-called insecurity in the north. That is making it difficult for us to develop as a nation. Our universities are not being funded. No research is being taking place in Nigeria universities. Look at the state of universities. No water supply, no electricity, no nothing. So it is better for us to just peacefully separate and then to avoid any catastrophe. Because these people are, there's no other country in the whole world where you have two laws. So, and then when you want to select a president, you have to be say whether it's a Christian, whether it's from the north or south. So let us just keep it like that then. So let these northerners pick their own country and then make their own president. Then we in the southerners will take our own, and then we take Tinubu right now to help us to actualize that dream. Share the country to now. Thank you, sir. Good night, sir.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. Well put, Tony. So, Tony, since he has been coming here, his politics has never wavered. It's clear in his mind what he wants. Equally clear on what he wants. Enigmatic. We're taking short closing remarks.
All right. First of all, I will appreciate everybody here. It's been a very quality interactive session, and then I respect everybody. And I want everybody to understand the fact that we are basically here just opposing, about the future of Nigeria. So nobody hates anybody. We are all together in this. So when we pick a choice of a candidate, we are not picking those choices, from the point of view of hatred, or when we are trying to maybe, debate about certain candidates. It's not because we hate them or we don't like them. We have to accommodate and accept dissenting opinions and voices. So that being said, propaganda and hearsays is part of politics in the global village. But when you lay so much emphasis on that, and that becomes the norms of your political game and the norms of how you want to play your politics, while other people are actually, like Ovie said, trying to punch the numbers and see where the numbers are. You may be licking your wound when the chips are down. So this brings me to this. This man has always been a cynosure of all eyes, basically in all the negative directions. But one thing that is constant about him is he has always come out victorious, because he focuses, or he is always laser glued to the ball. his eyes are on the prices every time. While people are getting distracted by the noises, he's focused on his game. I'm talking about Tinubu now. Obi and all of them, they are using their time to chase shadows, trying to reawake thing that is dead. And then he's meeting the right people, he's coordinating his team, they are going with their numbers. And then I hope other folks will do that. Kwakwanso, Obi, Shuore, if they are forming a third force, this is the time they have to do that. Without a third force in this election, of course, this cycle is going to be an interesting circle. So, but of course, we still know where the permutation tilts. And apart from even permutation now, it's becoming so realistic. And that's why you see this vendetta, this campaign of calumny, basically focus on a particular candidate because everything looks, like he's going to be the next president. So I want to appreciate everyone once again. Let's be mindful of our languages. Let's be mindful of the fact that we are still brothers. And then let's understand the fact that Nigeria is still our home wherever we are. So we always want to go back home safe, and then we are just opposing ideas about how to promote Nigeria to the next level. Thank you, everyone.
Sorry, I forgot to unmute myself. So yeah, brilliant well put. I was saying you don't have to be told that Enigmatic is a solicitor. You hear that in his words. So from Enigmatic, let's go on to World Peace. World Peace, to you.
Yeah, Woman, can you hear me now?
Yes, better, a lot better now. Yeah, carry on.
Sorry, it was my laptop. I don't know what's wrong with my network. I have to change to my phone. Anyway, quickly make a great country people. We don't reach the end of the hour. I got Jaleko one man. This I want to talk not really about the people with the contest, but about the panelists where they come here. Jaleko, I believe so you don't come off online when I write on private chat for you and one man. I'll make it so quick. Sorry, one man. I beg. I believe you are Jaleko, you're the father of this forum. I beg you. Sometimes the caution some people, not one man, because some people the way they use words here. We they come here. We can't talk. We can't talk to people with the Nigeria how things could be. Now our opinion. We not come here can't lecture ourselves. But some people they use some kind of words. We're not they nice and we're not they good. The other day DOG was complaining. Sully, Solomon, even me yesterday, Celebi too. It's not nice. Some people just come here, feels they are jack of all trade and master of none. You are entitled to your own opinion. Tony Jubit is here every day saying things about Benin and Europe, but you never see me one day oppose them because now that's not in opinion. But because somebody come here saying you are silly or you are this, and I try to talk to him on the private chat privately so that we know what we're dating outside, he still stand on the ground that we should learn how to have it to develop with his skin. And again, he come on the forum to say that we are all hypocrites by when he analyze the world. You don't not generalize the world like that. Now, public forum be this. They're not to teach other people how to think or what to say. Now, opinion. Well, I'll say my opinion. You can't have my opinion. That's how I see it. Ajalekoko, one man, please caution people how did they use foul word here. You notice is I did this platform. I never insult anybody outrightly or call anybody some certain words. I beg. When I go get na PVC, I'm going to vote na candidate. I'm going to know the candidate they vote for. I'm going to know their policy for na vote. And so I say, I want the power come South. Anybody take out South is okay, but we can scrutinize anybody in South. That's how I see it. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Warpeace. And Warpeace, just on that space that you were, I try to manage the language as much as I can. I hope you notice that I do. And when lines are crossed, I try to pull it up just quickly because I want you see, it's a very delicate balance. Our Warpeace. I want the passion because it is in the passion. When people are passionate, that is where you really hear what they mean. It's not when they are being placid and giving you pass. But when they are charged up, you hear more what they mean. But sometimes that passion spills over in the language. So it's trying to straddle that balance between holding on to the passion but having it expressed in the right language. So sometimes it will spill over, but when it does, I try to pull it back just as quickly as I notice it. So if you felt offended, then you you just have to just not be too offended. You know, I
No, I'm not.
apologize. I apologize if you yeah.
It's your platform. That's why I wrote to you
Yeah.
on private chat. It's not good for us
Yeah.
to we the panelists talking to people outside fighting among ourselves on the show. That's why I wrote to you in a private chat. And as you said, there are people listening to us. There are different people on this platform. The panelists, you don't know them. You don't know where they're from. You don't know their stand. You don't know their status. Just say things from your own opinion and leave it like that. Don't try to school everybody. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah,
You know,
I do.
that's why I
Perfectly.
talked to Bala that day. Don't speak for one man. Speak about yourself. You don't speak for other people. Speak about yourself. That's all. That's how I know it. You don't enforce your opinion on people. Say your opinion, then leave it. Then somebody can counter it. But try to correct somebody, then there will be problem. We'll start having radical action. You know, I don't want quarrel. I like this platform. I don't want quarrel. Please let's talk. You can be so emotional about what you are saying, but don't sit on LGBT. I've never insulted anybody. You know how much he's so emotional about his tribe and his region.
No,
You
Tony
can
is
do
a
that.
gentleman. That
You
much
can do that.
is a
Have you ever
gentleman.
seen me
Yeah.
attacking Tony? We always talk, except we clash on some certain. We have never seen correcting him. I cannot correct him because it's just his opinion. But telling me I'm silly, that was the first time. Today again, telling me I'm this and telling me as you develop skin, using jar. It's not right, please, one man. We are all grown up. We are adult. You know.
All right. All right. Thank you. And feel free always to express when you feel lines have been crossed. I'd rather you say it than hold it in. So thank you for doing that, World Peace. So thank you, World Peace, a real gentleman, but the most gentle of all men, Ajande Koko, of course, the top dog, the final word. Ajande Koko, we've bagged another one. Another session over. Ajande Koko.
I no be gentleman at all. I no be gentleman at all. I no be gentleman at all. I be African man, original. I no be gentleman at all. One man, I no be gentleman. As well as all Nigerians, all of us on this platform, we are not gentlemen. We just
We
try
are all
to.
Agbero. We are Agbero, really. We are just pretending Agbero. You see when that little boy just said something silly and I was throwing punches at him on all talks, really. You know.
But I like to advise all of us to be mindful of our language. We should not use any foul language against each other. It is good that World Peace pointing that out. And I think every one of us that have been on the platform today are listening. Please let us take that as, as an advice and let us just try to manage our language very well on this platform. Because one thing about this platform, this is the most quality platform quality Nigerian platform, the best of them all. If you listen to everybody contribution, you know they are purposeful, they are meaningful, they are quality. It's the best. It's the best. I mean, look at it from our brother Alexander Gomez, the chairman, board of trustee of this One Man Went to Mo. We have quality people. One thing that one man have done to all of us. He is the leader of the platform, is the driver of the platform, and people that comes here, the regular contributors here, are quality people. Listen to Baba T, listen to Ola, listen to Rational Mind, listen to Enigmatic. Everybody. Just listen to everybody. You can know that these are quality people. They don't just talk nonsense. On every issue, they analyze it clinically to the best of their ability, that everybody around the world listening to it, they know that yes, a well-educated and well-exposed people are talking. So I want to thank everybody on the platform today. We've all done well. And this is, I mean, let us see ourselves as brother, and let us see that what we are doing here, we are selling freedom to our people back home. So a lot of people around the world, a lot of people that are listening to us around the world, they know that when they listen to us on this platform, they listen to the best and they hear the best of the best quality contribution. So other than that, let me urge everybody that have not clicked on the like button, please click on the like button right now, share and subscribe if you have not done so. We have said so much about Tinubu today. One man, we treated it in the morning, and this is what we do most of the time this evening as well. So, but Tinubu should, as a political leader in Yoruba land, should convince Nigerians that yes, he's a true leader, have nothing to hide. He should come clean and release his certificate, the elementary and this thing, to the world. And let's put a stop to all this call for him to release this. Other than that, if he continue to hide this thing, people will continue to call for it. And he attended one of the the best university in the United States. We all acknowledge that. He worked in one of the most prestigious, or how do I describe it, organization, Mobile. He was the treasurer before he became a senator in the Third Republic Republic. Yes, and the governor of one of the best, one of the largest economy in Africa, 7th largest economy in Africa, Lagos State. So whether we like it or not, he's a leader. We might not like him, but for somebody to be governor of Lagos State is one of the leaders in Africa. So, but it should come clean, better for us to see him and accept him as a leader. That's my take on that. And other than that, let me thank those of you that are behind the scene, from our brother Alessandra Gomez, Chairman Board of Trustee, One Man Went to Mo. I say thank you to you today. And to the Secretary of One Man Went to Mo, Secretary of One Man Went to Mo, the Alessandra Akashi. I say thank you to you. I thank you, my sister, Bunksma. I thank you, Ask Google, Ortiz, Flash Mankind, everybody, Jaja, Lawale, Laditi, and everybody. Thank you. I say thank you all to you all. Come back tomorrow. Let's do it again. And to One Man, the driver of the platform, thank you so much for bringing us together all the time. You are the leader. You are the driver. And, listening to you, everybody around the world that listen to you, they know, yes, this is one of the best that God has given to us in Nigeria. Listening to you, the way you analyze, the way you present, and this platform is the best. We have to say it. We don't have to hide. It's the best whatsoever. So, I say thank you to you. And tomorrow, by the grace of God, One Man, the Eagle, come back and we'll be around with you as well. Thank you, One Man, the Eagle. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, Ajanle Koko. So that was Ajanle Koko. So that's Ajanle Koko now. Eulogizing about the Ajanle Koko. It doesn't take that much to give me a big head, though. So you're already. I'll go and play that half back to my wife and say, look, you see, everybody knows I'm the best, even though I don't get the appreciation I feel I deserve. But thank you, Ajaleko, and I do get the appreciation I feel like I deserve, of course. But thank you, Ajaleko, for and thank you everyone that's turned up, and we backed and tagged another one. I do always say that at the start of every show, I've always said that there's never a dull moment on the platform. And I've never yet had cause to eat my words because there is never a dull moment, because the quality, Ajalan Koko said it, and this is the one thing that I've always aspired to, and it looks as though we are achieving that, and we have achieved that, is to have a quality conversation. It's the quality, more than anything else. That's the one thing. And I'm so appreciative of the quality of people that do turn up in this space. Ajale Koko has given you the list. What opportunity would you have otherwise to hear the inner thoughts of someone like Baba T or Ajale Koko himself, or Enigmatic or Black League when he turns up? People like Sally Bees, who has about 7 degrees in some of the best institutions ever, all just top names with high functioning insertions. So this is the quality that I was hopeful for when I kicked off the whole thing. And this is the quality that we seem to be attaining. So to expand that quality, this quality of people, when you click on the like button, everybody and more people see this, and more people of the quality of people that Ajale Koko was describing, they will hear the quality that is taking place, and they will say, oh, I've been looking for a place to have this sort of conversation, so let me go take them on there. And of course, whoever turns up, they won't find us wanting. They have Ajale Koko here who will beat some sense into them, either by hook or by crook. So there it is, and there it is. So there it is, and there it is. So that has been another session. Before I start to ramble, let me just round it off. So thank you one and all for turning up. Click on the like button, of course. We do implore that all the time. And it's really just because we have a wider reach to bring you even bigger and better quality if ever that was possible. So we'll leave it there. Carry the conversation on in the comment section. But here, I say, peace.